Yo, what is up, guys? Today is the last chance qualifier for the Clash Royale League. Everything else is set in stone. There's just one more tournament, one more chance to qualify for that I actually forgot what the prize pool was for the World Finals, but it's at least, I'm pretty sure it's $500,000. Very excited. Just me today. We had a little bit of some technical issues. I'm going to be doing my best to kind of carry the broadcast and answer your guys' questions. I'm very excited for today's tournament. We're going to be giving away some rewards today as well, which we have at 90-minute mark. We have a lucky drop, 1 star. I know, but 1 star can turn to 5-star pretty easily. You never know. At 180 minutes, we do have that 2-star lucky drop as well. And then after match 12, I don't know, you never know how long that's going to take, but we are going to be giving away this special banner. Honestly, like, they keep showing, I don't know if this is an exclusive banner, but they keep showing this orange dragon in Clash Royale, and then also like in part of the arena. Like, I don't know if they're like kind of hinting at they're going to add another dragon card or something, but either way, pretty cool stuff. Next up, guys, we do have the format that I'm going to walk you guys through. Kind of explain a little bit of how we got to where we are today as well. But yeah, this is the Last Chance Qualifier Finals. It's a $50,000 tournament. Whoever wins qualifies for World Finals. And basically how you got to be at this Last Chance Qualifier, you didn't quite qualify for World Finals yet, but you either got 2nd place in one of the monthly finals, and you got that silver ticket to make it to here, or you got one of the 8 silver tickets from the CRL leaderboard as well. So a lot of the best players, got that golden ticket from the CRL leaderboard. But if you didn't quite make it there, you do make it to that silver ticket here. And then once again, big stuff coming with this Last Chance Qualifier. We have next the qualified players. So these are the players that are going to be playing in the LCQ today. You can see the top, or any of like the non like signified silver tickets. Those are all the point leaderboard silver tickets. And then you also have 1, 2, 3, 4 silver tickets given from each monthly final as well. Riley got 2nd place in the last monthly final, that Stats Royale Gold Edition. And he's vying for that spot, man. He wants to win. He wants to win this tournament, and he wants to make it to World Finals again. He got number 2 World Finals last year, and he has kind of a little bit of a late show up today. So I'm pretty excited about that. Next, I'm going to walk you guys through the prize pool for today. Right. Yeah. So Riley actually got 3rd, I believe. I believe Mo and Ian actually got 1st and 2nd. And then Riley ended up getting 3rd place. But since Mo and Ian had already qualified, right, he did get given the silver ticket. Makes sense. Prize pool, $50,000. I mentioned it before, but this is a lot of money. I mean, low key, maybe this was the strat. Maybe you just get that silver ticket, you don't quite qualify, you can get another $50,000 tournament, and then you win the Last Chance Qualifier, qualify for World Finals, 500K prize pool. Boom, that's a lot of money for a mobile game. But going through, the amount of money that everyone's gonna be walking home with at least $1,000. We have 2,000. Basically every win or two, you're gonna be going up some money. And then we have 3rd place, 7K. 2nd place, 9,000, and then a big jump to $15,000 for that 1st place grand prize. Next we have the bracket, guys. We're kind of speeding through here since I don't really have another co-caster to talk things through, but I'll try and spend some time in this bracket. Fill for some time before that first match starts. Yeah, this is what it's looking like. It is a double elimination bracket, everyone. As always, the upper final, the lower final, and the grand final are all going to be best of 5 duels, which is really exciting. Today's just day 1 of the Last Chance Qualifier, guys. So basically tomorrow is going to be the 2nd day. We're going to be going through the upper round 1. We're going to be going through the quarterfinals, and then we're going to go through the lower round 1. And I think that's it. I don't know. Production can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're going through lower round 2. We will see. But yeah, first match of the day, we do have Basoto versus Coco. Coco, kind of an OG gamer, OG player, honestly. Very excited for this match. I mean, both of these guys are OGs, right? So Samuel Basoto, he did a great job in some previous World Finals, catching that third place. I think he's just one of those most talented players. Like, he barely needs to practice. He just shows up and just wins. Very impressive. Coco, I've actually seen some good stuff from Coco on top ladder. He's always on the top leaderboard as of lately, grinding with some graveyard. Impressive. Next we have Wallace versus Issei. Issei is someone I definitely want to talk about today because, well, I mean, he's just a really good bridge fan player. I'm pretty sure he's from Japan. And yeah, I don't think we've ever really seen him, especially this year. But I doubt we've really seen him at all in much of the qualifications for CRL. And he's a great bridge fan player, though. And I believe his face reveal was literally like 2 seconds ago. I don't know if he's ever face revealed before, but I think just a few seconds ago, like, we saw him as one of the qualified players. So I'm very excited for that. If we do have a little bit more time before the first match, we could maybe go back to the bracket and I could keep talking about it. If we don't have much time, that's even more perfect. I'm ready to cast these matches. Samuel versus Coco is going to be first here, guys. Yeah, and then basically Issei's opponent for that second match coming up is going to be Wallace as well. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for that match too. I mean, Wallace is doing a great job this year. He's got the roll giant. He's got the graveyard. He's pretty good at beatdown too. So it looks like the match is actually coming up pretty quick. So that makes me happy. I don't have to just keep yapping for you guys. We're hopping into that first match of Samuel versus Coco very soon. Let's see. I honestly, I could catch on chat a little bit here. No, we're just hopping into it. All right, we love to see it. All right. Coco versus Basoto, game number 1, first game of the Last Chance Qualifier. Valkyrie Evo from Coco. Maybe just going straight for his best deck in the graveyard. Samuel Basoto with a Skeleton King and some minions. Interesting. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out exactly. Okay, yeah, makes sense with the mortar. Coco definitely using graveyard. This is interesting. I don't really like this deck pick from Sam. I mean, he has the lightning. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. That lightning really should change a lot. Skeleton King really trying to clear everything off the board to get the mortar lock and tower. Coco does have the Barbarian Barrel, though. Doing a pretty good job of cleaning up that mortar. Okay. So the dust kind of settles. Both players just saving up some elixir. Coco even opting to leak a little bit of elixir to see what the next play from Sam's going to be. He does go for the vines on the skeleton barrel. Pretty solid play, actually. Just vine right away. I got to add that one to my repertoire. Very solid. Very solid. Especially when he didn't have a witch or anything really in Saigo for it. Okay, more to the bridge now from Sam. This is a pretty common idea with this mortar deck, you know, just go over the Skelly Barrel Evo, then go over the mortar, keep applying pressure, and try and get both those Evos in cycle as quick as possible, just to have an absolutely insane offense. Skelly King here trying to block that Valk, and Berserker gonna have to drop down to distract the mortar, but it doesn't. Mortar locks. I didn't even realize mortar locks, and the witch is misplaced from Coco, so it's gonna be a lightning on tower as well. Sam really just taking the damage lead here, and another Skelly Barrel. So after this Skelly Barrel, he's actually going to have both the Mortar and Skelly Barrel Evos in cycle. Coco, on the other hand, just uses Evo Witch, kind of wastes his Evo Witch, you could say. And will have Evo Valk in cycle, though. Evo Valk is definitely going to be super strong in this matchup. The big question, though, is just, like, can Coco break through with the Graveyard? Because Sam's got the minions. Wow, the pre-witch. Okay, good play from Coco. Pre-witch predicting Evo Mortar with the vines. That's really going to take this down. Okay, very impressive. Evo Skelly Barrel, though, needs a response. Nice. He's got the Godput as well. All right. Interesting. Berserker the bridge. Will we see a graveyard? Berserker runs backwards. It's probably not what Coco wanted to see. In this situation, Coco now has Evo Valk and Evo Witch in cycle, though. It's all about the Evos, guys. If you guys have been playing Clash Royale recently, you probably figured out it's all about the Evos. Get those things in cycle. Use them to the maximum degree. Especially with the Evo Witch. But that's why Sam's at the Lightning, right? Lightning's going to drop down to that Witch again. Really cleaning it up. Skelly King here. This is a really good, like, macro strategy. Just to go over to Skelly Barrel, Skelly King in the back once you're at full, and use that Skelly Barrel to fill up your Skelly King ability. And that's how the Evo Valve's here, right? No ability's going to drop down. Lightning going to drop down the Witch, though. I don't know if there's a world that he can outcycle. No. With the Skelly King on the board with 3-card cycle, I don't think he can outcycle the Lightning. Okay, here comes the Graveyard pre-poison. Barbarian Barrel often takes some damage to try to deal even more. But I'm not going to lie. Wait a second. Good vines. Skeletons. 2 skeletons block. The only, like the big mistake there, though, was, like, the Valkyrie was actually not tanking for the Graveyard. He probably could have got even more. Witch on the board. Sam does not have enough for Lightning right now. Sam doesn't, or sorry, Coco doesn't know that, so he drops the Berserker early in case the Lightning does drop. Berserker gets cleaned up by guards, which is still tanking decent. Skelly King dropping, Valve on the board. But now the Valve's not in cycle for Skelly King. Minions, this is a big pressure from Sam. He's trying to get that damage in the back. Vines stops the mortar pretty well. And he drops the poison the Skelly King, but it's okay, it works pretty well, but still it gets damage. Quite a bit of damage coming through in the right. Lightning dropping down. Valkyrie is tanking. 40 seconds on the clock. Skeleton barrels a bridge. Sam is just continuing to apply pressure. He knows that he can't allow Coco to go for another graveyard. Another Witch on the board, trying to spawn some skeletons to prevent this mortar from locking. And then an Evo Valkyrie the bridge. And there's still a lot of skellies that he's got to deal with, though. So he goes for the Berserker even, but now he doesn't have the poison for the guards right away. He goes for the vines instead. Arrows drop from Sam. Poison from Coco. Can Coco get around to another graveyard? That is the question. Sam doesn't want him to graveyard. He applies pressure. Godblood drops. Lightning on offense. Vines? I don't think Vines and Poison's going to work. It's not in time. Coco's scratching his head, wondering how he could have played that better. And Sam is walking away with game number 1 of the best of 3. Woo! All right, guys. How you guys thinking after this first match? You ready? Are you ready for the last chance qualifier? My goodness. We love to see it. Wow. I mean, just thinking about that match overall, what a match. What a match. I feel like this matchup is actually like pretty like decent. You know, it's like fairly fair. I don't know who I would give the edge. I mean, maybe you just got to give Sam the edge since he's got the Lightning, he's got the guards, he's got pretty much everything he really needs. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like if Coco actually played a couple better placed Witches, and then maybe I don't know. It really was just the Lightning value that I saw was like the super big mistake. You always want to play like one tile right from the river in the middle area, and that makes it so Lightning cannot target that. It's pretty important placement. And then if you're going to play to the edge of the map, you actually have to play all the way at the bridge if you're going to prevent the Lightning from hitting the Witch and the tower. Other than that, I mean, maybe a macro idea is to go same lane. Thing is, you know, Sam is always pressuring both lanes. Like, Sam knows that you want to go same lane. So that's why it's difficult. You know, if you switch to go same lane, Sam's going to switch to go opposite lane yet again. And then you're in the same kind of tough situation. All right, guys, we're hopping into game number 2 of our first best of 3. Coco versus Basoto. Log from Coco. Let's see. An Electro Spear on defense. RG Evo Ice Spear. I've not seen like something like this before. Okay, Monk for Coco. So maybe an RG Mirror matchup. This Monk is just going to shred this RG. Fisherman tried to pull it away, but the guards are doing a great job distracting. And then a Fisherman, does it lock? Yes, it does. Fisherman takes out the opposing Fisherman. The Monk ability drops and deflects the Spear Empress, actually. That's not going to fully take it out. Spear Empress doesn't have the HP like she used to, but she's still She's got quite a bit. 6 elixir card. You gotta be fairly tanky. Okay, roll giant at the bridge here. It's doing a lot of damage. So Samuel just takes a bit of damage and goes to that RG Evo. And now RG from Coco. It's time for him to try to break through for the attack. These are some weird RG variations. I'm a little bit confused. Maybe just saving the better Evos for later in the best of 3. It is a duel after all. But Evo E-Dragon, Evo Ice, Fireball drops down, and Ice Spirit as well. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, once again, the dust is kind of settled. 669 HP on Samuel's tower now. E-Drag Evo in the back. I mean, I don't really like this play. I feel like it's just an easy target for Fireball Spear Empress, but that's why Coco drops the Monk. That's why they pay these guys the big bucks for these tournaments, right? Evo E-Drag now kind of starting to melt everything. Spear Empress is going to drop. RG is definitely getting taken down here. And a Fireball as well on tower from Coco. Yeah, sure, he didn't break through, but the RG from Sam just kind of gets taken out, and the Fireball damage. Okay, wait a second. Here is a big push, though. Evo RG and Psycho Monk ability is going to drop late. It doesn't actually get down in time. And then the Monk from Coco pushing back to RG. It's looking really tough. Looks like we're experiencing a little bit of some technical difficulties here. Okay, looks like we didn't miss much. Roll Giant locks on tower, and Coco is taking game 2 in the RG mirror matchup. I honestly am so lost by these decks. These decks are, I've never seen an RG played with an Evo E-Drag, nor have I seen it with an Evo Ice. I mean, guys, this is a best of 3 duel. It's not a best of 5 duel. We don't have to be saving, like, use the Furnace Evo. Use the use the Evo Valve. Do what you gotta do, man. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the E-Drag. Like, if you're gonna use E-Drag, maybe use Tornado. I mean, he won with it, so there's that. I mean, it makes sense that the Lightning was not available for Sam, so I guess that's probably why he did it, right? Lightning's not available. Grab the E-Drag Evo. It's honestly pretty underrated. Even without the Tornado, I think he did a pretty good job. But from Sam's side, I mean, why are we using Evo Ice Spirit? Usually you use Evo Ice Spirit in like a Rocket Cycle deck, some sort of control deck. Would have much rather seen like a Furnace Evo or something of that sort. All right, guys. We're now 1-1 in the best of 3. Who you guys taking? Sam or Coco? 1-1 in best of 3. It is double elimination, so, anything, if you lose, you're not out of the tourney, right? Best caster, yo, thank you, Elliot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I had to pick one person to win this last game of the best of 3, I feel like I gotta go Sam, just because he's got a little bit more experience. Like, he's just got that talent, man. We'll see. Match is coming up soon, guys. Yeah, if you guys are asking about the rewards, in 90 minutes, there'll be a 1-star lucky drop. That could turn 5-star, though. You never know. And then in 90 minutes, there's going to be the 2-star lucky drop, and there's going to be a banner after match 12 today as well. All right, here it is. Game 3, guys. Let's keep it up. All right. Snowball Evo from Coco. Makes sense. Maybe just going for drill. Pretty solid. Tesla as well. Like it. So Tesla Evo plus Evo Snow. Sam with a Valk. I actually played a similar matchup to this against Oslon yesterday. I do think the Graveyard has a pretty good matchup. Mainly just because Graveyard's just super consistent. Valkyrie's great versus the Drill. You also have the Barbarian Barrel. Wait a second. I just realized, though, if you look at the decks in the left-hand lane. Okay, Snowball from both players. Yeah, he's already used Snowball with the RG deck. So he actually doesn't have Barbarian Barrel to go with his Graveyard deck. That's going to make defending the Drill considerably more difficult. Fire Spear from Coco. Well timed. Forcing out a Valk here. It's not what Sam wanted to do there. Both of these cards are going to be some free value for that Tesla. He goes for the Graveyard, though. Wow, what a Vine spell. It freezes the Golden Knight mid-dash, completely canceling it out. Skeletons connect, and the Valkyrie gets damaged. That is insane, actually. Here comes the drill, though. Sam does have Evo Valk in cycle, but the Valkyrie itself is not in cycle, if that makes sense. Okay, it's going to be now after playing the Berserker. But he doesn't have enough elixir. The Golden Knight dashes. The Fire Spirit connects. This Furnace just couldn't get the job done. Wow. Yeah, the Berserker, it's a great card, but it's not able to solo a Golden Knight. And that's why Barbarian Burrow, that's a great example of why Barbarian Burrow is so important in this deck. Like, imagine Sam had a Barbarian Burrow on defense instead of a Snowball in that situation. Okay, Vine Spell on offense does get some some damage. I wouldn't say decent. Here comes another push. Goblet up high and pull this away. Evo Valk does stop the drill damage completely. No Evo Snowball going to drop from Coco. Okay, Berserker up high, trying to stop the Gold Knight from dashing to the tower. And now here comes the Evo Furnace. Wow, but the rocket right away. That is insane. He does go for the Graveyard anyways. Pre-Snowball for Larry's. It hits. And he stops this as well. The Golden Knight's dashing on every single skeleton, though. One Larry does connect. Coco's just got the lead, though. Coco's got the lead, and he's very good with this Graveyard deck, so he knows exactly how to play against it as well. The Vine Spell to block the Golden Knight again. But it still dashes. And the rocket clears the way for the Golden Knight to lock on tower, forcing a Snowball from Sam. Wow. Man, that is honestly the one thing I do not like about the Golden Knight. It seems too inconsistent. You know, okay, like for example, we saw the Vine on the Golden Knight previously this game, and it didn't dash. He blocked the dash with that play. But now this time, it did not block the dash. It's just too inconsistent. Just make it one way or another, right? Because I'm sure that Sam did not expect that Golden Knight to dash after getting the perfect Vine spell again there. You know? Here comes the rock. I'm pretty sure it's just game, right? No, 5 HP? Snowball? Game. Wow. Coco, small celebration. Basoto insta turns off the camera. And that's going to be a 2-1. I think a reverse sweep, actually. Reverse sweep for Coco. Impressive stuff. Impressive stuff going against Sam, multiple-time world finalist. GG's. I mean, honestly, didn't expect it. Very excited, though. Love to see new faces. I mean, I can't say new faces. Coco, he's like an OG player. This man's been here for a long time. I remember like playing against him back when I was a pro. Like, how many years ago was that? I stopped being a pro back in like 2020-ish, 2019, 2020. And it's 5 years ago, bro. Am I unk? Type 1 in chat if I'm unk. Sorry. I'm going streamer mode here. We got to stay professional casting mode. Thinking about that last match. Juicy. What do you think went wrong for Sam? Once again, I really think it comes down to that bar bill, right? But that's why we love duels. You know, you can't just play the same cards. You can't just play the same OP cards, the same OP decks over and over again. Sam used Barbarian Barrel in the Royal Giant. Can't use it in the, you know, he couldn't use it. He couldn't use it in the Graveyard deck. He's got the Snowball instead. Snowball's all right on offense, but he already have Vines. So I think just a little bit, honestly, I think a little bit of some deck mishaps for Sam here. I'm not sure which coach he's working with today, but definitely a couple deck mishaps. Yeah, looking at the decks here. Thank you. Shout out to the production. And here's the QR codes as well, guys, powered by Stats Royale. If you guys like any of the looks of any of these decks, you can scan any of the QR codes and try these decks out. But yeah, we love this graphic. This is my favorite graphic. We're going to be talking about this graphic a lot today. But looking at game number 1 here, we saw a pretty even matchup. I would give Sam a slight advantage just because he's got some solid counters to the Graveyard with the Ice Wiz, with the guards, with the minions. And he did win the match. He won the match. He had some great pressure with the Mortar and the Skeleton Barrel dual lane. Second game, some weird RG decks. Spear Empress, not great anymore. We had 2 monks. I would have loved to see like an Evo Witch instead of the Spear Empress and the Evo Ice Spirit here. I honestly think an Evo Witch could have been solid, or even an Evo Furnace. I'm just not a big fan of the Spear Empress. I guess maybe he was assuming that Coco's going to run some lightning deck. So he wanted like a glass cannon like the Spear Empress that could survive lightning. It makes some sense, but this Ice Spear just didn't get the job done, I feel like. And the E-Drag Evo was actually a decent pick from Coco. Kind of slayed out, kind of put in some work. Game 3, without the Barbarian Barrel for this, it really struggled. Maybe a log, like maybe just a log instead of Bar Barrel. Like if you're expecting to potentially be able to play Graveyard Game 3, you got to save that Bar Barrel, use the log instead in the RG deck. And then, yeah, I mean, honestly, I genuinely do think that's why he lost. I think he has Bar Barrel here instead of Snowball. It's a pretty solid matchup, especially with no poison for the drill deck. Like with the Rocket, I feel like this is actually really hard to defend the Graveyard most of the time. But yeah, if maybe we can check out the bracket up next, that would be great. Perfect. Thank you. Here we go. Yeah, next game, guys, is going to be Wallace versus Issei. Talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the cast, but this is an interesting match, right? You know, Issei kind of, you know, known as a really good P.E.K.K.A. Bridgeman player on ladder. Haven't really seen him in a situation like this in maybe ever. Wallace, you know, he's starting to be kind of like, it's kind of starting to be pretty vetted, you know, like he's got some solid games under his belt in CRL, especially this year. I would definitely give him the advantage. We'll see what Issei can bring though. And then the winner of that is going to be playing Riley. We do have our first confirmed quarterfinal with Vitor versus Coco. And then we have the next matches after Wallace and Issei are going to be Gen C Oslon versus Hugo, a world finalist in Gen. That'll be interesting. We have Ardan versus Clown. Another interesting note that I want to talk about with Issei, guys, is he actually has not qualified for a monthly final at all this year. But he made it to the Last Chance Qualifier simply by doing well in the Swiss stage and the group stage, just by accumulating points, which is so fascinating. Like, you don't even need to qualify for a monthly final in order to qualify for the Last Chance Qualifier, get into the $50,000 prize pool, and have a chance to qualify for World Finals. That is the thing I love about this league, is that literally anyone can play. Anyone can participate. All you have to do is get top 1,000 on ladder, play in a Swiss, play in a group stage. You know, if you make it to the monthly final, great, you have a chance. But now we also have Last Chance Qualifier, giving one last chance to any of the players from the point leaderboard that got that silver ticket, or from the monthly finals that got the silver ticket. Enough yapping. We're into the match. Issei versus Wallace, game 1. Wallace with the drill Evo Skeletons, Evo Snow, with a Berry variation. I like this. I like this. I think it's pretty solid. He doesn't have the Furnace, or he doesn't have like the Furnace Evo, or like an Evo Cannon, Evo Tesla. Just going for Evo Skellies. Be interesting to see what building he has. Maybe he has like something like a Berry Tower, or even like an Inferno Tower if he's expecting something tanky. But Issei also going to some drill, actually. And I have been saying that Issei's like this great P.E.K.K.A. Bridgeman player, but I do not want to underrate how good this man is at other decks as well. I feel like P.E.K.K.A. Bridgeman is one of those decks that can actually translate really well to playing other decks like Minor Wall Breakers, Drill, because if you're really good at P.E.K.K.A. Bridgeman, like what you're good at is knowing your opponent's cycle, knowing your opponent's ways that they can counter your win condition, and then abusing that with perfect pressure. And basically Drill also does that fairly well. I do like the idea for Evo Cannon on offense. It's a pretty common idea in these Drill matchups to kind of try to clear off the Berry off the board. The Bomber, I mean. Off the board with that Evo Cannon, try and get your Drill damage. Gotta play those Bombers low. Wow, this Drill's doing a lot of damage. Delivery drops down, and the cannon from Issei cleans up really well. Wallace is struggling here. And I guess it makes a little bit of sense. I do think Issei's version of the deck is just better than the mirror matchup with the Fire Spirit. The Fire Spirit's the only spirit that can take out goblins. You know, Wallace has the Bomber to take out goblins, but other than that, I doubt he has anything. You know, he doesn't have the log because he's Snowball. Poison here from Wallace. I wonder if Issei will have the Drill or Rocket. I just feel like Drill has a better matchup as well in this situation. Oh, sorry, the Drill Rocket. They both have Drill, but the Rocket's just super consistent damage. Good Evo snowball from Wallace. Snowball from Issei, but it's already too late. Okay, Wallace kind of just outplaying now. I do wonder about Wallace's last card. I'm actually really confused. I don't know. I feel like if it was a Spirit, he definitely would have played it by now. If it was a log or something, I mean, I guess oh, what am I saying? It's the building. It's the building I predicted earlier. I bet it is Inferno. I bet it really is. I bet it is like an Inferno. That's why he hasn't played it yet. Very expensive building that he was trying to prepare for Issei's like P.E.K.K.A bridge spam or something. So he's just playing a 7-card deck here. It's working though. He's somehow winning still. He's doing a good job of getting these drill connections. Issei kind of struggling. I believe Issei does also have true red, true blue advantage here. Wow. Oh, the delivery doesn't connect. Oh my gosh. And the fire spirit connects. And there it is. Issei just taking the lead here. Wallace couldn't quite hold on. Wait, a really good Evo snowball again, but the Berserker drops this time. It's close. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's close, but this rocket does a lot more damage than a poison, especially as we're getting really close to triple extra overtime. Oh my gosh, there it is. Goblin gets a hit. Evo Cannon clears the way. The Goblins connect. Skeletons come down last second, but Wallace is shaking his head. He knows he's lost. And there it is. The rocket comes through. That's gonna be game number 1, guys. Issei, kind of a bit of an upset. I'll say it. I think this is definitely a bit of an upset. Game number 1. And once again, I feel like it's just another situation where it's like, what is going on? Why are we overthinking these decks? Issei just literally copy paste the best variation of drill from ladder and he just plays it. Wallace has got a delivery. He's got an Inferno tower. He's just really overthinking. I guess he's just trying to prepare for the situation where Issei uses that big Evo P.E.K.K.A or maybe some sort of beatdown deck with the Inferno tower. Like, I understand it. That's why he brought the delivery. That's why he brought the Inferno tower, right? The question is, though, is it worth it, right? Because then your deck becomes weaker versus everything else. But that's what Clash Royale League's all about. That's what duels are about. It's not really about sniping, though. It's not really about sniping what you think your opponent's going to play. It's more about covering your bases versus multiple options. And I just don't think that's what Wallace did there, right? You know, he didn't really cover his bases. He was trying to snipe a specific deck. You got to cover your bases. Issei W. I told you Issei. Really, really. Okay, we got some Issei fans in the chat. Look at these players, man. They're locked in. I kind of like Issei's camera. He's just got the mouse. Like, why is he showing off this mouse? I don't know. I'm sure it's not on purpose, but it's just kind of funny. But yeah, both players probably just working with their coach, trying to figure out exactly what they're going to play next. Reminder, guys, it is duels formatting. If you're new to Clash Royale League, duels formatting, no cards can be repeated here. So any cards played in game 1 cannot be played in game 2 or game 3 if it goes to that. So I'm just kind of working on opening the YouTube chat for the main broadcast. I want to start reading some of your chats, some of your questions in between games since it's just me on the cast. Let's see here. Looks like that we're hopping into the next game here as well, guys. Beautiful. All right. So an Electwiz and a Baby Dragon. Now this is the deck Issei is known to play. This is the deck that we are expecting. Yo, a lot of people in the YouTube chat trying to claim the rewards, guys. The rewards are happening at 90 minutes into the broadcast. And then we are also doing rewards. I believe we're doing rewards 90 minutes and maybe, or I think it's like 60 minutes and then 90 minutes. And then we are giving after match 12 that banner. Okay, so Tesla Evo Furnace Hog Rider from Wallace. Issei with the P.E.K.K.A bridge spam. This is the deck that I was talking about. This is the deck he's meant for, man. He's got a regular P.E.K.K.A though. No Evo P.E.K.K.A is interesting. I'm trying to think what the other Evo is. It's gonna be Evo Battle Ram. So Evo Battle Ram, Evo Baby Drag. It's honestly such a crazy synergy. I don't know if you guys have tried this synergy before. You have to give it a go. Basically, the Evo Baby Drag with the speed up just increases the movement speed of the Evo Battle Ram. But since it's the Evo Battle Ram, it doesn't actually stop. You know, like it just keeps hitting tower. Oh my gosh. The speed up on the P.E.K.K.A takes out the Evo Furnace. Bad Evo Furnace placement. Honestly, I'm glad. Okay, I don't want to say this. Like, I'm not trying to prey on Wallace's downfall, but I've lost so many games to this interaction lately. I don't know when or how or why, like, the pathing got changed for cards, but I swear that Tesla is supposed to pull the P.E.K.K.A there. But, like, he plays the Furnace low. You know, the Tesla's played high in the middle, and the P.E.K.K.A just completely ignores the Tesla, goes to the Furnace, takes it out, and the Tesla's not even involved in the defense anymore. It's not over. It's definitely not over. That's like a very important interaction for Issei already. Getting a solid connection. After the Vines nerf, Vines plus arrows does not take Furnace out anymore. So interesting arrow. A Tesla up high here. Pretty smart. Okay, Furnace low once again. Now this Tesla is played super high. There's no way it goes to the Furnace, right? I don't know, bro. It looked like he was just going to walk to the Furnace. He had to play the Goblins. I mean, he probably didn't have to, but still, I mean, these interactions, I swear they've changed over the years, man. I don't know. All right, anyways, big push. Evo, wow, oh my gosh. That battle ram is genuinely scary to even look at. Wallace says, I am not dealing with this. I'm dropping a lightning. I'll hit the Golden Knight, the battle ram, the baby drag. Honestly, a great play. Here comes a hog plus goblin. Vine spell gonna try to stop this hog. Still getting to the tower. Ewiz drops. Interesting. Okay, Barbarian Barrel, Evo Furnace on defense, and the Mighty Miner to protect. I'm sure we'll see a hog soon. Maybe not. Okay, he goes out the lane expecting a P.E.K.K.A actually. Oh my gosh, Evo Batterum takes out the goblins. Evo Furnace still a threat, spawning Fire Spirits. They are locking. And now an Evo Tesla. Okay, Wallace is really taking control of this match actually. Well played. Which is kind of interesting because looking at the matchup, I feel like Issei actually has a decent matchup here. With the Electros for the Mighty. The Evo Baby Drag is just a threat always. The Lightning is definitely solid for Wallace though over the Earthquake. The Lightning can help him out. Like E-Spirit plus Lightning, for example, can take out the Baby Dragon. So that's what's really keeping him in this game. And we saw the Lightning already drop on a decisive defense so far. Triple extra overtime, guys. It's anyone's game. Double Tesla though. Wallace doing a good job of stacking these Teslas and trying to stack the Furnaces as well. I guess that's what's really stopping Issei as well, right? Is he doesn't have a big spell. He doesn't have a way to stop these Furnaces. He doesn't have a way to stop these Teslas. And Wallace knows that. He continues to abuse this this part of the deck advantage, right? He has multiple Teslas, multiple Furnaces on the board. There's 2 Furnaces and 2 Teslas on the board at all times. Golden Knight's going to try to clean through here. Evo Baby Drag's trying to do its best, but oh my gosh. Wow, this is actually insane. Triple Furnace on the board. Mighty Miner ability trying to keep this Furnace Evo alive for even longer. And Issei is just completely unable to do anything. Lightning drops on defense just for good measure. Vines are trying to keep the Tesla underground to lock in tower. Wallace with a big smile. Very happy with this win. Impressive stuff. Wow. GG's, Wallace bringing it to 1-1. Another 1-1. Close matches today. We'd love to see it. So what just happened? What in the world just happened? I guess like the fact that the Vines nerf makes it so arrows plus Vines can't take a Furnace anymore just means that it's impossible for Wallace to break through the Furnace, right? The Golden Knight does a decent job of trying to deal with Evo Furnace to break through, but you know, Issei didn't really get any good Golden Knight connections. I think that if he had a chance, if there was a possibility for Issei to win that game, he needed a good Golden Knight, right? You got to get like the P.E.K.K.A plus the Golden Knight. Nice. Okay. I love to look at the graphic once again here. So after game number 1, you know, we looks like the graphics messed up just slightly, but I mean, basically the deck at the top here is just the deck, the matchup I want to talk about, right? So this is game 2 at the top. The Evo Furnace, it was just a menace, right? The Vines with arrows couldn't take it out. The Golden Knight's your only way to try and get on top of it, but Issei just never made that happen. And another big thing to mention, guys, is the Barbarian Barrel. The Barbarian Barrel has just kind of overtaken Log as that best small spell in this meta. It does so good of dealing with Furnace, Witch, but also the Electro is here. Yes, you don't have the knockback advantage of the Log, but that's another reason we also have lightning. I really like how Wallace just played it safe with the lightning in this match. I actually have tried this hog deck the other day and lost a similar matchup because I was too squeamish on using my lightning on that Evo Baby Drag plus Battle Ram. Just go for it. You see the Battle Ram Baby Drag combo, just try to lightning it off the board. I think you did a good job of making sure Issei never had a chance. Wow. Impressive game so far. Game number 3 for Issei versus Wallace is coming right up, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are excited about the rewards, once again, we're doing some in some time increments. Don't worry. You will see the QR code on the screen for the rewards when it is time. I will make sure to scream at you guys and make sure that you get that screenshot or that picture of that QR code. Okay? So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Time will tell. Time will come for that QR code. The YouTube chat is just insane. You guys are crazy. Anyways, let's lock in on game 3. We got Evo Executioner on the board for both players. Fascinating, really. Evo Zap from Issei, probably gonna put Balloon. No, he's got the boss man, of course. What am I saying? Balloon. Issei play Balloon? No. Issei's got another bridge spam deck. Interesting. I like this actually. I didn't expect it. That is the thing about boss banner, right? You can use boss banner bridge spam and Pega bridge spam. They both play fairly similarly. And one with the Battle Ram and one with the Ram Rider. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Log from Wallace, really heads up play. You gotta hit that log. You cannot let that boss banner connect the tower. And Wallace going to his comfort as well, guys. So this is both of these players using their best decks. Wallace with RG and Issei with another bridge spam deck. The question is, who has matchup? I honestly, if I had to say, I feel like RG has to have matchup here, right? Like Evo X, he can knock back the Ram Rider. He has guards for boss bandit. He has Iceberg and log to stop the charge. Lightning from Issei. Fisherman's not going to drop down in time. My goodness. I feel like Wallace has to be ready for that. I feel like you have to get that Fisherman even pre-placed, maybe. Because you have to realize that Issei has lightning here. Like, it's basically guaranteed. So after all of this, I guess I just cast or cursed him, right? My goodness. I still think that Wallace has the matchup. But just a great play from Issei here. Monk guards bridge. Evo zaps and Psycho already. Wallace shaking his head. I mean, I'm thinking the same thing. How in the world does Issei already have that Evo zap here? Impressive. Impressive. Ram Rider once again played in the back. I've watched a lot of Issei's YouTube videos, actually. Wow, Bossman connects. This is how he really likes to play Ram Rider. Whenever he's playing a Ram Rider bridge spam deck, he never actually plays it like a bridge ram. He doesn't play the cards at the bridge. He plays the ram in the back. He does it again. Look, another ram in the back. This gives him time to see how Wallace is going to defend before he's placing the cards, because Wallace doesn't want to leak elixir, right? And what that does for Issei is it gives him the opportunity to react to those cards in a very timely manner. For example, the ram out of the back plus lightning on the execution they already did. That was very solid. In this situation, you know, Wallace is pre-placing that that fisherman like we talked about. But Wallace is so focused on defense, he's not really connecting on offense here. Pretty solid damage advantage for Wallace so far. Interesting. YouTube chat is saying sneaky golem. Wallace's last card is not golem, chat. This is a $50,000 tournament. What are you guys talking about? The last card is obviously going to be Fireball. He's already used lightning and poison. He has a big spell. It's going to be Fireball. Roll Giant Evo at the bridge. Log does take with execution, not before he gets one last power shot onto the RG. RG does still get one hit though. Boss man on the board. Gonna take out the Eggsy. And now guards as well. Okay, Executioner bridge with the Boss Man ability, trying to take these guards very quickly. Boss Man will dash again, but it goes to the Monk, not the Eggsy. Boss Man ability trying to clean this RG off. Oh, sorry, not the RG, but the Monk off the board. It does finally get that done, and here comes the Ram Rider plus Barbarian Barrel. Log, guards, and a lightning out from Issei. Will this connect? Fireball drops on the defense. There it is. Told you guys. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. 40 seconds on the clock. Enough jokes. It's a 1-1 in the best of 3. $50,000 tournament. The last chance to qualify for CRL. 30 seconds left in triple elixir. Overtime. Roll Giants at the bridge. With the executioner and Evo, Wallace needs to connect. It is double elimination bracket. But still, you do not want to go down to the lower bracket here. Wait a second. The executioner Evo from Issei is not splashing the opposing executioner. The mini Pekka gets pulled by the fisherman. Double fisherman with the pre-log. The fireball, and the Ram Rider as well. Wallace knows he's won the game. Oh my gosh. Royal Giant Masterclass. Wallace takes the best of 3. Oh my gosh. I mean, I wish we had replays. I really do. That was unbelievable. What did we just... I don't even know. I don't know what we just witnessed. Big victory from Wallace. Big victory. Showing why he's one of the best Royal Giant players in the entire world. Wow. I mean, I think where it really fell apart for Issei there was the executioner on the left-hand lane. The execution on the left-hand lane was not hitting the RG plus Exy. It was only hitting the RG. I honestly don't know how that was happening. I guess just slightly misplaced. Either way, it made it so he had to spend more elixir in the left-hand lane, and he took even more damage. And then the right-hand push was just too big to deal with as well, since he had to spend more elixir. Deep breath. All right. These are the decks. QR codes at the bottom. Scan if you like any of them. Game number 1. We saw a drill mirror matchup. Wallace really struggled, though. He didn't have the fire spirit for extra goblin defense. And so I was actually wrong. He didn't have an Inferno Tower, but he had a Goblin Hut. Either way, either of those buildings are just pretty much useless in this matchup. Issei, on the other hand, with that Evo Cannon. The Evo Cannon did a good job of cleaning off the bombers off the board on offense. And also did a pretty good job on defense, actually, versus the drill. The Evo Skeletons versus the Evo Cannon, it's just another... Yeah, it just didn't work out well for Wallace. Game number 2. You saw the Hog Rider Lightning versus Pekka Bridge Spam. And Wallace takes this win. Yes, there's the E-Wiz for the Mighty Miner. Yes, the Baby Dragon Evo's OP. Maybe the Golden Knight was misused. Maybe there's a world that Issei won this with a really good Golden Knight dash of some sort. But it just wasn't enough. Wallace did a great job of abusing 3-card cycle. I think at one point he had 2 Teslas and 3 furnaces on the board. Just abusing the 3-card cycle and abusing the fact that Issei did not have that big spell. And yeah, we just saw game 3. But yeah, let's just head into the bracket here. So now we have Riley versus Wallace, our next confirmed quarterfinal match. Our next match of the day is going to be Gen C Oslon versus Hugo, ladies and gentlemen. Gen C Oslon is a CRL World Finalist. He's got a lot of fans in the chat, I'm sure. The Turkey fans go crazy. And then Hugo, I'm testing myself here. I believe he's from France. And he's a pretty strong player. I'm pretty sure he's just good with cycle. He's pretty versatile. We haven't seen him much, though. We honestly haven't seen either of these players much in the Clash Royale League this year. But obviously, we've seen them enough for them to qualify for this Last Chance Qualifier, being that one of those silver tickets. I honestly don't know who's going to win this match. Who do you guys got? Type 1 for Gen C Oslon. Type 2 in the chat for Hugo. Who do you got winning this? And then obviously we're going to be finishing Ardan and Clown for our first round matches as well. Very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. So think about the meta today, guys. We've seen actually a lot of RG, some more Hog. We actually haven't seen any Golem or Gob Giant. Wait a second. Oh my gosh. Knock on wood. Okay, that was hilarious. Sorry. I did not expect my camera to shake that much. But yeah, we have not seen any Golem or Gob Giant, which I'm actually very excited about. It's just been destroying ladder lately. It's just super overpowered. But a lot of these players go into some more OG CRL decks with the Hog, with the RG, with the Drill. No Minor Poison yet today, but we have seen some Mortar. We'll see what Gen C Oslon and Hugo are going to be bringing. Quick look at the players here. They're locked, you know. They're locked, but they're also comfortable. That's the thing that I've actually noticed more and more. I don't know who started the trend. Maybe it was Ian77 this year. starting the trend with the Clash Corner in the first monthly final, getting that first win in the monthly final. But yeah, I feel like these players are basically just starting to, instead of, you know, being super serious, you know, in the gaming chair, they're kind of more relaxed, you know, in their comfortable environment. I feel like it's important. But also, I don't know if I love it, because I feel like you do also have to get yourself out of the comfort zone. Because if you're qualifying for World Finals, you can't sit in the Clash Corner at World Finals. You got to be up on that stage. You got to be on that stand. You know, you got to be locked in, man, in a very, very uncomfortable environment, right? Either way, it's not about that, right? It's not about the World Finals right now. It's about qualifying. It's about getting there. So you got to play. You got to do what you got to do. You got to take every advantage you get. Heading game one, we have one of the most meta decks, two of the most meta decks in the game right now. We have the Roll Hogs, Evo Baby Dragon, and we have a solid drill deck for Oslon. Actually played, once again, a very similar mirror matchup on my stream yesterday versus Oxlet. Shout out to Oxlet. I honestly think Hugo has a very little chance. I was playing from the Piggy side. It's just tough, right? Because there's the Snowball, the Tesla, the Bomber, and the Valkyrie for defense. With all of those combined, and even potentially a Rocket, there's a fairly high chance that Oslon has a Rocket last card. Like, there's almost over half Oslon's deck is going to counter these Roll Hogs. And even the Tesla has a good card to counter the Big Dragon. I do like this Lightning from Hugo. It does surprise Oslon. Here's like, oh, that's very aggressive Lightning. But I feel like this is kind of something you have to do in this matchup, straight up. You have to kind of go for those Lightning cycles, because you're not really going to get damage otherwise. Solid defense from Hugo as well. Bomber on defense to defend this Mighty Miner. Ability does clean off the Mighty Miner. Maybe worth it. Maybe. I don't think he had to worry too much about it, though, you know, because of the fact that there's no drill and cycle, but he's got it now. Drill does get picked up by the cannon pretty well, and it will actually full counter. E-Spirit was not actually necessary, but probably just wants to cycle and be sure. You know, it's never a bad thing just to be sure. You really can't afford any goblin hits in this matchup, so I don't blame him. Evo Valkyrie doesn't actually pull the baby drag, and the lightning drops down once again. I like it lightning. Once again, this is what he's got to do. He know what he had to do. Okay, it's poison. The poison's definitely slightly better than Rocket. Baby Drag doing a good job of doing double duty, helping defend on both lanes here. And Hugo's actually in damage lead, guys. Will we see another lightning on offense? He plays the skeletons to cycle to the lightning. He's probably just going to drop it down. And it does hit with the third strike of the lightning. The second strike of the lightning doesn't connect. Piggy's the pressure while defending. I like it. Forcing the Evo Snowball on defense is amazing. But the skeletons onto this, sorry, not the skeleton, but the goblin does connect. The piggies connect for a bit too, though. Hugo is playing this beautifully. This is a masterclass right now. The Evo Baby Drag the break, just basically slowing down, stopping everything. I like that play. Oh, Berserker gets one hit. Evo cannon over the river, doesn't hit much with the barrage, but he locks onto the Tesla with the cannon. That's what's important. And then he uses the Baby Drag speed up to try and get the piece of the tower. But look at that, man. Valkyrie, Bomber, stops everything. Another lightning, though. Another lightning, though. That is the name of the game here. Another lightning. Another one. Tries to predict the drill, slightly placed to the side with the cannon, but he doesn't get the correct side. Oslon, a little knock of the head there. You know, he's given his opponent some credit for these solid defenses. Mighty Miner does pick up the drill this time. Cannon has to drop down to prevent splash from Bomber on tower. Hugo's still up just a couple hundred HP. And this is another reason why the Rocket's like better in this matchup. Is just more consistent getting damage. The poison, it's not only doesn't get as much damage, but also it doesn't do as good a job of cleaning stuff off the board, if that makes sense. Like, if you can Rocket a Baby Drag or a Mighty Miner on the tower, it's super good. Here comes the piggies. Ooh, Evo Valkyrie. Oh my gosh! No way! The Evo Valkyrie cannot swing in time because the Baby Drag speeds the Roll Hogs. Oh my gosh, Oslon just shaking his head. Insane, man. Evo Baby Dragon needs a nerf. Make it 2 cycles. Oh my gosh. At least make it 2 cycles. Yeah, the Bomber splashes the end, but the lightning does enough. He tries the lightning block with the drill, and a simple good game from Oslon. That's game number 1. Hugo, super, super calm and collected here. Just, he's not even celebrating a little bit. He's like, job's not done. Job's not done. We got to win another game here for this best of 3. Wow. Wow. Craziness. Very intense matches so far in this tournament. Very impressive stuff from all players. I'm trying to think of like what Oslon could have done better in that match, because I still think that he should have won it. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, shout out to production. Don't. Oh! I remember this. Okay. Sorry. I said before that this was like glitched out. It's not glitched out. So this is actually a new graphic we have. So this is the matchup that we just saw at the top. And then we have recent matches with similar decks and who won. So looks like Piggies won when Ian was playing against Sweep. I actually remember that match. I think Sweep should have won that game. And then we have further down, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. We saw the Drill deck win both games versus the Piggies and Hog deck. I do think that the Evo Baby Drag makes it a little bit more difficult for sure. Compared to the Witch or the Firecracker. But I mean, there's just so many counters to Piggies here. And I think that the consistency of the Drill and offense is just really solid. I honestly think it comes down to lightning value, right? I think that maybe if Oslon played his like he started doing it a little bit later in the match with the high Teslas, but if he just prevented like a couple of those early lightnings in that early game, it probably would have been different, right? Because Hugo got a lot of lightning damage early on, and that's what kind of allowed him to get that damage lead and hold on to it. Juicy's carrying so hard right now. Casting alone is insanely hard. Yo, thanks, Retake. Shout out to Retake. You guys, I don't know if I'm even allowed to say this on the broadcast, but if you guys like Murder Tactics content, make sure you guys, or if you like playing Murder Tactics, go check out Retake on YouTube. I like his videos a lot, actually. But yeah, man, I'm doing my best. I hope you guys are enjoying the cast so far. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Make sure you guys drop a follow. Turn those noties on. This is the Last Chance Qualifier for the Clash Royale League. $50,000 tournament. Last chance for all of these players to qualify for CRL. Every other world finalist is set in stone at this point. It just comes down to this. Whoever wins this tournament, whoever gets that $15,000 will also be getting the final golden ticket to qualify for that world finals. And that's what both these players are going for. Hugo and Oslon. Game number 2. A Rage Golden Knight from Oslon. And Hugo with the Spirit Empress. Okay. This is interesting. I honestly don't know how I feel about Spirit Empress after that 10% HP nerf that I got. It's I think it's still a pretty solid card. Like, it just does damage, right? And it's also very versatile. We'll see. We'll see if Hugo's able to win with it. Looks like he's also going to the Evo Ice Spirit. Interesting. Saw Sam use a similar deck recently. Raymar connects here for some damage, but the RG honestly did a lot more. Golden Knight drops down on the defense. Pretty slow single elixir here. Both players just kind of feeling each other out with the decks. Look at the decks overall. Roll a Giant Spirit Empress. Oslon with what looks just to be a P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam. Probably just going to be a P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam here. Yeah, I doubt it, boss man. It's probably going to be Evo P.E.K.K.A. As one of the last cards, along with a big spell. Perhaps a fireball. Maybe just vines, though. I do like the matchup for Hugo in this situation just because of the guards, really. I feel like guards and the fisherman is strong. Okay, he does have the lightning. It is going to be the lightning. Interesting. The lightning is definitely solid. It's very good for Spirit Empress. Yeah, and the other thing I just have to... I honestly underrate it too much. The Evo Baby Dragon is just so good. Like, it's really anyone's game. I feel like this matchup is probably pretty even. And it's a Mega Knight, though. Wait, that changes things a lot. Okay, actually, I would say Oslon actually has the matchup straight up. because the Mega Knight is super good versus Evo RG. The Lightning, the Baby Drag Evo. We'll see what Hugo can make happen here. Ice Spirit does jump. I like the rage from Oslon there. He tried to get the Ram Rider snare to lock on to the Ice Spirit with the rage to take it out. If he would have made that happen, it would have been a big connection. Lightning, it's a great lightning. It's a great lightning from Oslon here. Barbarian Barrel really showing his prowess again versus the Ghost. Grimber's not a big threat. Ice Spirit, slight threat. Terrible Ram Rider in my opinion. What is that for? I genuinely don't think that. Wait a second. Gold Knight? Oh my gosh, it makes it happen. Gets a connection. Okay. Making lemonade out of lemons there, Oslon, with a kind of a poor Ram Rider. Rolls with the punches though. And gets a Gold Knight connection. He does clean this off the board pretty well. The Evo Mega Knight's getting sped up by the Evo Baby Drag. And here comes the Ram Rider as well. It's so freaking fast. Oh my goodness. Ram Rider connects, and there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Wow. Okay, RG bridge though. And and the Evo Ice Spirit. Wait a second. This is an insane play from Hugo. Oh my gosh. It might just be over. I'm not even kidding. I think it's just over. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oslon shaking his head. Wow. I mean, that was just an insane back and forth battle. Hugo takes the 2-0 versus Oslon though, sending him to the lower bracket. Big win. Wow. The first 2-0 of the day. I'm just trying to think of what just happened. I guess it was just not saving the Evo Mega Knight, right? He did not save the Evo Mega Knight for the RG. He tried to make a push instead. And it did work. He did get damaged, but you have to defend as well, right? I guess he was trying to, you know, kind of lean on the guards as a crutch for defense. But Hugo had a really nice prediction. Evo Ice Spear on offense to really freeze up the guards. Here's the decks for the best of 3. We already talked about game 2 quite a bit. But going back to game 1 here, I really think that's where Oslon kind of failed. I don't know, man. There's just no way. There's honestly no way that anyone's going to convince me that Hugo has the matchup here. There's just no way. Like, sure, he has 3-card cycle. Sure, Lightning does a lot of damage. And yeah, Baby Drag Evo's OP. Evo Cannon definitely has some merit in this matchup too, but I mean, he's got Valkyrie, Snowball, Bomber. He's got Tesla for the Baby Drag. I think if he just plays better placements of his cards early game to prevent lightning value, I think Jen wins this. Game 2 here, I think it was about the Evo Mega Knight, really. Evo Mega Knight needs to be saved for the RG. And then you need to use your guards to prevent the Fisherman from locking on to the Mega Knight Evo. And then you defend and you counter push off that, right? I think that's what had to be done there in game 2 from Oslon. Hugo, though, got to give credit to him, man. I think he played really well in these games. And this kind of proves that in Clash Royale League, it's not all about matchups. It's not all about it. Yes, the coaches, the analysts are there to get you those good matchups, but you need to play at an impressive level as well. And Hugo, I was very impressed with his gameplay. So next up, we have Ardan Toas versus Clown for our last upper round 1 matchup. Ardan Toas and Clown, both very experienced players. We haven't seen either of these players for a while, though. We did see Clown in the CRL warm-up this year and Ardan Toas in some of the early monthly finals. I don't know. I don't know who I'd give this matchup to. Maybe I pick Clown. I feel like Ardan has been struggling a lot with tilt lately, actually. Ardan has been, like, if he loses game 1, or even if he has, like, if he sees one card that makes the matchup difficult, he just gets really down on himself, and he lets his emotions kind of, like, influence his gameplay. Clown, on the other hand, he's really, really good at that classic Clash Royale player of no emotions. Honestly, I do want more players like Ardan that kind of show their emotions on their sleeves, if you will. But if you're going to play the highest level, it is definitely better to be more like Clown, where you just kind of really focus on not letting anything get to you, and you just focus on playing the very best game you possibly can. Yeah, that's my kind of analysis on the kind of the personalities of the players. And I know you guys are looking for the rewards. YouTube chat has been spamming ! Clash Royale rewards claim in the chat for the last 70 years, it seems. But this is what we got for the rewards, guys. In 90 minutes of broadcast, we have the 1-star lucky drop, you know, could turn 2, 3, 4 star. Who knows? I mean, you guys know how lucky drops work. And then we have 2-star, guaranteed 2-star at 180 minutes. After match 12 of the day, we have this very beautiful baby drag banner. I'm still confused about this baby dragon, man. I mean, is it a baby dragon? Are they adding a new dragon card to the game? Type 3 in chat if you think they're going to add a new dragon card to the game. They've been teasing this, I swear. They got like in the assets of the game, they got this orange dragon. They got the orange egg dragon there. They got like they have like in one of the arenas, they have a sleeping orange dragon. I don't know, man. I don't know. We already have what, 3 dragons in the game? I don't know if we need another, honestly. A lot of people in the YouTube chat think that they're gonna be adding another one though. Interesting. Okay, so what do we have next? We have Ardan versus Clown. I think I'm gonna give it to Clown, but I would say, I mean, obviously both these players work hard. I would say Ardan might have a little bit more talent though. Obviously we've seen him in the World Finals before. I don't think, Clown has not quite made it yet. He was very, very, very close last year though. I think that he was like basically the person under in the point leaderboard that just didn't quite make it. So seems like it may be a similar situation this year, qualifying to the Last Chance Qualifier through that point leaderboard, getting that silver ticket through the point leaderboard. It's his last chance, man. I mean, it's everyone's last chance to qualify for World Finals here. One of my mods in my chat said we need a heal dragon. Supercell, we do not need more healing cards. Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to be that guy that on the official broadcast talking about balance changes. I feel like I'm always that guy, but back in the day, man. I mean, you guys want some history in Clash Royale? I have been playing this game since the day it came out. I went pro at 15 years old back in 2017. They said, one of the community managers or one of like the people in charge of the game said back in the day, we will never add a healing card in the game. I think it's something that doesn't have a place in Clash Royale. And he was right, because they added Heal Spell. Heal Spell is still, to this day, the only card that they have removed in the game. They had to convert it to a Heal Spirit because it was too like strong. It was too versatile. It was too, I don't know. It's kind of like Mirror, right? It's either really good or really bad. You have to either nerf it to the ground or it's too good. And I think it's the same with the other healing cards that we have in the game now as well. We have seen the Evo Witch and the Evo P.E.K.K.A. absolutely plague the meta. I think that you have to be very, very, very careful with adding healing cards to Clash Royale. So no, Oisey, no. We should not have a healing dragon. Either way, I gotta stop yapping. Again, we have Clown versus Ardan to us. Game number 1. Our last upper round 1 matchup of the day. And we have a mirror matchup. This is fun. A Graveyard Evo Furnace mirror matchup. Honestly, a big question I have here is if either player will have the Evo Valkyrie. Okay, Ardan does have it. And Clown has it as well. Okay, it's a straight mirror matchup. If one player had the Evo Valk and the other had the Evo Knight, whoever had Evo Valk would probably win straight up, because Evo Valk is super good versus Graveyard, but also just at the bridge, super strong for dealing with Furnace and stuff like that. Here comes a Graveyard from Ardan. Pretty aggressive. Barbarian Barrel as well. Interesting. It actually works quite well, and he gets very aggressive with the vines. Wow. Honestly, I would have never thought of going for the bar barrel in that situation, but he does it in order to basically take out the Furnace. He takes out the Furnace while everything's distracted on the Graveyard, and then he uses a really good vine spell to freeze the Berserker. And yes, he's down a lot of elixir, but he's up a lot of damage. I think if you're Ardan, you're pretty happy with the situation. I also like the decision to just go for the poison on Graveyard. It's pretty expensive, but it doesn't give Clown any chance. Clown, once again, is up elixir. Let's see if he can convert here. The problem is being up elixir doesn't help you if you don't have your Graveyard in cycle. You see, he doesn't have his Graveyard in cycle because of that Graveyard before, so he has to play poison first and then Graveyard. But Ardan has the defensive Evo Furnace. Okay, vines from Clown, but now a Graveyard from Ardan. Fascinating. Yeah, the other thing I don't, honestly, I don't like about Evos is kind of what we saw right here. Like, Ardan was able to basically completely overcommit on offense in single elixir, poise on defense. He was down like 5 elixir straight up, but because he has the Evo Valkyrie in this situation and the Evo Furnace in the last cycle, he's going to hold on to that damage advantage, just kind of using his Evos as a bailout, a defensive bailout for being down a ridiculous amount of damage. And a great offense once again, using the Vine to freeze the Evo Valkyrie immediately. And we see Ardan he's just playing this better here. He's just playing this mirror matchup completely better. He understands the interactions with the evolutions. He understands the ability to overcommit. He understands when and where to use that Vine spell. Like right here on defense, just gonna Vine on the Valkyrie to prevent any sort of extra damage. Okay, Clown is doing a pretty good job though. He's trying to kind of get this momentum back. Really good use of the Evo Furnace. And here comes another Graveyard. Ardan is on the back foot. This game is a game of momentum. Clash Royale is a game of momentum. Yes, Clown is down damage, but he has the momentum right now. And he continues to apply pressure. Valkyrie forced here. Another Furnace here to try and snipe. A Vine here from Ardan. There it is. Ardan has won the bridge battle and then he also has the momentum now on his side. It's his turn to attack. Graveyard drops down. Berserker for defense. No Vines for offense, though, because he used it to win the bridge battle. Still, the skeletons are getting damaged. Really tough RNG for Clown here. Ooh, really interesting Evo Valk. I actually like it. A Vine from both players? Oh my goodness. A Vine from both players, but Ardan does win the bridge battle here. Wait, it's not so clear. This bridge battle continues to adapt. Vines here. Berserker stops the bar barrel. The Furnace does lock on the Evo Furnace, though, and another Vines. I love this. This is so much fun to watch as a Graveyard player. Like, the pros are just having the craziest bridge battle ever. Okay, Valkyrie's doing a good job of cleaning. Wait, why is this game close? Clown has a chance here, guys. It's not over. It's never over at the Graveyard. There it is. Graveyard on the board. 12 seconds. He goes to the Vines offense to freeze the tower. The point, will any skeletons connect? The RNG is good, but it's not enough. Vines from Ardan the offense to make sure he continues to have that damage lead. And Ardan gets away with all of it and wins by 49 HP for the first game. Unbelievable. Oh my gosh. I'm out of breath. I've been yapping for who knows how long. Okay. Wow. Really fun mirror matchup to watch. It was really all about the Vines there. The Vines were really important from both players to get damage on the offense by freezing the opponent's units to get those Graveyards to connect. Also freezing the tower is insane. The other thing that was really useful there was the Vines to win the bridge battles. Yeah, using the Vines to freeze the Evo Valkyrie, to freeze the Evo Furnace, but also to damage the Evo Furnace and allow the Barbarian Barrel to kind of put in some extra work. It's really what it came down to there. Honestly, I don't even know who won those bridge battles. I feel like Clown maybe won one of them. Ardan won one of them, but a couple of those bridge battles at the end there ended up just being complete stalemates, where all of the troops ended up kind of evaporating with the Vines plus Barbarian Barrel usage. Yeah, and another question you guys are probably asking, or that you might be thinking, is why are the Furnaces being played super high? Why play the Furnace super high to make it so the Barbarian Barrel is able to hit it? The reason is because you don't want to give poison value. We kind of talked about it. It's very similar with Lightning. We talked about it before with the Witch versus Lightning. But you always want to be playing your Furnace or your Witch one tile, like in the middle of the arena, and then one tile away from the bridge. And it makes it so the Poison or Lightning cannot hit the tower and the Glass Cannon at the same time, if that makes sense. So that's why they're placing it so high. Yes, the Barbarian Barrel is able to hit now in that situation, but it also makes it so that you can always protect with the Bar Barrel versus the Barbell with the Berserker and stuff like that. Josh, I can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Joshua Sharon, and yeah, I'm going to be your caster who's an hour and a half late, and would like to apologize to everybody, but you got to see more Juicy J, so, is it that big of a deal? you know, who's to say, really?
Okay, I do have to say, you know, Josh, he's being a good guy, owning up to it, but it wasn't his fault. It was an internet issue. Yeah, it wasn't his fault. So, yeah, shout out to Josh. Shout out to Josh for showing up. Yeah, you might want to check which microphone you're using. It's coming out a little crazy, but either way,
okay.
we're hopping into game 2 for Clown versus Ardan.
Then I might be back. Again, give me a second.
I got you. Yeah, go and get that mic fixed up. All right, what do we got, chat? Game number 2, Clown versus Ardan. We have a Evo Wizard and a Monk. This is a very common combo to either go with a Hog Rider or Roll Giant. Most likely, I would say Roll Giant, though, going to be from Ardan. And then Clown going with some Mortar here. Yeah, Clown is known to be one of the strongest Mortar players. He is actually really good at Mortar Cycle Rocket. It's what I know him for. But I'm sure it's going to translate well to a Mortar deck here with the Skeleton Barrel. Okay, Fireball going to come on through. Skeleton Barrel now as well. Okay, Skeleton Barrel does get logged through. Okay, so it is going to be Roll Giant after all. Roll Giant, E-Spirit log. You can really tell by the Fisherman. If you ever see Monk plus Wizard, it could be Hog Rider. But if they have Fisherman, it's always going to be RG. If they have a building, it's going to be Hog. Kind of the reasoning behind that, the reason why you guys should always use Fisherman instead of a building in an RG deck is because, number one, the Fisherman pairs well with Roll Giant to be able to pull stuff like P.E.K.K.A, Mini P.E.K.K.A away from the RG on offense. It also does a good job of covering kind of that building spot, though, because you can still defend stuff like Golem and Hog Rider pulling stuff your King Tower, but also if you need to just pull stuff in the middle of the map, like Ardan's doing right now. He's going to pull the Skeleton in the middle of the map, get his other tower involved in the defense. Very nice. And a very nice log from Ardan there as well. Going to clean up the Skelly King ability. Now the Evil Mortar, though. Okay, there's the RG. Yeah, I don't know exactly why. Usually this Mortar deck actually wins the matchup versus RG. But in this situation, when you're going against Wizard, I don't think that's the case. I do think that Ardan should win this matchup because of the Evo Wizard, the Electric Spirit, the Log, and even the Monk. Look at the Monk here. It's going to like the Ice Wiz, the minions. I definitely think the Fireball is a lot better in a matchup like this than a Lightning would be as well. I think the Lightning, there's just not enough like targets for the Lightning to get value, if that makes sense. But the Fireball is just going to basically take out the Ice Wiz every time. That's basically Ardan's playing with the Fireball here. Another RG in defense, another Wizard Evo. Look at this Wizard Evo. He's taking out the Skelly King. He's going to lock in these minions. RG doesn't get through, but maybe just cycle back to another one. There it is. RG at the bridge. I'm sure we'll see a Fireball dropping down here. Yup. Fireball takes the Ice Wiz and the Mortar. Minions are down. Canier's trying to attack. Oof. Big connection. Big connection with the RG there. Okay, wait. Skelly Bro gets a lot of damage as well. Fascinating. Okay, Evil Mortar. RG played low. I wonder what the idea is there. I guess he doesn't want the minions to lock on right away. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of that RG in the middle play. Might as well just play it directly on the... Ooh, what a lightning. Oh my gosh. What a lightning from Clown. Wait, he takes the damage lead. Oh, the lightning with the Mortar hit on the Wizard, taking off the shield, and then the lightning immediately taking off the Wizard. It just kind of puts Ardan in a situation where you can't really respond in time, and the Skeleton Barrel connects. That was perfectly played. Okay. Okay, lightning's dropping down. I don't know. Ardan's having just a hard time breaking through now, and that's the situation that this Mortar deck puts you in, right? Like, how do you break through the RG? The log comes through. The RG's not connecting. I think it's just over. he continues to try to apply pressure to RG, but a Wizard of the Bridge, this RG is not connecting, and the Evil Mortar is locked on defense. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting. I stick with my guns when I say that I think Ardan should win this matchup, because in reality, Clown should not be able to break through either, right? He was up damage. Clown wasn't breaking through, but one really good lightning in tandem with a mortar and a skeleton barrel. Like, it was just the perfect storm, right? The mortar Evo, since he played the low RG, like that, it's all a chain reaction, right? Oh. Because you have the roll dragon placed in the middle. It's not taking out the Evil Mortar right away. The Evil Mortar then stays alive at 1 HP. The Goblin, the hits, takes out the Wizard at the same time that the lightning drops down. It cleans the Wizard off the board while the skeleton barrel is connecting to the tower. Brutal.
Just magnificent. I mean, really. And, you know, just want to say, really happy to be here, Juice.
All right, Josh, I know that you've been trying to fix the internet. We're not going to call out which internet provider did. I
want to, trust me.
Maybe he will. I don't know. They did him dirty, but we are back. We're ready to go. Have you been seeing any of the matches? What are you thinking about the games today? Super exciting stuff. Last chance qualifier for all these players. Give me your thoughts, Josh.
Yeah, you know, I was able to catch bits and pieces of the Oslon and Hugo match, and then a little bit of the Ardan, and Clown. You know, I am seeing a few mistakes that, you know, I'm not seeing at other times, especially with the Oslon matchup. It felt like there should have been a little bit better of play. And, you know, that's going to make sense with the last chance qualifier. You know, all the nerves are there. You have to be able to reform, and, you know, some people can, some people can't. Right.
I think I don't know. I've just been yapping this whole time. Do we have one more game in the Oslon match? Maybe chat could tell us, but man, I don't know. I don't know how long I've just been yapping, bro. We've been going full bore.
Yo, you've done a great job though. Like every time I come through, you know, you know, the tempo is kept, and yeah, you know, hopefully I can make your life a little bit easier instead of stressful, which is what happened so far.
All right. Yo, the producer, shout out to Clint. He's saying that we do have some rewards coming up very soon, so stay tuned for that. We got a lucky drop as well, and then we also have we can also check out the decks maybe for this last best of 3 as well, whenever we're ready for that.
Yeah.
Looks like. Okay, it is 1-1. Okay. Yo, thank you, Oisey. So it is 1-1 in the best of 3. Sorry, so it's 1-1 in the best of 3. Clown and Ardan. Interesting. I mean, I think that's honestly, I do think that Ardan is like kind of dealing with his nerves a little bit better, but looks like we're gonna be hopping in soon.
Yeah, one of those things about Ardan is that when it comes to nerves, I feel like he doesn't really often show it. It's about his emotions. He has to keep his emotions in check. And especially game 3 against such an incredible opponent. I mean, Clown, you were talking a little bit about how he hasn't had a ton of success with the brightest lights, the biggest stage. But when it comes down to it, he's easily one of the most impressive competitors here this weekend. So, yeah. I mean, really, Ardan and Clown in a round 1 matchup, like, we haven't even gotten to the quarterfinals yet. Like, this is incredible to watch from these two players.
Okay. So we see it, Josh. We see the first Evo Witch, Goblin Machine, Goblin Giant, maybe Golem deck of the day. Probably going to be Goblin. Probably going to be Goblin Giant, though, since he's got the Rage.
Yeah, you're going to have to assume it's Goblin Giant. There's actually a couple variations, and this is the one that I'm running on ladder right now. It's P.E.K.K.A, Prince, Goblin Giant, and then Rage, Vines, and the Goblin Spell. I mean, it is incredible how terrible some of these decks are for your opponents. You just can't stop it. Once you get the momentum, once you get the Royal Chef cooking, I mean, you're gonna watch 35 Elixir go down your lane, and you're not gonna have a chance. So we're a minute and a half into this match. Both players just kind of waiting for double, it seems. And I get the idea from both of them. It's actually a relatively even game so far.
So recruits versus Goblin Giant. Since you said you've been playing this deck, how do you feel this matchup for these players?
You know, just because I've been playing it doesn't mean I've been playing it all that well. But really, I'm going to always have to assume that when you don't have an answer to the flying machine, you are going to struggle. And the Goblin machine, it can be an answer at times. But really, we're going to have to wait for these final 2 cards to really see if he's going to have, you know, an acceptable answer. The Goblin machine just isn't good enough if you're trying to clean up these flying machines.
Right. Yeah, it's a good call. I think you're definitely right when it comes to... Oh, wow. It's a hog deck. I thought it was going to be piggies. He's got the hog fireball. This is a big push, Josh.
Yeah, this is a massive push. Incredible value on top of the fireball. The Prince is going to clean it up, but you are going to be taking... I believe that was just over 600 HP worth of damage. Ardan is shaking his head, not really sure on how he's going to get this damage. I feel like with these kind of decks, you want to be cycling your Goblin Giants, you want to be getting the Evos in cycle. And the problem is, because he hasn't played it, your opponent is going to be able to cycle a cage and then get back to another Evo Goblin cage. He's not really applying any offensive pressure.
Okay, Fireball going to drop through. Rage as well. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like Clown's just in the lead here, and he's just holding on to it well. I think you're right. I think it does just really depend on this God Machine. Can the God Machine correctly lock onto the correct targets? Is it going to lock onto that Flying Machine? Is the God Machine going to lock onto the Zappies? If you can do those things in combination with arrows, it's definitely possible for Ardan to still win this match. But I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and when you take a look at this overall matchup, everything I'm saying, you have to assume that these pros have already thought of. So I'm wondering if that you place down the Goblin Giant, you just auto-lose sometimes. Right here, a devastating push. No fireball going to come down, but 878 HP, and then he just has more pressure again. I mean, Ardan is just getting overwhelmed so easily. It's not like Clown's doing anything that isn't just textbook Recruits gameplay. Just try and place them down on the map, and you know, it's really working for him.
Yeah, that's really what it seems like it really is with the Recruits. You just gotta place the Recruits on the map, and then when they're gone, just play more of them. And here they are. The Recruits on the board, they're defending, and they're gonna be on offense. They're gonna be counter pushing as well. There's only 30 seconds left, and Ardan, this is, I mean, it's not do or die. You know, he will go to the lower bracket if he loses here, but I'm sure this is not how he wants to start his day. He's got one more push to make something happen.
20 seconds left. Offensive lightning coming down. He will be able to get value with the arrows. No more Gob Cage. I'd like to see him try and pressure the left lane, but as soon as he does that, you know your opponents are just going to go at the bridge with the hog. I mean, ready to pull out his hair is Ardan Toes, and it's not going to matter. Clown's going to be able to take game number 3.
Fascinating. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like if I saw, I mean,
Yeah.
you can kind of look at Ardan. This is kind of what we've been seeing from him lately. Like, I mean, I don't read lips and I don't even speak Spanish, but I'm sure he said, "What was I supposed to do?" That was like the textbook. What was I supposed to do?
Yeah, it's the universal language. We all understood what he was saying in that exact moment.
Yeah, I honestly find myself saying that more and more as I play this game, especially recently in this meta. I think it's difficult. I do think that, like, there's one moment that I saw in that match where, like, at the very last second, like 20 seconds left in the game 3, he played a lightning on that flying machine. I think that with the level 12 Goblin machine, if you can get the Goblin Giant in the push instead of playing the lightning, maybe he has a chance in offense there with no cage Evo and cycle, drop the rage with the Evo Witch. Like, that's the combo you need, right? If you're going to win this matchup, you need to get the Evo Goblin, you need to get the Evo Goblin Giant with the Evo Witch and that leveled up Goblin machine with the rage, and it's actually pretty possible to break through.
Yeah, another thing that, you know, I'd have to go back and rewind to actually see it. When it's when it's one of those last second moments and you only have 20 seconds left, 30 seconds left, you need these overwhelming pushes. I feel like the best answer is often where you don't try and get value on top of the tower with the lightning, because you're already down 900 HP, and I believe he was going into the stronger side. I feel like he might have got more value even just hitting a recruit shield, because you need something crazy. You need something, because clearly it hasn't been working before. And I would have liked to see just you know, something else. I'm 100% with Ardan Toas. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to win this matchup? But I would like to see some sort of creativity in those final seconds.
Yeah, man. I mean, I love Ardan. He's a really nice guy. But I don't know. There's something about this year for him. Like, he's kind of, you know, grown up a little bit, but he just seems like he's just really letting these emotions kind of like get to him. I already talked about it before the match started, but it just seems like, once again, like he's seeing a tough matchup. He has a tough start, and he's just getting super frustrated, and it's just leading to mistakes. Like, if he goes Gob Giant instead of lightning the end there, like, he gives himself a chance. That's what Clash Royale's about. You gotta play the best you can and put yourself in situations where you have a chance. You cannot let, like, the losses, like, kind of get to your mindset, I guess.
Yeah, it's so much easier said than done.
Definitely.
But it definitely still needs to be done. Let's take a look at this bracket. Overall, the quarterfinals have been set. Vitor, Coco, Riley, Wallace, Katashian, Hugo, and Viper Clown. Of the 4 players that you have seen so far that have advanced to the quarterfinals, which player has stood out to you? And, you know, who do you think is really feeling good heading into the second round?
Great question. Great question. I do really like what I saw from Hugo, actually. Hugo played quite well. I'm always liking Wallace's gameplay. I don't know. I probably would say Hugo. I think I was most impressed with him. Like, I think he got 2 really bad matchups, actually, but then he just outplayed, and he really stuck to it. And he, once again, he just didn't let, you know, the tough matchups or the tough interaction get to him. He just played the best he could, and he made it happen.
Yeah, speaking, man, I forgot what I was going to say. Beautiful banner.
Yeah, if you guys haven't already, go ahead and go check out the, I don't know, if production can show the QR code one more time, actually, it'd be great. I think a lot of people didn't see it in time, but, yeah, awesome. Thank you. Here you go, guys. I got you. Don't worry. QR code unlocked. Take a screenshot real quick. Scan it. Here's your 90 minutes lucky drop, guys. Go check that out. Go ahead and actually, let me go and do it with y'all real quick. Maybe. 1 second. Let's see what I get. You guys can go ahead and drop in chat as well. What do you guys got? Let's see. Will anyone get a book of books? We got a lot of people here. Will anyone get it? I actually got a book of books yesterday on one of my main accounts. It was legendary. Okay, I'm opening my reward. Okay, I got a 2-star. I got 2,900 gold. Hopefully you guys got a little bit more luckier than me. We'll see. All right. We have 4-star lucky drop, 50 furnaces, 3 bandits. Okay, sure. 7 battle rams. Josh, you scanned that, or you're just not gonna bother?
See, okay. So here's the problem, right? I throw my phone across the room. I don't like having the temptation of like scrolling through if I'm doing a CRL broadcast. So as soon as the stream is over, I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna figure out what I get. I like to leave rewards at the very end because I deserve it in that moment. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. It's like a reward.
Yeah, I mean, it really is.
Sorry, that was my attempt of trying to do a meme recollection. Either way, I like the mindset. What's the last thing that you got out of a lucky drop that was like good and memorable?
Okay, I heard that Andrew Guy was saying that he's only had 1 book of books in his entire life. I have received so many of those.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I've had like 3 legendary book of books, and then like 2 and then countless epics, rares, and all of that.
Yeah, I've definitely gotten a lot of like the different like ones, but the Book of Books is the only one they can use on champions. I got one yesterday actually.
Oh,
But I think that was maybe the one or maybe only the second time it ever happened to me.
yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Like, some people got it and some people don't.
Okay.
Turns out, we might be a little bit different in that way.
He's just got that luck.
Yeah.
So next match is Vitor versus Coco. I'm putting you on the spot, Josh. Who are you picking? Who are you picking for his best of 3?
That's a great question. Both of these are incredible players. I'm gonna have to lean towards Vitor. I am not setting aside personal bias. I actually have so much respect for Coco. A little story time. Back when I used to be a pro player for Immortals, we tried out a bunch of different players, and I used to do so well in those practice moments. Coco was so good. He beat me like 4-13, or I think we played like 17 overall matches. And I told my coach, Luis, and I was like, look, we have to do whatever we can. Like, he is super talented, but I'm going to have to go Vitor.
Yeah, man. Yeah, another set of just like a couple OG gamers here. I like it. Coco's been in the scene forever. Vitor, I think Vitor is 5, maybe 6-time world finalist at this point. Yeah, honestly, it's tough to pick, but I think I'd agree with you. I think that Vitor just has a little bit more experience. Either way, it looks just kind of getting into the game here. Where I made it in, and looks like Vitor's got the Graveyard deck: Evo Valk, Evo Furnace, Graveyard, and Coco with the Hog Rider. Firecracker variation of the Hog EQ. We'll see if he's got EQ or Lightning in this situation as well.
It feels so unnatural to see Graveyard decks just with Vines. It feels like such an odd card to have, but it's obviously super good. A lot of Spirit Goblins are going to stack up on the left. And I mean, you have this big push on the right. You're going to spend all this elixir. And then really, those Spirit Goblins, they just do so much damage so quickly. So
that was nuts.
Beautiful push from Vitor.
Yeah, that's the situation also, right? Like if he probably has Lightning since he didn't play Earthquake onto that. But if you don't have the EQ for that Godput, it just really is solid on defense. He's got some good offense too, though. Evo Firecracker actually getting Coco the damage lead now.
Yeah, slight error from Vitor. Not able to recognize that the Bar Barrel would have been taken out completely. Could have been able to activate his King Tower. And it's just one of those split-second decisions, because if you make the wrong decision, that Firecracker is going to eat away at your tower. So slight mistake, but definitely can't go too hard on him.
Okay, here comes the Graveyard. Hog Rider inbound, Poison on the offense, and then a Godput for the Hog. Fascinating. So, look at this matchup, Josh. I mean, obviously, Lightning probably going to be last card from Coco. What are your thoughts on Vitor, like, kind of going opposite lane here? Do you think that he's still going to be able to win, or do you think it's going to... Oh, what a Lightning.
Yeah, I think... I mean, it's easy for me to answer at this point now that it's down to 809. But I definitely do have to give the advantage to Coco. This should be a pretty decent push, but the Evo Tesla is going to stop just about everything. Beautiful placement from Coco.
I'm really interested to... I'm wondering why Vitor didn't go Vines. I feel like you got to go Vines on offense there. Maybe he already used it onto like a Firecracker or something that I didn't see.
Yeah, and right here, another beautiful bridge. Firecracker going to get 200 HP worth of damage on top of the tower. Coco, I mean, just everything going right for him. Vitor just doesn't really have an answer. It's so hard to stop these Hog Quick Cycle Lightning decks when you have, I mean, just Graveyard in general. And again, I mean, like, he has these defenses set up, but then he's forced to spend too much elixir. It hurts the push. It's just a lot of trouble for Coco.
Okay. He vines onto the... Okay, I mean, the Graveyard's doing decent damage. Wait, the tower retargets the Valk. Oh my... But the Hog's just there.
Oh my.
Wow. Intense final moments.
I really thought, I thought we were going to see something special, see something amazing, but Vitor not able to get the damage. And I really think that a lot of it comes down to a lot of these small errors that he made. And I didn't want to harp on it too much in the moment, but when you only lose by 500 HP, 600 HP, it comes down to those small, tiny errors, and not activating the King Tower really hurt him. If he had the King Tower, there was that opportunity when he had the Hog Lightning on top of the Evo Valk. Maybe
Yeah.
he would have had one less shot. Maybe he wouldn't have had to spend the Furnace. All those little things add up really quickly, and it just spelled disaster for Vitor.
Yeah, no, that's some great calls. I think another thing that I saw that I didn't love was like the vines, the vine usage. Like he did have to use on the Firecracker a lot, but I think in some situations, if you can use the Barbarian Barrel over the river to try and take the Firecracker, and then use your vines on offense to the Graveyard. That's why vines is just so good with Graveyard. It's just like a mini, it's like a mini version of the freeze that does solid damage as well. Just does a great job of getting those Graveyard skeletons to connect.
Yeah, it really is pretty ridiculous how strong vines are, and just you see all these massive pushes just get halted entirely, and the Evo Valk is just such a beautiful card to pair it with. So yeah, I really love the deck. That Graveyard deck, definitely one of the best decks in the meta. But going against Hog Lightning in general, it's just one of those matchups where you do have to make the outplays. It's just too much pressure too quickly, and your tower is gone just like that. So game one is over. Coco with a phenomenal game number one. And if you're sitting back, I mean, Coco has to feel incredible about how he played. He's just going to need to reset right now if you're Vitor.
Yeah, I think another thing I think about in that game is kind of what I was asking before. Like, I do think that going same lane as the Graveyard player makes sense. This is something I've seen in CRL actually a lot with these Graveyard players. I think that you just got to go same lane. If you go same lane as the Hog, then they can pressure a Hog in the opposite lane when you're going for the attack, or not as easily. Like, they can try to Hog same lane, but a lot of the time your Furnace, your Valkyrie is going to end up picking up pretty easily. And then you can always defend and then counter push as well. So if you use the Evo Valkyrie defense in the Hog, then you can get that attack going. There was one time he went for an attack on the right-hand lane, and sure, there's a little bit more damage on the left-hand side for Vitor, but kind of like what we were saying before, where like when you're down a lot of damage, you know, you can't just like chip away or like go to like the weaker tower. Like going same lane and just getting that one push to really break down the tower is kind of like the more important macro idea.
Yeah, and right here, game number two on the way. Snowball and the Furnace used by Coco, Vitor, Skelly's, Cannon, Log, E-Spirit. I was thinking that it was probably going to be the Baby Dragon Royal Hogs. I mean, it still technically could be, but I don't think it... Does it have two small troops with the one elixir? I'm trying to think. It looks like it might. Last two cards should be Baby Dragon and Lightning. Coco on the other side. Now with the guards as well. Definitely an interesting matchup so far. Still waiting for these final cards from these two players.
Okay, Mega Knight gonna jump through.
Oh!
Wow. I mean, I've seen this interaction so many times. Like the pre-snowball for the skeletons. The thing is that as long as Vitor has a good timing on his skeletons, the pre-snowball doesn't matter. Like maybe if you have the perfect like pre-snowball to hit the skeletons as soon as they spawn in, maybe, just maybe it works. But as long as you play the skeletons right before the Mega Knight's animation is about to happen, you can pull it to the King Tower no matter what. And that's what Vitor's going to do right here. He's up a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where if you have the zap, it can be a possible outplay potential kind of play. But if you have the snowball, I think it's just a little bit too... I mean, is it super risky? No, you're only wasting 2 elixir, but that 2 elixir, I mean, it's pretty much best served on top of the crown tower at that point.
Right. Okay, drill coming through. Skeletons and Log. Solid defense for Vitor.
Yeah, incredible defense so far. And Coco's really just doesn't have... I mean, Vitor's not really allowing Coco to set up anything. These defenses are really solid, and he's applying a ton of pressure, getting the Royal Hogs when there's no Mega Knight in cycle. So, loving what I'm seeing so far from Vitor.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, looking at the matchup, once again, it feels like Coco should have it. He has Ewiz, Snowball, Ewiz for the Mighty Snowball, and Mega Knight for Piggies. He even has Golden Knight. He has Tornado to go with the Golden Knight. But it just goes to show like the power of these Piggies deck. Like if you are having a good start, like this is what he got, right? Like he got a good start, got the King active, You got a piggy connection with Mega Knight on the cycle, like you said, and then he's just gonna sit back and defend now. Like he's just gonna do everything he can to lighten the furnace off the board and just sit back, relax, and try and have these perfect defenses.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to rely on how he utilizes the 3-card cycle when he has the Mighty Miner in the field of play, just so that he can cycle cannons, cycle baby dragons, and then I really love what he's doing with these lightnings. As soon as the furnace gets played, he plays the lightning down on top of it. I think it's incredible how he's just controlling the pace of this match.
I absolutely agree. Really nice E-Spirit there. Pulling the Mega Knight to the middle of the map. It's a very common idea, but it's very important. And a really good E-Spirit again, cycling back to 3-card cycle to stop the Gold Knight dash in a very similar fashion. Coco does have a drill with the Evo Furnace, though. This is not super easy. You'll see if Vitor can figure it out.
Yeah, great use of the skellies, and I mean, that's going to be another pretty nice cleanup. Takes about 400, 500 HP worth of damage, and now the left side is actually something that he has to be looking at. And I mean, it's almost a tie game. This is the thing with these kind of Mega Knight drill overwhelmed decks. You only need one push. Eventually, you're going to have a push where you have the Evo Mega Knight, you have the Golden Knight getting the dash on top of the tower, you have the NATO. So it's definitely not over. There's still a lot of potential for him to come back, and just like that, Coco takes the lead.
Yeah, the Baby Dragon was placed one tile too low. He goes for lightning onto the Evo Furnace. Maybe a little bit tunnel visioned here. I think he needs to focus more on getting damage. Okay, he's getting a little bit in the right lane. E-Spirit will connect as well. It's very close here, Josh. I don't know what's gonna happen, man.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the Evo Mega Knight. He's never going to be able to get it down. The Mega Knight would have followed the Skelly, so that would have been really nice for him. He needs to get a good cleanup. The cannon is going to come down in time. It's an early lock, 12:49, 10:18. If he defends this, he wins it. And Vitor, I mean, a back-and-forth game, takes a huge lead, loses everything, and now he's able to save it and bring it to a game number 3.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, this is what we're talking about when we talk about experience. We talk about not letting your emotions get to you. Like, the biggest thing in Clash Royale is to not let one mistake lead to another. Vitor lost the damage lead because of a Baby Drag plays one tile too low, allowing the Fire Spirit to connect, and a little bit of a poor defense versus the drill. It happens. You have to roll the punches, and he just stayed locked in. At the very end there, where it really mattered, to make sure the drill doesn't connect, is a perfect placement of the E-Spirit at the end there to make sure that Goblin did not connect. And it was enough to win. I also really like the log timing from Vitor there, playing the log in the first Goblin, because that's the most difficult Goblin to prevent from hitting your tower.
Yeah, I mean, just impeccable defense through and through. I loved how he controlled the entire matchup. When I take a look at Coco's deck overall, I mean, really it comes down to it was just a really rough start. I don't think, I mean, when I take a look at the matchup, you have the Mega Knight, you have the Furnace. Honestly, you have defensive drills if you would even potentially need it. It should be very difficult for the Royal Hogs to get through. But I think that really just kind of, as much as, yes, Coco should have been able to defend better, he should have had a better start. I think that just, we need to give a ton of props to Vitor.
Yeah.
That is not an easy matchup whatsoever. And I loved what he was doing.
Yeah, really good plays all around. So we're heading into a game 3 now, where it's once again, this is not an elimination match, so whoever loses will go to the lower bracket. It's not completely do or die, but really, you really want to stay in that upper bracket, because it just becomes such a smoother way to make it to that last chance qualification for CRL. Not to mention just the prize pool. I mean, we have a $50,000 prize pool. Every win in the upper bracket, you're just going up more and more cash. The lower bracket, it becomes a little bit more difficult. You have to play a lot more matches as well.
Yeah, I mean, and then you have the World Finals and all of that. So, everything going on with all that.
For sure. All right, happening into game 3, we have Vitor bringing the Pancake Tower. It's kind of surprising. We have not seen a single Golem today, actually. I feel like Golem is just the strongest deck in the game right now. There's definitely a few decks that you can use to counter it. It's not like there's no counters to it at all, but we'll see what Vitor's gonna be bringing, the Golem or the Gob Giant.
Yeah, Golem's always one of those weird decks. It's very similar to Expo, where even if it does really work on ladder, sometimes it only works on ladder because you have that 60% win rate and you eventually climb up. And it can be really difficult, especially if you don't know all the tiny little
True.
interactions. I mean, Golem is definitely one of I can't say too many good things about Golem just because I can hear Rich and Andrew just like whispering in my ear to stop it. But Golem is definitely Golem is definitely a difficult deck to master properly
Right.
because you honestly have to know when to give up your tower, when to go all out, when to place cards, when to allow damage. There's a lot of, tiny little intricacies that not everybody can pull off.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Like historically, that's why Golem's never been played really in CRL, right? Is because you're placing an 8 elixir card. You're placing 8, 10. You're just placing almost your entire elixir bar in the back, and you're just basically a lot of the time probably going to lose your other tower, and you just have to make these really important big macro decisions. And it's not like a cycle deck where you make a mistake with a 1 elixir card, it's fine, it's only 1 elixir. If you make a mistake with a Golem deck, usually it's like you've just wasted 4, 5 elixir and you can't come back from it. With the current Golem though, I don't know if I can agree, just because it's like, I don't know, bro. I feel like you just get the level 16 God Machine and then you just run it with that. It's kind of crazy how the God Machine really changes everything.
Yeah, we could see that right now, the Golden Knight plus the minions. This is going to be a pretty nasty push, going in with the Rage as well. So Vitor going all out. Dash has already been used, so he can't activate it once again, but he's going to get the tower down to 2395. I mean, with some of these decks that some of these players are using, I mean, it's crazy. You use a spell and you just go all out at the bridge. Right there, places the E-Dragon in the opposite lane, and he's going to go all out. Mini P.E.K.K.A is going to get pulled, so that is a Goblin Giant on top of the tower, eating away.
Yeah, I feel like playing an Evo E-Drag in the back is literally never the right play. And you're kind of seeing why right here. Just all in other lane, a lot of damage comes through. And the E-Drag on its own, when it's not supported, is not very strong. So he just gets taken out as well.
Coco trying to activate the ability. I don't think he's going to be able to activate it a second time, and he isn't able to. Mini P.E.K.K.A taking out the Fisherman. And right here, we could just see what these Goblin Giant players love to do. No, he's going to reset instead of placing it at... Oh my goodness. Still places it at the bridge.
Yeah, reset the bridge with Evo E-Drag on defense. This is where Coco might actually have a chance. Okay, the God Machine in the other lane is definitely a threat, though. Wait, the Fisherman's coming back to help. Wow.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive for Coco. Going to finally be able to play his first RG of the game with 120 left. Ability popped from the Monk, but with the help of the Mini P.E.K.K.A, that should only get 2 shots. And I believe that was the case. I'm not sure if there was a third springing into action. And Mini P.E.K.K.A also taking out the Fisherman, so incredible value from Vitor's Mini P.E.K.K.A.
He's trying to play it up high, trying to control the bridge here. Oh, it's over. Yeah, the Fireball Log E-Drag somehow was not enough to clean the Evo Witch. The healing ability is disgusting. The God Machine connects, level 12 God Giant in the tower, and Vitor, the celebration, takes the win, and it's just over. Coco does have a chance on the lower bracket, but Vitor really doing a great job. Going to be our first quarter finalist locked in here in the bracket.
Yeah, that's one of those games you look at, and that is just such a great deck in game number 3. Game number 1, you have this battle. Game number 2, you have this incredible back and forth. Who's going to win it? Is it this guy? Is it this guy? And then game number 3, you know what? Forget everything else. Forget what we've seen in this entire set. Let's just go with something easy that I know I can do well. And we saw it. The E-Dragon was cycled in the back behind the King Tower. You can never do that against these type of decks. It's clear that Vitor had a response to everything that Coco was going to do. And I just absolutely love this deck choice for game number 3.
Yeah. So looking at all the decks here, we had first game going to Coco, actually. Played it well. The Hog deck, I think that, I think the matchup's all right. Esports definitely helps out a lot. I honestly do think that Vitor, maybe just shaking off a little bit of rust, since he wasn't able to play in the first round. He had that first round bye. He was maybe just a little bit nervous. I do think that he could have played this better and potentially won this game. props to Coco for going the opposite lane. But game 2, you know, Vitor was in his final form, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
he literally, I mean, look at this matchup. This matchup, I mean, it's all right. Like, it's not impossible, don't get me wrong. But I definitely would give Coco maybe a slight advantage. You know, but he did a great job of just having perfect defense, getting his lightnings down, getting that early damage advantage was huge. And then abusing the baby dragon as well, though. He definitely did a great job of using that dragon well. Game 3, it was really just about, like, I don't know. I don't know what really happened. I guess Coco just had a couple, like, really bad plays in the beginning, like, kind of misusing the Electro Dragon. And then the damage was just kind of already done, taking the tower down to 800 before double elixir even happened.
So, and we're not going to really know the entire answer unless we actively look through the replay and, you know, search through everything. But what do you think about Coco allowing it to get to double elixir without really placing too many troops? I think he cycled like 2 or 3. I think he cycled the log and the fire spirit and then just waited till double. Do you think that was a mistake? Do you think he should have applied pressure? What are your thoughts on that?
That's actually a good point. I do think that, man, I do think that it's not terrible since he has Evo E-Drag. Like, I actually think that Coco should have won this match, but I don't know. He just like messed up the E-Drag a couple of times there. I think that in single elixir, it honestly might have been even worse though, because it's harder to cycle the Evo E-Drag for defense, and it's more difficult to break through because of the mini P.E.K.K.A. Like, I don't mind waiting to double, but when you get to double, you have to play same lane, you have to play reactively, and you have to be really careful about where you're playing your E-Drag and when. It seemed like he kind of started figuring it out at the end there, where his E-Drag was getting a lot of value, but once again, it was just a little bit too late, it seemed. The damage was done, and then one more push is all it took for Vitor.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely one of those things where we could look at his hand and it's just Fireball, RG, Monk, and, you know, E-Drag potentially. And so it's like, yo, I never had the opportunity. I would definitely understand that. But it did feel, especially just because you're going against the chef. If it was any other tower, I would say, okay, I think that's totally fine, totally reasonable. But going against the chef, I don't know. I like applying a little bit of pressure when the chef is still cooking.
All right, guys. Next best of 3, Wallace versus Riley. Honestly, one of the most important ones of the day. I could see both of these players winning the tournament this weekend and making it to World Finals. Riley just going straight with the pancake tower here, Josh. Going straight with the, probably it looks like to be Golem actually instead of the Gob Giant in this situation.
I gotta say, definitely waiting to see the Golem get played. I think that would be so much fun. Wallace on the other side, you know, a lot of people have a lot of love for Graveyard. Maybe I've just been, I've witnessed one of the best to ever do it for the last 7 years, and I'm super bored of it. So maybe I'm just a hater in that way, but definitely excited to see if there's going to be a Golem placed on the map. And it really is looking like that's the deck so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, Riley's basically, wait, he messed up the pancake though.
Yeah.
You want to get the levels 12 God Machine, but instead with the mini P.E.K.K.A. But yeah, he's basically just trying to get both of his Evo Furnace and his Evo Baby Dragon cycle, and then we'll probably just see a Golem drop in the back. We'll see what Wallace is going to do. He's doing a good job of cycling to that Evo Valk to try and prepare for defense.
Yeah, that Goblin Machine, even though it was only the level 11 Goblin Machine, it got so much value. And an unfortunate Berserker coming in from Wallace, definitely not recognizing his opponent's cycle, what he was going to try and respond with. And those minions, I mean, I think I saw a graphic, or I at least heard about it, but like minions are going to be one of the top 3, top 4 cards used on ladder. There's a reason. They are so strong. And that one little buff to the range of the hits, I mean, it just changed the card entirely. It is so strong now.
Okay, Evo Valkyrie on the defense. This is the question. Is Evo Valk going to get the job done? Vines from both players to freeze Evo Valk, but also to freeze everything else. And I think the Evo Valk has done it. Look at this Evo Valkyrie value. Oh my goodness. And that right there is why this Graveyard deck is so good in this meta.
I couldn't figure out who was playing the vines until I realized both of them were doing it at the exact same time. Riley resetting with the Goblin Machine, and I mean, it feels like Goblin Machine is one of those cards where when you have it in cycle, just play it. You are getting 5 elixir worth of value every single time.
It's true. It doesn't lock onto the furnace in this situation, though. I honestly thought it would splash. The splash radius is pretty wild. Furnace is probably going to get taken down by this baby drag, though. This is a little bit more difficult for a defense for Wallace. He doesn't have his Valkyrie Evo in cycle, but Riley doesn't have the Evo baby drag to speed everything up either, and he does have the Evo furnace. So the defense is looking solid. Wallace seemingly completely under control so far.
Yeah, and the problem with this Golem deck, where as strong as it is, and you know, certain matchups you're just gonna completely overwhelm, you struggle so much against these absolute control decks like this one. Evo Valk, with the help of the Vines, just gonna clean up everything so nicely. And I mean, it's just tough. You don't really have that good an answer. Although right there, that was a beautiful cleanup with the Bar Barrel and the minions. I didn't expect to see that, but it's just so hard to get damage and so hard to get through.
Yeah, another Golem in the back. Riley's going to continue to try to get this breakthrough. I think this is a good situation for him, though. Because I think he has both of his Evos in cycle. Wallace has neither right now. You think he's trying... No, he's not even back to Evo Valk here. And Mini Peg's going to drop. We're going to see Baby Drag. Okay, I was wrong. He actually doesn't have Evo Baby Drag. He must have used on defense then. That kind of makes his offense a lot more difficult to break through. Even with the level 12 God Machine. Without the speed up, it's not really going to work out very well for him here.
Yeah, and I want to say that maybe Riley should think about going opposite lane, but I think at this point, you got to go same lane. You got to hope the Goblin Machine starts to lock onto everything. And wow. I like the potential... Wow! I like the potential of trying to get the Mini P.E.K.K.A in there, but I don't know if that was offensive and defensive vines being used. It just feels like both of these players are cycling it with no regard to if it even should be played. And right there, that beautiful vines on defense, you can't get through Wallace's brilliant defense with this graveyard.
Oh my gosh! This is like the first time I've seen this Golem deck lose in like 2 weeks. I'm not even kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, I was kidding, but really well played from Wallace there with the Valkyrie Evo, and I think you're absolutely right. It was insane. It happened twice this game where the Evo Valkyrie is dropping on defense, and both players are playing Vines exact same moment. You know, like Riley plays the Vines on the Evo Valk because he knows that he needs to take that card out, but then Wallace knows that he's gonna Vine his Evo Valk, so he's Vining the same exact time to try to get the Valkyrie Evo to get value. And what ends up happening is that they just basically cancel out completely with the Vines. But I think Wallace's Vines get a little bit more value because he's hitting multiple units instead of just the Valkyrie. And then as the freeze from both of the Vines kind of wear out, the Evil Valkyrie comes back alive and just kind of rolls everything up. It's insane. But yeah, really well played from Wallace to make that dub happen.
Yeah, the problem is you don't really have any offensive pressure with your spells when you're running that Golem deck. And so when both players are utilizing the Vines, I mean, Riley's, his opponent, Wallace is just going to be using it where you're going to be able to stack up Spear Goblins with the Goblin Hut. It's within that range. And so now not only are you freezing, not only are you defending with with all these other cards, you're... all of a sudden you've got 8 different Spear Goblins on the top of the board, and as good as the Goblin Machine is, its splash radius, it feels like it should do more at certain times, and the Spear Goblins are so spread out that it's just so hard to overwhelm like you often will with those type of Golem decks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call. I think that the God Machine definitely did have some struggles targeting those furnaces. That's what it really comes down to, right? If you can get that God Machine plus Vines to take out the furnace with that level up on the God Machine, then you're really cooking. But Wallace knows that, so he's done a great job also with like using the Berserker and using the God Hut Spear Gobs and just making sure that God Machine always has something other than that furnace to lock on. Because as long as he can protect the furnace from one of the God Machine hits, that furnace is going to stay alive for a really long time.
When you take a look at that overall matchup, there's 2 different things that I can look at. And one, it would be maybe you try and stack less troops where the vines aren't really getting that much value. Like maybe you try and go with like the furnace at the bridge to try and snipe everything, and the minions in tow. That could have been an answer. Or you just go split lane pressure. I feel like I would have liked to see either one of those two. But at the end of the day, the Goblin Hut is just such a terrible matchup for him, and it was incredibly difficult. Here we are, game number 2, Riley using the Minion Horde. I gotta say, it is such a joy to have the Minion Horde back in the meta. It's definitely one of my favorite cards of all time. And, you know,
really?
Yeah, I used to use it with 3 Musketeers, Goblin Gang, Minion Horde, Miner. So it's got a special place in my heart to see it back in the meta.
Rip 3 Musketeers. Do you think that 3 Musketeers will ever get a rework? Are you hoping for one?
I feel like they're gonna wait. They're gonna wait like 6 years. I'm gonna announce it on. They're gonna wait like 12 years. I'm gonna announce it on Twitter. I'm gonna be almost 40 years old, and I'm gonna say, hey, I think I might have to be done with Clash Royale. And then they're gonna say, all right, he's gone. Let's bring it back. I genuinely think that's what's gonna happen with it.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be right there with you, man. I'm waiting for E-Giant to get an Evo. That'll probably be another 12 years as well. But looking at game number 2 here, Riley needs to win this, guys, or else Wallace is just taking this best of 3, easy peasy. We'll see. You have a couple weird decks actually: Evo Witch, Mortar Miner, Minion Horde, and Wallace with an Evo Inferno Drag. We don't see too much of that with the Evo Mega Knight as well.
So the Minion Horde was taken down to just 1 shot apiece, but the minions in response from Wallace not actually able to take it out. So beautiful push and kind of a really tough interaction. I expected the minions to be able to take it out.
Yeah, I do wonder if the Minion Horde is just going to kind of win right at the game here. Like, with the Rage being the only way to deal with it, I mean, a lot of the time it's just not enough. Maybe like Rage plus Minions, or I guess Rage plus Ram Rider could deal with it potentially. It's a big push.
Yeah, I love the idea of the Miner going back. I don't know if it's going to work. It will. The Mega Knight is going to target the Miner, and a beautiful cleanup. I mean, this is kind of exactly what you were saying. Wallace doesn't have the best answer ever. And I mean, I think this might just be game. He's not even going to try and respond. Riley going to take game number 2. It was over as soon as the match started. That Minion Horde put it in work. What an MVP.
Not gonna lie, I was having so much fun casting the tournament. Everyone's using like Hog, Drill, Royal Giant, and as soon as we get to the next round here, we're back, baby. We got Golem God Machine, we got Minion Horde Miner, we got Mega Knight. Oh my goodness, this is well, yeah. Tell me what you got.
If you're not willing to get a little bit of dirty to, you know. Look, I get it. You know, these players want to win. They want to get that money. They want to punch their ticket to the World Finals. You got to do what you got to do.
It's true. No, I don't blame them at all. It's just like, man, this meta is crazy. We got, okay, I already used minions. Let me just throw in Minion Horde in this mortar deck. And it's just going to straight up win me the game because these minions are hitting cards like 2-3 tiles away somehow. It's like, what is going on here, man? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's one of the few games that I've ever seen. Like, it doesn't matter if you have the E-Wiz, you have the Zap, the Ice Spirit. Inferno Dragon always seems to get value when the Evo is around. That Evo was just deleted by the Minion Horde. One of the first, probably the first time I've ever seen that interaction happen. I feel like the Minion Horde took it out faster than a rocket would. That's how quickly it was taken out.
Yeah, no, truly. Yeah, it's a lot of DPS. But both minions used now from Riley can't go for game 3. I'm sure we'll see a Riley X deck here. I would honestly be down to see some drill, maybe some drill Evo Snowball. It's probably something that Wallace and his coach are ready for, though. We'll see. I mean, the other thing that you gotta be worried about if you're Riley is Wallace. I don't think he's played RG yet. I honestly could be wrong, but I think that's always just something you have to be thinking about when you're going against like the highest level of players. Usually every player has like one deck they're really known for. One of those for Wallace is Graveyard, and he's won with that so far. So I wonder if he actually does go to RG here or if it's too predictable.
Yeah, definitely. You know, one of my favorite parts of Clash Royale and competing is just that will they, won't they?
Yeah.
So definitely excited to see what both of these players have in store for us for game number 3. Um, man, I'm getting to see some pretty good sets overall. I really like what I'm seeing from these competitors now that we're in this quarterfinals.
Yeah, both players probably taking their time, guys. I mean, we're taking a little bit more time between the match here just because, once again, I mean, this is the last chance qualifier, number 1, but also it's best of 3. It's 1-1. So this game can be tough. It's also a little bit more difficult because it's duels, remember. So none of the cards that either player played in the first 2 games can be repeated. Especially with spells, it kind of becomes difficult later on when you start to use some of the more important big spells. You know, use the barbell. We saw actually previously where Sam ended up losing a game simply just because he used Barbarian Barrel. He couldn't use it in Graveyard, and without it, he really just struggled to defend against the Goblin Drill.
Yeah, definitely one of those things. And it feels like it's one of those things that these players can say like, oh, you know, I could just swap in this one other card. A lot of these decks, if you don't have 8 cards, like the exact 8 cards that work within the meta, the deck just doesn't work. So
Right.
the dual format, always such a joy to watch, such a joy to commentate over, because, you know, when these players finally think of that incredibly creative deck, it feels like we're all celebrating because, you know, they just created a painting, and
Yeah.
it's just a beautiful thing to witness. Game 3 underway. Riley going to go with the absolutely insanely quick cycle. Skeleton Barrel, Ice Spirit, Skelly's log so far. Wallace on the other side. Miner, Mother Witch. When you take a look at these 2 decks, Riley just used a mortar deck. So what is he using? Is this... And he's already used Miner as well.
Like, I'm not even kidding. I think he just has Rocket last card. I think he's using Evo Skelly Barrel Rocket Cycle. The only other thing I think it could maybe be is like maybe a Goblin Barrel, but I kind of doubt it. I think he's just straight up using Rocket Cycle. Wallace, on the other hand, actually very similar. So it's Miner Rocket versus Evo Skelly Barrel Rocket, except Wallace does have that Mother Witch.
Yeah, and I mean, the Mother Witch going against the Skeleton Barrel, you always got to be licking your lips when you see that kind of matchup for the Mother Witch. So it's going to be interesting to see how Riley wants to kind of work around that. And we are now 15 seconds away from double elixir. Both of these players have kind of recognized what their opponents are playing. And right there, does he get the right timing?
Wow.
He does. Dark Prince taken off the map.
Dark Prince taken off the map, and it forces Riley to spend more elixir on this Dark Prince as well. Skeletons, not technically necessary, but I do not blame him for playing that there. And then setting up a Tesla as well. Interesting.
So Dark Prince will be able to take out the Miner before it gets too much damage. But I mean, the way Wallace has set this up, yeah, I was thinking that it had to be the case. You have to get the offensive pressure. But I mean, when you take a look at this matchup, Wallace cycles almost as quickly as Riley. And I mean, it's basically the exact same decks, but instead of Skeleton Barrel, he has direct damage on top of the tower. And then he also has the Mother Witch. I don't... This is an incredible matchup for Wallace.
No, yeah, I agree. I think that Wallace is in a pretty good situation. I'm trying to think of a way that Riley wins this. Like maybe he actually needs to go Evo Skelly Barrel pre-rocket onto Mother Witch, and that's the only way it actually happens. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get another beautiful log rocket on top of the tower. Wallace now leading by 800 HP. And I mean, you're going to be able to get chip damage, but it's way too late to swap lanes, obviously. And at this point, because Wallace has the 400 HP advantage, he can basically just do Mother Witch and then Miner and then Rocket for the rest of this game. And I don't think Riley has the response for that.
He's trying to make something happen with a double Dark Prince play and the Evo Skeleton Barrel. Evo Ice Birds in cycle though, as well as with a Tesla and a log. And Riley's he's shaking his head. He's probably wondering what he's supposed to do. And I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, man. This is looking brutal right now. Well, I mean, like you said, I think Wallace can really cinch this up with just some solid defense, some good Mother Witch placements, and the Skeleton Barrel is not gonna be able to make it there.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Wallace is over defending because he knows that he doesn't need to worry about it. It doesn't really matter
Right.
about interactions at this point. You just got to place cards down on the map, and then that should really be enough.
Double Dark Prince once again. Riley trying to make it happen. Mother Witch does get protected by the skeletons, and then she protects herself with her own piggies. The Evo Tesla at the bridge just wipes out every single skeleton. And Wallace, big celebration. He knows he's got the win. Taking down Riley, continuing on to be our next quarterfinalist and sending Riley to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's game 2. We saw it happen with Riley getting this incredible 100-0 matchup, and the script gets flipped. Game number 3, beautiful deck choice. I mean, he and his coach have to be so proud of what they put together with that. What a matchup. It's literally a mirror match, but then swap 3 cards to make it even easier. Just what a job well done by him and his coach.
Yeah, no, huge shout out to Ismail. I've talked to him, actually. He's a really good guy, really good coach. I think he's coaching for quite a few players, actually. Kind of an up-and-coming coach. And, I mean, you can see it really show itself in this best of 3 right here. You're looking at the decks. Game number 1 is definitely pretty solid for Riley. Okay, I think it actually got swapped.
Yeah, 1 and 2 are swapped. Yep.
Okay, yeah. So the first game was actually the Golem match in the number 2 slot. Wallace just had a great matchup with the Evo Valk, and he played it perfect, using the vines to counter the vines from Riley. Game number 2 is the number 1 there. And I mean, we talked about it, man. That minion horde just shredded. It was like an insta win for Riley there. Game 3, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just like one of the few sets that we've kind of ever seen in the Clash Royale monthly finals. I mean, dating back for 5 years, however long we've been doing this, I don't know if there's really much to talk about with the players itself. This is really just decksmanship to a team. I don't really know what to say regarding how these players played.
Right. Yeah, you're right. I think the decks really kind of was the main factor there. I think what happened at the end there is that, like, Riley was trying to cover and be able to counter a Royal Giant because that was, like, Wallace's best deck that he had available. And then I think that Wallace was just really covering for the drill because that's kind of what Riley's been known for recently. And it just kind of ended up that, you know, Riley had already used Miner previously and Wallace didn't. So it kind of showed up like that. I don't know if it's possible if we can go back to the bracket really quickly. I was yapping a little bit too much about just the last match. It was a solid one. Thank you guys. I just want your opinion, Josh, on like we have our semifinal match set up next. Our next match we have Kitty-Yashan and Hugo. Any thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to Kitty-Yashan's been around. You know, Hugo had himself a pretty great set going 2-0. The only 2-0 sweep that we've seen today. But I mean, Kitty-Yashan, he's been here before. You know, casters got the nickname for him with the Kita going on. So as soon as you get, you know, that much love and you've been around, you just kind of have to think that he's going to be the guy. He's going to be one of those players that you have to watch. And definitely Hugo, fantastic player, but it's just Kitty-Yashan has to be the guy that you look at and you say, this is the favorite. This is who I think is going to win.
All right, looking at the players here. Hugo. Akuma-san, wait, does he have his coach IRL with him? He's like talking to someone in the room, I think. That'd be sick. Something that I don't know. I honestly like looking at last game, for example, like the analysts, the coaches, the deck pickers, like they place like a very, very important role. I do want to see like more of the coaches like being involved in CRL maybe in the future because I mean gameplay is probably, you know, like 70% of the battle, you know, maybe 80% of the battle, but there's still that 20-30% where that deck picker, you know, it really matters what kind of matchup you're going to get a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a couple times. I don't want to, you know, what we're doing with esports, everybody's doing an incredible job. But I would love to see the coaches talk to their players, get the mics on top of them, see what they're discussing. I think that's just such a cool thing that could be used. And right there, no P.E.K.K.A in time, going to take the activated ability of the Golden Knight to the face. Gets the tower down to 27-17, but a nice little counter push coming through for Katashka.
Wow, but this baby drag is just so oppressing here. It's slowing down the push and splashing the Golden Knight and the P.E.K.K.A. Like, that entire Golden Knight just got deleted by a baby dragon splash.
Yeah, beautiful play from Hugo, and I mean, pretty impressive for him to already cycle back to his Evo baby dragon. That it was kind of a difficult push to defend because, you know, the guards are going to get taken off the map. I just really liked what I saw from that opening first 2 minutes for Hugo.
Okay, so looking at the matchup overall, we have a most likely P.E.K.K.A Bridgeman mirror matchup. Hugo could have Evo P.E.K.K.A or Evo Bataram, and then Kityacian with the Evo Furnace is solid. Okay, Hugo actually has Evo Mega Knight. Okay, that definitely changes things, right? Because, I mean, usually P.E.K.K.A beats Mega Knight. He does have the guards. We'll see. I also think the Baby Drag Evo is just super strong, though.
Yeah, the Baby Dragon Evo, I mean, obviously before Evos were a thing, this game would already be over and chalked up as a victory for P.E.K.K.A. But one of the beautiful things about Evos just being introduced within the game is that so many matchups went from 70-30 to 60-40.
Right.
And I think that definitely is one of those things that happened with this matchup.
No, you're right. You're right. Like, if there was no Evos involved, yeah, the P.E.K.K.A, it would just be such a factor. But now this Baby Drag Evo just kind of makes some outplay potentials, and you're kind of seeing that already right here with the lightning going down for both players. Baby Drag stays alive at 1 HP, speeds up the Ram Rider, and it's going to connect here for 2 and 3 hits. Still, Kityacian with the damage lead, but, I mean, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and right there, that was such a weird interaction because of the Baby Dragon's boost of the speed. The Ghost stayed alive long enough for the tower to target onto the Ghost instead of the Baby Dragon. It was just kind of a weird interaction that we don't get to see. And right there, another beautiful activation of the ability from the Golden Knight gets all those troops, gets the damage, and gets the tower down to 1681. But right now, what's his response? I mean, it's got to be Mega Knight, and there we go. Mega Knight placed down on the map.
Okay, Mega Knight on the map with the Ram Rider. It's going to jump on the Golden Knight. Eastbear trying to stun. It does stun in time, but still we have a connection here. Evo P.E.K.K.A, though, drops on the board. Literally completely even on damage somehow, but big counter push now for Kityacian.
And activates the ability, doesn't get any value whatsoever, so wasted play and good response from Hugo. This P.E.K.K.A, I mean, wow. The P.E.K.K.A is just useless because of this Evo Baby Dragon.
It's walking slower than my grandma. Sorry, Grandma, I had to say it. Love you.
Feel like you didn't, but that's okay. Golden Knight going to respond. Takes out the guards, takes out the Ghost, and a counter push that doesn't feel like it's going to get that much damage, but wow! Oh my goodness, lightning catches everything, and a beautiful bar barrel as well. All of a sudden, this game is completely changed. Ram Rider gets the damage. Hugo just needs...
Wait, lightning doesn't do enough, I don't think.
Lightning doesn't do enough, yeah.
Wait, lightning doesn't do enough? Mega Knight's blocking the entire lane. There's the lightning. Wait, Rage doesn't do enough. Rage doesn't do enough. Kityacian still has a chance.
Ram Rider is going down on both sides. P.E.K.K.A is going to be able to stop it because the Ram Rider is stopping the other Ram Rider. The Golden Knight gets the dash not on top of the tower. 394. 3 seconds left. Lightning comes down. 108. It's over. Hugo takes it.
Oh my gosh, with 1 second left on the clock. The P.E.K.K.A and the Golden Knight nearing the tower. A lightning from both players. And Hugo wins the game by the thinnest of margins. And we're heading to game 2 with Hugo up. Maybe even a bit of an upset as well. Once again, I'm super impressed with Hugo's gameplay today. I think, like, he's not getting the best matchups. Like, we talk about how important matchups are, but he's playing super well. He's completely locked in. I mean, this is insane. I'm speechless.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to if I had to give my educated guess on who has matchup, I would say it's Katashian. I would say the P.E.K.K.A going against the Mega Knight, it's just going to be easier to win the bridge battles. The Furnace is going to get value. The E-Spirit, you know, for the most part, he played the E-Spirit well, where he was getting it outside of the Rage, so that way he didn't have to worry about the Rage plus Ram Rider taking it out. I thought Katashian played fairly well, but I'm coming away impressed just like you. Hugo having himself a day.
Yeah, I think for sure the X factor once again was that Baby Drag Evo. That Ram Rider is just moving so fast. I honestly think one of the biggest moments for Hugo was like kind of in that one situation where the P.E.K.K.A was moving to the tower with the roll hog. You're like, what's he gonna do? Like, he's not playing anything. The P.E.K.K.A is getting close, and he just saves up. He takes a little bit of damage and he drops the Mega Knight late and kind of just like builds a push off of that. I think that's just one of those situations where, you know, you have to take a little bit of damage to go and deal that counter push, and he tied it up at that point. And it seemed like the counter push for Katashian was going to be too strong, but the Baby Drag Evo slowed everything down. And I do wonder if the Lightning should have been played for Katashian at that moment. If there was any mistake, he could have played a Lightning on that Baby Dragon in that situation, prevented that Baby Dragon from counter pushing, spawned in a Piggy because the Mother Witch had done a little bit of damage and got that spell onto it. I think maybe he didn't want to drop the Lightning there, but I feel like you kind of almost got to go for it.
Yeah, I think they're definitely... I mean, when you draw it up like that, I think that definitely is the answer. And it really felt like the winner of that game was going to do one thing their opponent didn't. And right there, you know, what you're saying, it's kind of the opposite, but it's kind of the same exact story. Your opponent didn't make the play that they needed to make in that moment. And that's why Hugo walked away with a Game 1 victory. Game 2 underway. And Witch and Vine's going to take out most of the Furnace, all of the Berserker, but the Furnace from Hugo, with the help of the tower, is going to take out the Witch.
So now a Goblin Hut and a Furnace dropping on defense for the for this Mortar. Katashian with a kind of an interesting variation of this Mortar deck with Vines. I think I would much rather see a Lightning in this deck instead of Vines, but I guess he's already used it. That's duels formatting for you.
Yeah, and right here, I mean, what are your thoughts overall on Berserker? Do you think it's an S tier card, A tier card? Because all these pros, I mean, every single time they use it, it gets incredible value. It's a good stopgap on defense. I mean, it feels like it's an S tier card in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I gotta agree with you there. I mean, it's 2 elixir. It survives Fireball. I mean, you can literally lightning block for a Furnace with it for 2 elixir. Like it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong for sure. Like, it's one of those cards where there's like definitely a little bit of nuance. But I mean, look at this right here. I mean, you drop it down 2 elixir. It's got decent DPS. It's got decent HP, and it's able to take out the Witch Evo. I mean, I don't know. Like, goblins can't do that. Skeletons can't do that.
And so right here, Berserker in response, and doesn't take it out completely, but does get a lot of it taken out. Mighty Miner not going to get any chip damage, but on the left side, with the help of the Giant Snowball, gets the tower down to 2483. So very solid push coming in from Hugo.
Right. But now Katashian with a solid counter push with the dual lane pressure. This is how you play this Mortar deck. You got to get the dual lane. One push on left side with the Skelly King ability plus the Witch. The Furnace is alive though. Good protection of the Furnace there. And all of a sudden, there's just 2 Furnaces on the board. This Mortar Evo's gone, and it's Hugo's time to attack.
Yeah, Berserker not placed in time. Furnace going to be able to take out the Mortar and the Berserker. So just a really good situation for him. No Giant Snowball Evo and no Giant Snowball used on offense. Tower down to 2175. But an Evo Witch and a Skeleton King are going to come down the left lane.
Surprise attack! Wow. Minion Horde to the bridge. Goblin Hut on defense. Vines plus Miner does take out the Furnace. I feel like that was the wrong time for the surprise attack. I don't know. Like, I feel like you got to pair the Minion Horde to the Miner. I've lost so many games from just Miner Minion Horde to the bridge with the Minion Horde or with the Miner placed in a spot to like try to prevent and predict like the Furnace like towards the middle-ish of the map. It's a strong play.
Dude, I gotta say, it's so funny that you said surprise attack like that, because I genuinely think that's what Hugo was thinking, and that's why he placed the Goblin Hut, like, kind of poorly. Like, he could have placed it a little bit lower, he could have placed it on the inside, all of that, and instead, I really think he genuinely got surprised by that minion horde at the bridge.
Snowball and Goblin on defense. You see, this time he's way more prepared for it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, he defends this a lot better. This time he plays the miner with it, but no surprise. And I mean, this kind of push, these furnaces are just really impossible for Kittias to deal with. But that's why this deck usually has lightning in it. I almost wish he would have just brought Fireball instead of the vines potentially as well, because this damage is coming through, man.
Yeah, just takes way too much damage right there. But this counter push is insane. The vines on defense from Hugo, not going to be that much value. And this left side is going to get cleaned up by that giant snowball.
Man.
The offensive vines not going to do enough. Doesn't even take out the furnace. I mean, Hugo's defense, too impeccable. 1253, 1,000 HP worth of damage ahead right now. And I mean, Katashian's got 20 seconds to make some magic happen.
More to the bridge. Eva Witch is here as well. Eva Furnace kind of needs a response. Maybe not. Going with the miner, but it gets picked up. And the Fire Spirit spawning in for the Furnace is perfect to hit the minion horde along with that snowball. Hugo's already looking up and celebrating mid-defense. And that is going to be a 2-0 sweep. Taking down Kittias with a bit of an upset here. Taking down the guy with that first round bye.
Wow. I mean, 2-0 round one, 2-0 round two. You know, if Mo's not going to step up, if Mo's not going to be here, I guess I'm going to do it. It's definitely the thought process that Hugo has. And I mean, he has to feel so good. I mean, you know, we've obviously heard of his name 1,000 times. He's definitely been a contender. He's been one of those guys to watch for the last couple years. But I mean, 2-0 to start today, to start this weekend. There's no better feeling in a Clash Royale competition when you just wipe the floor with your opponents early on. And that's exactly what Hugo has done. So major congrats to him. And let's take a look at the decks that we've seen. Game number one. I mean, just give us an overall walkthrough of what you saw in game number one.
Yeah. Game number one. I mean, this is an interesting matchup. Like, yeah, Peck usually beats Mega Knight, but yeah, he has the guards. Baby Drag Evo is really good, but Katashian has the lightning to deal with it. A lot of moving parts. Overall, we both kind of agree. We were just really impressed with Hugo's gameplay. I ended up super close in the end, but you got it by a very thin margin. And then game number two, man, this was tough. This was really, really tough for Kittias. You know, the minion horde's not getting the value that we've seen it get before with in Riley's match. The Fire Spirit, the Furnace, and the Snowball, and even the Godput was kind of ready to deal with it. And then on the other hand, kind of the X factor for Hugo is this Evo Furnace. It's just one of those cards where if you just don't have a decent counter to it, it's just so oppressive, constantly spawning in Fire Spirits, getting damage, and kind of just blocking lanes. And Hugo did a great job of abusing that Furnace, playing on both sides, making that 3-card cycle work for him to get more of them on the board. And the Vines, they're just not enough to deal with it.
Okay, so talk to me about how you're feeling with Vines, because we saw it in the previous set going against Riley, where the Vines were the greatest card I've ever seen. It was able to take out the Golem with ease, never a problem. And then we're taking a look at this matchup, and the defensive Vines didn't work. The offensive Vines didn't work, and we saw Katashian just kind of get swallowed up by Hugo's defense. As good a card that Vines are, is it? I'm just trying to wrap my head around how good I think the Vines are.
I think the Vines are very good. I think that they succeed even better when paired with another big spell like Lightning or Poison, like we see in some of the P.E.K.K.A. Gobgiant decks, some of the Graveyard decks. Like we saw with Riley's match, just by itself in the Golems, sometimes you don't have that breakthrough factor, and it's not quite enough. So I think it's good, very good. I think it should get another nerf, but you know, after that emergency nerf, it's not quite as oppressive as it once was. Looking at the bracket here, next up we have Viper and Clown. Viper we've seen a lot this year. He's been performing fairly well. Clown we saw a little bit at the beginning, and he's been kind of quiet, but he did play very well versus Ardan Towas. What are your thoughts on this matchup? Any big like picks that you want to go for here, or do you think it's kind of like a little bit of even match and anyone could get it?
Okay. I'm taking a look at the battle log between Viper and Hugo because I was looking through Royale API to see what these players were practicing.
Okay.
And Viper, it looks like they kind of played like a best of 9, best of 11. He went like 3-6. So if you're going to be able to have the achievement of going 3-6 against somebody as talented as Hugo today, I gotta say that gives me all the confidence in the world to think that Viper is the favorite. But at the same time, you are going against Clown. I do think that Clown, he's just one of the scariest guys in a monthly final, in a random competition. I'm always going to side with Clown pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think that, anyone can win, obviously. I mean, it's Clash Royale, man. You never know until it happens. But I do think that Viper's been showing up a little bit more consistently this year. You can kind of look at it on the left side with the points differential. Viper has double the points. It's basically double the better performances, I guess, this year, you could say. And, Clown, he's definitely good. He's definitely great. He's played very well so far today, but we'll see. We'll see what Viper's got here. He's definitely known for being the hog eggsy guy, and he plays it sometimes. Like, we've seen him, maybe seen him play it once or twice, but, yeah, I think that he's just become more and more versatile this year.
So Viper going to start off the match using Baby Dragon, E-Giant, Lightning, going to get a ton of value. And with only 3 Elixir, will the Goblins get the stabs? So that was a pretty great timing for Clown. The Goblins don't get that final stab on top of the E-Giant, stay alive to take out the Brawler. And what could have been, it could have taken half the tower right there. Instead, only lightning damage, so pretty solid defense from Clown, and now he's kind of aware of what Viper's trying to pull off.
Viper leaking some elixir, go for the Barbarian Barrel. Gonna try to sneak in a Barb hit while none of the 1 to 2 elixir cards are in cycle. That's something that I honestly need to do better of. Is these players are so good. They're so good at keeping track of the opponent's cycle that I see Mo Light and Riley do this really well. Versus okay, I know you have no 1 or 2 elixir card in cycle. I'm just going to play a Barb Barrel or play a Fire Spirit at the bridge. Force out a negative elixir or guarantee damage.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely on my list of things that I need to improve on. I'm not going to tell you how long my list is, but, it's definitely not the only one. One thing I actually do think that a lot of these pros should be working on is the placement of these Evo Baby Dragons, because they're placing it how they would a normal troop, and I think they need to place it just a little bit closer to the action. They're not allowing the slowdown of the Baby Dragon to hit all the way, and a lot of these troops will just run out of the Evo Baby Dragon slowdown. So I think that actually is a genuine thing that some of these players should be working on.
Yeah, I know that I struggle with that because after playing Baby Dragon my entire life, I always play into the edge of the map right here to try to, the idea basically is to try to, prevent spell value, but also get that Baby Dragon to be more difficult to take out, but also to try and get it towards and get unlocked on that tower as a solid support unit. But like you're saying, even with Clown's placing his dragon right there, that box that can speed up and slow down is actually almost taken in half because half of it's going outside the edge of the arena.
Yeah, it's definitely something to keep your eye on. And I mean, this is a lot of the times when there's a new Evo, when there's a new concept that hasn't come out, we finally get to see some of these pros make mistakes. It feels like too often there's not a single mistake made in a match, and it makes me feel bad about myself. But, that isn't the case all the time. Right here, a pretty nasty push. The 1 HP Baby Dragon on the left is putting in a decent amount of work. And these piggies are going to eat away at the tower, getting the left tower all the way down to 2164. So a solid counterattack from Clown.
Yeah, fascinating. So I do like the idea from Clown to switch lanes. You never want to go same lane as E-Giant. He's dropping a Lightning here on the Executioner as well. First Lightning we've seen from Clown. And now the piggies, he's really just kind of gotten the momentum here. I believe the Evo Baby Dragon defense is solid, slowing down everything. Will he play the E-Giant here? I wonder if he actually goes the E-Giant. Okay, he actually decides to go back in other lane. I was wondering if he just go for the attack on the left, but I think this is a solid play. It's super close. There's only 45 seconds left as well.
So Issei going to back up the E-Giant. Goblin Cage placed all the way on the right, still able to get all 4 piggies going that way. One of the pigs is going to make it to the tower, get a second nibble. And right there, beautiful Issei lineup from Viper. Going to be able to take out the Baby Dragon and the cannon. Should be able to go E-Drag at the bridge, should have it in cycle. No, chooses to go Lightning.
Lightning's a solid choice. Is he back to Tornado? I don't think he's quite back. Maybe he needs to play one more card. He goes for the Evo Baby Drag, cannon up high. Will we see the Tornado onto the Baby Drag to get the Tornado Baby Drag splash? Okay, one hit, Lightning drops, Esports not in time, and that's enough damage. Viper taking game number 1 here. By a pretty significant amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, just gave himself just enough time. Viper definitely, I mean, you talked about it with his consistency, and that just...
Yeah.
His consistency is the reason why he knew, okay, I've got X amount of time. I can place this in the very back. I'm going to be able to set up the push. And I mean, it really felt like even though he was down, even though I wasn't sure if it was going to make it, he knew the entire time and was able to get that. And, you know, a NATO play at the end of the game, you know Viper's going to make the right play. You know he's going to get that damage. And just a really well done job in game number 1 from Viper.
Yeah, I think that's another reason why Viper's actually succeeded quite well this year is instead of, you know, being a one trick and, you know, just relying on your one deck and doing okay and not really qualifying because people are always prepared for that deck. Instead, he's taken the cards that he uses in his one trick and he's finding other decks to adjust and still like be able to understand those interactions. For example, we have E-Giant here with the Evo Executioner Tornado, which he's super strong with his main deck being Hog Eggsy NATO, if you guys didn't know. And then the other one that I've seen him do is like Evo Valkyrie, Evo Eggsy NATO with Balloon as well. And he's had some good wins with that deck also.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because so many of the pros, you know, we're seeing like a comeback with it. And, you know, some players are going to say, you know, the NATO's still good enough in this deck. But it really feels like NATO, I mean, when I think about my ladder matches, when I think about just competitions that I'll watch, it doesn't feel like NATO's even usable half the time. And when Viper uses it, I don't see the nerf. It's just like, oh yeah, the NATO's the NATO that it's always been.
True.
So yeah, just Viper with the way he plays the Valk, the Issei, the NATO. If any of those are in his deck, you just have to assume that he's got a good chance of walking away with the dub.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing. Like, I don't know, the thing I always think about with situations like that is like Pompeo. I don't think it was, maybe it was last year. He just did a post on Twitter and was like, one tricking CRL is underrated. And he would just show how he would win like almost all of like the Swiss stage sets. Like after like the 1,000 players, he would just win a lot of Swiss stage sets, just playing Pompeo deck, his best deck, winning the game, and then winning one of the other matches. And it's kind of like what we're seeing Viper do here. Like he's just got an Eggsy NATO dub, and now he just needs to win one more game of the best of 3, and he's clinched it.
Yeah, and both Pompeo, shout out to Pompeo, definitely the greatest, player of the Pompeo deck out there.
Yes, sir.
A very talented balloon player, and Viper. The similarities between those two players, just uncanny.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't think about it, but you're kind of right, actually. Looking at game 2, we have Clown with some Graveyard and Viper with some RG here.
Good ability, going to be able to take out all the Spirit Goblins except the final one. One Spirit Goblin making it to the tower, getting it down to 2971, and a Berserker coming down the lane. Fisherman able to get the yank just in time. Berserker not going to damage the tower whatsoever. And Fireball going to take out most of the Witch, not entirely, but we should see a relatively easy response on defense coming in from Viper. E-Spirit low, takes a shot from the Witch, still able to jump and latch on to all the skellies. Evo Witch already back for Viper, cycling as quickly as he can. The 3-card cycle for the Monk probably allowed it to be just a little bit easier. And Clown, neither player really budging, neither player giving up any damage whatsoever to the tower. Monk not able to pop the ability, one of the greatest Vines plays that I've seen all day, all weekend, all month right there. No Monk, no RG, and no problem for Clown whatsoever. Not going to be able to cross the bridge, get in the face of the Princess Tower, and with the help of the Vines, Skelly's locking onto the tower. Log plus Wish going to be able to take it out, but still needs to defend more, so a very solid push coming in from Clown. Fisherman trying to latch onto the Goblin Hut. Going to be able to do so, but it just hurts him. Spirit Goblin is going to pop out and force out a Monk in response.
All right, so Monk here doing a pretty good job of deflecting the Witch. Witch Evo getting solid value. Man, it's all about the Witch Evo in this matchup. It might look like Graveyard versus RG, but it's Evo Witch versus Evo Witch. Let's see who's going to be able to protect their Evo Witch better. And Viper's doing a great job of that right now, even cycling another Witch to get the Evo back, and now the Evo RG.
Right there, another great use of the Vines. RG going to be able to take out the remaining Skellies using his ability, but those Spirit Goblins going to stack up, no chance of being able to get past him. And the Fisherman needs to yank quickly, otherwise the Witch is going to be protected, and it is.
An Evo Witch on defense too, and this is the thing. It's just like, every time the Evo Witch is in cycle, you're not breaking through. How are you going to take her out? You don't have lightning. You know, Poison's just going to heal her. Fireball, probably about the same. And, yeah, I mean, I guess the Vines are definitely one thing to kind of think about, of like stopping the Witch from spawning skeletons to slower heal. But even here with this Vines, like, how much value is this really getting? It really looks like Viper's just going to win this bridge battle and maybe just win this game off of this Evo Witch, especially if he can get 2 Evo Witches on the board. Like, he's actually getting pretty close to making that happen.
Yeah, and he's just going to go all the way. Wow, he's going to choose to go defensive. And I think I love that from him. You have the damage advantage, but it's only by 300 HP. It's a shocking play right there for Viper to go in the back with that Evo Witch.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this earlier. Like, any healing cards in Clash Royale are always so oppressive. We've seen it with Evo P.E.K.K.A. We've seen it with Evo Witch for a few seasons now. And you can see Viper is literally not even playing the RG. He's just continually spamming Witches on the board. And his defense of the Graveyard is solid. The Witch does die here, though. Maybe that gives Clown an opportunity. Fireball cycle. We're going to see a Graveyard. Wait a second.
22-10. He does need 2 shots from the Skellies, I believe. If he doesn't have that, maybe with the help of the Vines, 2 HP. 1592, 69. Clown takes it. Are you serious?
Oh my gosh. Somehow, some way, the Poison plus Graveyard plus Vines ends up taking that Evo Witch out with just about maybe 20 seconds left on the clock. And then Clown has one more opportunity for a Graveyard. The Fireball cycle from Viper is not enough with those Skeletons locking on the tower with the last second. And I think the craziest thing in that whole match is Viper literally looks like a statue after all of that. No reaction.
Right? Okay, I was gonna say both Viper. I mean, that's incredible. Does he know that he just played a match? It looked like he was still playing.
Yeah. No, it's like you went from Clash Royale just scrolling TikTok like immediately. It was just like straight nothing. No. Okay, so we talked about having coaches like in CRL. In huge improvement would be like coaches like on mics and stuff, like just be able to hear that, like kind of how they do in like football and stuff. But another thing that I think Andrew has been saying for years is just to get some heart rate monitors on these guys. Get some heart rate monitors on these guys. They no emotion, but I can't prove it, but I swear Viper's heart rate's 160 right now after that game.
Yo, if you receive a message after on like Twitter and it's like, hey man, stop, like, yes, you're right, all right, but keep it between us, That'll be so funny. Please don't ever tell me, like, if that ever happens, keep
Yeah.
it between you guys.
Right.
And I really feel like you might be right. I think there's a genuine chance that he was terrified in those final moments.
Wow. I mean, yeah, no, anyone would be terrified. I know my heartbeat be out of this world. Huge shout to Clown, man. Also staying completely locked in and getting the damage done with the Grave at the last second. We're now 1-1 in the best of 3. We'll see, man. I mean, wow, a lot of cards used from both players. I honestly don't know what decks we're gonna see. Clown, we talked about, you know, Viper's one trick. Clown's really good at Mortar, so maybe that's something that we'll see in this last set.
Yeah. And I do want to bring up a point about that game too. When it got down to a minute left and he kind of just decided on cycling Evo Witch, cycling Witch, cycling Evo Witch, cycling Witch, instead of trying offensive pressure, how do you feel about that? Do you think he should have tried to like brute force the Goblin Huts, try and get the RG on top of the tower? Or do you think it was the right decision, but just the poor defense coming in at the very end? I don't know how I felt about seeing what he was trying to pull off in those final minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good question. I do think that, like, overall, it's a pretty good idea to be going for, like, just continually cycling these Evo Witches. I think there was one moment, though, where he had an Evo Witch on the board. He'd won the bridge battle, and he had a Monk as well. And Clown did not have the Evo Witch in cycle. That's definitely another important note. Like, in that situation, he just played another Witch to snipe the opposing Witch. I think instead of that second Witch, if he just goes for the RG there with the Monk, with the Evo Witch, without a Clown's defense ready to go, I think that it'd be a slightly better play. But honestly, I do think that, you know, overall, it's just kind of like RNG with Graveyard sometimes too, where the Graveyard end up taking out his Evo Witch on that one defense, which really just changed the tides of everything.
Yeah, there was a couple of times where he had just like the E-Spirit was a little bit too early, and then, you know, if you watched it, you were saying, you know, I would have done the exact same thing. Just Graveyard, always a struggle. But here we are, game number 3. Clown going to be running the Quick Cycle bait using the Dark Goblin, the Skeleton Barrel, and the Wall Breakers. On the other side, Viper saw that his opponent won with the Graveyard deck and elected to use it himself for this game number 3.
Okay, so Graveyard versus kind of a trendy bait deck. This is a bait deck we only see in CRL. It's one of those interesting things where it's like, you know, CRL, best of 3 duels. It has its own echo chamber of a meta where it's like you have to get creative with some of your decks. Yeah, this is an interesting deck that we've seen kind of surface here, and it's going to be a good deck to deal with this Graveyard, especially with just having that Mother Witch.
Yeah, and right there, really good interaction with the Ice Wiz on defense, able to take out all the Goblin Gang pretty easily and forces out the Evo Valk. A really strong push coming in from Clown to be able to force out the Evo Valk right there.
Yeah. Another thing to mention here is that Barbarian Barrel was used in Electro Giant previously for Viper, so this last card is probably going to be maybe Snowball or something. I mean, I feel like it would have played it right there. So I actually don't really know what this last card is going to end up being. But either way, I think you'd rather a Barb Barrel no matter what, just because...
well, the last card is Graveyard, so he just has no small spell, yeah.
Yeah, so thanks for calling me out on that. So I guess he has Ice Wiz instead of another small spell, which I guess makes sense. Once again, what I'm trying to say is he'd rather that Barb Barrel here. These bait cards are going to be pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and honestly, now that I think about it, I think it was incredible from Clown to be able to recognize that so quickly. You know, I didn't realize it either until I was like, oh, wait a second, there's probably supposed to be a Graveyard in this. But he recognized it quickly, and that's why he was going Goblin King at the bridge. Like, these pros are at such a high level of recognizing, oh my goodness, that's the 7th card. Still hasn't played the Graveyard. I guess I get to go all in with these kind of pressure plays. I just got to give props to Clown for recognizing it so quickly.
Another Witch over the river here, going to try to spawn some piggies. I think this is something you can't be afraid to do with a deck like this, or you might end up just losing to Poison Cycle. Like you have to be okay to go offensive Mother Witch as well. You can't just save it for the defense because you can always cycle back.
Yeah, very true right there. Ice was able to clean up everything very nicely. 21-36 to 22-47. Both players super aware of just everything that's going on in this game. You know, Clown's trying to abuse the fact that he doesn't have a small spell, and Viper's trying to abuse the fact that Clown doesn't have a big spell. So definitely an interesting final minute about to pop up for us.
Okay, final minute, triple elixir overtime. Goblin once again going to be dropping onto the skeleton barrel. Mother Witch over the river doesn't spawn a piggy on the spear gob. Viper's looking to immediately try to take advantage of this. Poison has to drop on the Gangbuzz dart though. And without poison for offense, it's kind of awkward. Technically, Viper is up in damage lead. Maybe he's just going to try to hold on to it for the next 20 seconds here. It's on Clown to make something happen.
Yeah, he does have the Evo Valk in cycle, so I'm sure he was aware of that, knew that he could probably get away with it. And this left tower going to be completely dominated. The right tower, he is going to get the poison. Viper is starting to swivel the chair. I think he knows what's the end result. It is Viper going to take game number 3. Clown never given the opportunity to get, I mean, just any damage whatsoever. Beautiful defense from Viper that entire 5-minute game.
Oh, and I think that's the most emotion I've ever seen from Viper there at the end. Just like, oh, he just did a sigh and he leaned forward in his chair a little bit. For real though, no. For real though,
I have to keep playing.
For real though, yeah. Huge congrats to Clown though, taking the victory. He played it well. He did well. Wait, isn't this a picture of Viper?
Yeah, Viper won.
Wait, Viper. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Sorry, too much
Viper
Clash Royale.
Yeah.
Not enough sleep. Wait, the sigh and lean forward in the chair was him winning?
Yes,
Wait,
that
what
is a
happening?
victorious celebration. Yes.
Okay, my bad. I thought he lost literally based on his reaction. But looking at the decks here, I'm gonna do my best to walk you guys through this. So we got first game Electro Giant versus Piggy Cycle. Honestly, Viper played this very well. I don't think this is as easy of a matchup as one might think. Especially because of Clown having the lightning to deal with the executioner and the dragon. Game 2, we have RG versus Graveyard, and yeah, I mean the RG. I mean, he was playing really well. Viper probably should have won this, honestly, but Clown did a great job of taking advantage of the final second with the Graveyard. And then game 3, we saw kind of a reverse here. We just saw the Graveyard being brought by Viper now, and yes, Clown does have the Mother Witch, but the big thing is the Cannoneer Tower, right? The Cannoneer Tower, even though like you do have Mother Witch for Graveyard, the Graveyard does oppress the Cannoneer quite a lot. But another thing that I really don't see many people talking about is the fact that Cannoneer just starts with less HP. Starting with less HP there is just kind of allows a lot of poison cycle.
Yeah, and I think, okay, so I want to bring this question up to you because I have my answer. And my answer is that the Mother Witch isn't really that amazing against Graveyard. So my question is, how do you feel about it? Do you think that if you place the Mother Witch in the deck, going against the Graveyard deck, do you think it, bumps it up by 10%, 15%? It just feels like when your opponent has Mother Witch, sometimes the decks aren't really that strong overall. Like the overwhelm is because of the Mother Witch, but if you know that, you just don't play Graveyard. Like it feels like Mother Witch isn't as strong as so many people give it credit for.
No, yeah, you're right. Especially with Vines, like I've seen so many times, like even with offensive Graveyards, like I've seen Ian playing in a matchup very similar to this, and he'll just go for the Graveyard and a spot like a couple more tiles towards his side of the map, make it so the Mother Witch cannot be played behind King, and then he just drops the Vine spell onto the Mother Witch immediately to prevent the piggies from spawning in and to guarantee damage.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely one of those weird things that you don't really expect. As we take a look at the bracket, the semifinals is set. We're going to have Vitor, Wallace. That is going to be such an incredible matchup just because, ex-teammates with Pain 4 or 5 years ago. I'm sure they still are great friends, still you know, keep in touch and all of that. That should be so exciting to see that. And, you know, a lot of these 12 players are actually, you know, especially before today, they were practicing against each other. So you kind of have to assume they've been practicing against each other for the last 2 weeks, something super interesting. And that is crazy. Actually, Hugo and Viper, I have visual evidence, visual proof that they were practicing against each other earlier today.
Wow.
So that is crazy that those two pairs are who we're going to be seeing in the semifinals. Wow.
Wow. Okay, so we are done with the upper bracket, guys. We're going to lower bracket next. Going to be going through 9, 10, 11, and 12 matches for day 1. And this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Oh my gosh. 180 minutes have passed. There it is. 2-star lucky drop. I'm going to scan it real quick with all you guys in the chat. Make sure you guys drop in the chat. What did you get? What did you get from your lucky drop? Make sure to share.
Yeah, I said earlier that it was kind of like dessert, like I wanted to wait till after the stream. I'm not doing that, all right? I'm claiming this reward right now.
Okay, I'm claiming. Okay, my 2-star went to a 3-star.
Mine did too. I got 2 left.
Okay, I got 464 mortars, which is 464 elite wild cards. I mean, I'll take it, I guess. You got a wild shard? Okay, Walter got a wild shard on the YouTube chat. We love to see it.
All right. I'm not talking about my rewards.
You're not talking about it?
I opened up the other lucky drop. I got 684 gold. I guess I'll talk about it. And then I opened up the 2-star. And I believe I got some troops as well. Actually, I'm not really sure. I've already shut it away from memory.
Nothing to write home about, eh?
Look, that's why we have a guaranteed win with the banner after match 12. So, you know, they were watching out for me.
Eddie on YouTube said he got a book of books. Oh my gosh. No. Nah, he's too lucky, bro. That's crazy. I'm jealous.
All right. I got a question. Do you think he's actually being truthful?
Nah, Eddie's a liar. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I don't know. What to say.
Okay. But yeah, congratulations to everybody who got the rewards in, and you know, you just got to stick with us for another couple hours, then you're going to be able to get your banner as well. Thank you everybody who has been here. You know, thank you for your support. Make sure to click the noties and follow on YouTube, Twitch, wherever we are, wherever you are, and send your support, because we love it and we love you.
So I think our next upcoming match is going to be Ardan versus Coco, if I looked correctly. Which is going to be interesting. I think that, I don't know. I do think, I don't know. I think that Coco played a little bit better than Ardan. I don't know. Ardan's just, I want to see him win this though. Like, he's definitely been struggling this year, but he's got what it takes, and we're hopping straight into it.
Yeah, it should be an incredible matchup. Ardan, the number 14 ranked player overall with 90 points. Coco, the other side, 18th overall. 60 points, but technically none of that matters now that they're here. It's all about how they perform today. Game number 1 underway. Rage coming in from Coco, and Barbell and Rage coming in from Ardan. This is another one of those times where, again, it's the match with Coco. He sees that his opponent is using the pancakes, and he's not going to place first. This time with a different deck overall. Mega Knight going against the Goblin Machine P.E.K.K.A Goblin Giant deck that we all probably hate, but I do love. I'll be honest. I love that it's in this meta.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that this is interesting. Okay, lightning for the witch is always good.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to get stuck by the skellies. Not going to happen. Ardan beautiful kite with the Goblin Giant, and the offensive prince as well to take out the Mega Knight, take out the Golden Knight. Let's see if Coco can get the right timing to protect himself, and he does. Beautiful timing right before the vine gets released.
That was a weird interaction.
Super weird.
Another thing with the Golden Knight is just so inconsistent. It's like, if that would have been a freeze, the invincibility would have made it so that during the dash, the Golden Knight would not have been frozen. But with the vines, for some reason, after the dash is complete, it then gets frozen by the vines. Super weird.
Yep. Don't think about it too much, Juice. It's going to stress you out.
You're right, bro. You're right.
So Coco gonna set up the Ram Rider in the back. Will it get the shot? It doesn't. A beautiful body block using the Witch and the Goblin Machine. Just a beautiful interaction from Ardan right there.
Minion set up for defense in left lane and then drops Evo Mega Knight. The Rage, but now Golden Knights. The Vines prevent dash. Oh my gosh, what a play. And the Evo Witch literally just soloed everything in the right-hand lane.
Wow. I mean, just everything went right for Ardan. I mean, it was incredible timing, all of that, but I don't know. I feel like the Evo Mega Knight going on the right side, definitely a massive mistake, massive error. And I mean, that Evo Witch, definitely the MVP of today's match. It just took out the Mega Knight with just no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, this is actually a kind of a common interaction. Actually, one of the reasons why Mega Knight Evo isn't used almost at all at the top of the game is because with Evo Witch being as prevalent as it is, what happens is you drop the Evo Mega Knight on top of the Evo Witch. The Witch doesn't die and then starts healing from all the skeletons that just died from the Mega Knight dropping. And then the Mega Knight Evo knocks the Witch backwards onto the other side of the map. It's one of those interactions where the Mega Knight Evo is actually kind of playing for the other team because the Witch gets knocked backwards. She's now protected. She's on the opposing side of the map and she starts spawning more skeletons to continue healing itself. So that's why the Witch was able to just kind of completely shut down the right-hand lane. I honestly think that Coco lost the game when he decided to not lightning that Witch. I think that was 100% necessary.
Yeah, I totally agree with the lightning. I would have just liked to see him tank the left tower. I felt like it was kind of obvious that he was losing it no matter what. So I felt like it was a misplay to use the minions plus the Golden Knight. I mean, all Ardan did was Goblin Giant plus Vines. Was it really a 9 for 7? I feel like he placed another
card.
Rage
as well.
As well. Okay, so it was an 11 for 7, but he took out the entire tower. I think he just had to allow that to go, and he had to go with offensive pressure. And you know, it's with cycle decks and against Goblin Giant decks, you need to make sure that you're always choosing the right option. And right there, made the wrong one, and Ardan was able to get a pretty easy game number 1 victory.
Fascinating. So, yeah, so we have first game just going for Ardan here. Coco kind of struggling with the Mega Knight. Someone I just saw read in the chat, only number 1 qualified for CRL. Yes. So this is a $50,000 last chance qualifier. We have everyone who basically got a silver ticket during the season making it here today. Everyone's going away with at least $1,000 with the grand prize being $15K. But yes, only the number 1 player will qualify for the World Finals this year.
They're going to be running high, and you just got to keep them in check. Make sure that you're playing your game, and hope that it works out for you. Ardan is going back to the Pancake deck. It's it feels like we always talk about the potential of different towers getting used, and then really it always feels like 95% of the decks are just always princess decks, princess tower decks. So it's interesting that we're seeing the Cannoneer, we're seeing the Pancakes get flipped, and it's not just princess tower.
True. Okay, so trying to figure out what the decks are. I mean, Isis Gauntlet, I feel like this is definitely Graveyard. Ardan with the Lava. I haven't seen a Lava Pancake Tower deck in a while.
Evo Baby Dragon going to be up for him the next time he gets to place it down on the map. One little Spear Goblin from the Goblin Hut going to be taken out by the Valk, as well as the Valk crossing the bridge for Coco. So decent interaction for Ardan. This Furnace could be a huge problem, could be super easy, just depends on the spells. And Lightning going to come out from Ardan. Wow.
I mean, why did that kind of work?
Yeah, that was cleaned up super nicely.
I mean, I don't know. It's something, I guess in my brain, it's just like, I kind of think of it as Lightning with Vines, where it's like, okay, if it's more than 3 units, I'm not going to play it. But I've seen players do well, like playing Vines onto Barbs, you know, just freezing up and damaging 3 out of the 5 of them. And this is now level 12 lava pups. You know, 3 of them getting completely taken out. I mean, it's got to be worth it in some situations. I mean, we know it is based on what I just saw.
Yeah. And a beautiful interaction right there. Furnace able to take out the baby dragon instead of locking on to the lava hound with the help of the Ice Whiz. A clean up on Isle Coco. And right there, he does have the opportunity to go in, and he does. Graveyard with the Evo Valk and the Evo Furnace trying to win the bridge battle.
Now I understand the synergy between Evo Valkyrie plus Witch or Furnace. It just kind of brings everything together, and then those Fire Spirits for the Witch Splash is just doing some great work, kind of figuring everything out. But still, Ardan defending quite well, and now it's his turn with Evo Valk plus Evo Baby Dragon.
Yeah, one thing I've been noticing today that a lot of these pros are able to pull off is the Furnace at the bridge, just like in the middle of the arena. I'm learning that I'm not doing that often enough when I'm using it. I'm always using it defensively or offensively, but the hybrid attack is definitely the way to go.
Wow, and this Graveyard is doing so much damage. Even, I mean, okay, so Furnace gets lightninged. So Ardan's trying to lightning psych a little bit since he doesn't have a secondary win condition to go with lava. But I mean, these Graveyard plays from Coco are just gonna, I feel like they're just increasingly gonna get more difficult to defend.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that lightning. I think you're gonna have to overwhelm in some sort of way.
Right.
And just the lightning on just a Furnace,
True.
It just can't be the answer.
Lightning here to try to make something happen, but yeah, once again, I guess like he just needs to get the lava down. Every time he plays the lightning, he's not getting a lava down, right? There it is, forcing it.
Lava at the bridge, Evo Baby Dragon to help out where it can. Bar Barrel plus Ice Whiz, wow, what a defense. It really might just be, this is a terrible matchup and he's got no opportunity. I think what should have happened is maybe he should have just been cycling lone lavas. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't know. It might just be a really bad matchup, but I think Coco's definitely got this in the bag.
Yeah, no, Coco's doing quite well here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just, there's not enough. You just don't have enough juice, man. You don't have a miner to go with the lava. You don't have a balloon to go with the lava. You get the lightning down. Wow. The Evo Valkyrie plus Vines is literally eating the lava hound. And then, I mean, it's close. Like, don't get me wrong. He played it well. It's close, but these Graveyards just doing too much damage. But now, you know, at least we get to see our first elimination of the match be a 1-1, you know, for all the marbles game here. Like, that's always exciting.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Everything on the line. Coco able to battle back, bring it to a game number 3. You know, dare I say it, you know, this is why we clash.
This is why we clash. No, you know, it really is, though. But... yeah, I mean, looking at the matchup, I think you're right. I think it's tough, right? You got the Gob Hut. You got the Gob Hut, you got the Ice Whiz, and you got the Furnace. If that wasn't bad enough, Vines exist now. So your air units are going to be getting hit by Barbarian Barrels. Run me through this graphic. This is one of the newest graphics here, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, easily one of my favorite updates with these streams in general. We can see some of the recent matches in, you know, some of these monthly finals. We saw it with Sasuke and EGW on the Day 1 Swiss format, and it looks like it's relatively even, but maybe Lava Hound should have the advantage. I'm trying to see where the differences are. You know, one of the decks has the Evo Witch instead of the Furnace. The Lava was able to beat that. And then one of them had the Evo Inferno Dragon instead of the Evo Baby Dragon. And I'm thinking that maybe the Inferno Dragon is probably a little bit stronger in that matchup. Right. Especially with the Spirit Empress. You're able to snipe the Fire Spirits, take out the Furnace with a little bit of ease. It feels like, even though technically this graphic does showcase that maybe the Lava has the matchup. I
have to say something here, Josh. I do wonder, though, if these are taken from when Spirit Empress, before it got nerfed. Like, that Spirit Empress was absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, trust me. I totally agree with that. And then I think also the addition of the Vines definitely changed the matchup a little bit as well.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
So, and actually, in the only deck with Vines as well, the Vines player was able to win. So,
Right.
I think one is the Spirit Empress and one is the Vines. And I think really the matchup advantage definitely was in the case of Coco.
All right, here we go, guys. Game number 3, the first elimination match for the Last Chance Qualifier. Whoever loses this game is out. Whoever wins keeps their CRL dreams alive.
Ardan Toas already cycled the Snowball, going in with a Drill Furnace deck. Coco on the other side, could be Minor Rocket, could be couple different decks. You know, even though I believe it was Wallace that had a ton of success going against Riley earlier today, I just feel like Minor Rocket is almost never the answer. I felt like the one time it was the answer was against Riley in that earlier set. But I don't know. It just seems a little bit too technical. I'm not sure I want to use it in game number 3.
Right. Okay, so Evo Snowball in. Darkprince doesn't hit. Log is quick, though. Really nice reaction time. Ardan's... I think he's streaming right now, maybe talking to chat. He's like, I don't know what he said, but I don't know, man. That's another thing I don't like, bro. Like, there's no time to be reading chat. We gotta be locked, bro. We gotta be locked.
Yep. You know, sometimes viewers are hilarious. So, you know, it's never the time, but it's always the time to read people's chats, see what they're saying. You know, maybe I do want to read the YouTube chat and see what random message they're typing, ! Claim, ! Reward. Sometimes it's a joy to see.
I don't know why that's so funny. Okay. So Minor Rocket from Coco and Ardan with a Goblin Drill. I would assume maybe last card's also Rocket, maybe Poison. Here's the Drill and there's the Poison. So Minor Rocket versus Drill Poison. I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Like, I guess the Evo Snowball's like Ardan's real chance to make something happen.
Yeah, Coco's going to always be able to cycle the log, cycle the Royal Delivery, even if he's able to get the Giant Snowball Evo on top of the Dark Prince. So I don't know. It just feels super advantageous for Coco. This is definitely one of those matchups where, like, Coco's done what he needs to do to win the game. And so now it's just, can he continue to defend? Can he make the right plays? If he does, I think he has the win. But as I was saying earlier, these type of decks are always so incredibly difficult. I wouldn't be shocked if Ardan's able to outplay. We still have another 2 minutes to figure out what direction this game will actually be going in.
Berserker on defense is super solid. It doesn't really give much rocket value. Furnace over the river from Ardan, gonna try to snipe out this Tesla. Keep the counter push rolling. Another Dark Prince for defense. I want to see Ardan start getting weird with these drill placements. Like, just not even like solid. I just want to see some straight weird stuff, you know? I want him to get real creative with it.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind seeing that. Instead, elects to go in the front of the tower once again. Snowball plus Skelly's going to be able to lock up on top of the Miner. Still needs to force out another response. Berserker has to come down, and it does. So 1660 to 1610. I mean, this is neck and neck with 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Man, this is a close game, dude. I mean, Ice Spirit, solid log on defense. The poison chipping, but here comes the rocket. Oh, man, this is a barn burner here. I don't know who's going to take it. I think Coco's like got the advantage like we said, but one good Evo Snowball from Ardan. That's all it takes. One good Evo Snowball and a couple Goblin hits, and we could see a huge shift.
Yeah, absolutely. Is the Dark Prince going to go back? It will. Good, great log timing, excuse me. And he's going to be able to clean that up nicely.
Yeah, okay, wow, that delivery value. Okay, the Evo Furnace is a threat, though, but I don't know. Ardan needs to cycle back to Evo Snowball with the next 30 seconds. He's going for it. Oh, the Goblin does not hit power. Another rocket. It's just so close here.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Miner in the back. It's caught once again. Ardan has done a great job of having the right cards in cycle. Poor timing with the log. One of the Goblins doesn't get a shot, excuse me. And 498 to 680. Coco defending brilliantly.
Miner on tower.
Miner on tower.
Yep. Dark Prince doesn't splash. Rocket, does it do enough? I don't actually know. It does.
Yeah.
Wow. Ardan really upset. I mean, GG's. I honestly think both of these players gave it their all. They played to the best of their ability on both sides. I didn't see any big mistakes. I think it was a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, I thought that was an incredible game 3 from both players. I mean, the log timing, I think I saw one mistake, and then it was still saved just in time from Coco. On the other side, I mean, Ardan, he caught every miner that he could. He had the Berserker ready so that he wasn't giving rocket value. As soon as the rocket was played, he knew that he could go in with the Furnace. I think it was just too much. I mean, I just think it was one of those games where it's 60-40. You need to play it perfectly, and both players played it perfectly, and then it ended up as a slight victory for Coco. So well done. I mean, honestly, well done to both of these players. One of the players had to win, and that was Coco. Juice, a 2-0 victory for Ardan Toast in game number 1. Talk to us about game number 1, game number 2, and game number 3.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Ardan just kind of shredded here with the Gob Giant game 1, like you said. Game 2, a little bit more close for sure. A really interesting lava deck. I'm not a big fan of it. You know, I think if you get a miner in this deck, maybe instead of Tombstone, like honestly, I think he actually just forgot to do it. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, really? Usually this lava deck has either Tombstone or guards. Like, I don't understand why we have both. I don't know. Maybe didn't actually just forget, but I don't know. I would have loved to see something win condition, like extra win condition, even a flying machine or like.
That's yes. Instead of the Mega Minion, like you need some sort of pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Mega Minion and the Baby Dragon are it's like literally a lava with all defense cards and 2 spells. Like, how are you gonna get damage there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then game 3, I think just objectively, this is a really tough matchup for Ardan. Like Coco with multiple drill counters. Like Dark Prince's best drill counter of the game. The rocket cycle is just brutal. You can't defend it. Literally can't. There's not an option unless you hack into. Bro, okay, my biggest pet peeve is when I say, guys, he has rocket. There's nothing I can do, and people will say, monk counters rocket. It's like, what do you want me to do? You want me to like hack into the game and like put my monk in the deck like mid game? Like, what do you want?
I mean, look, if you know how to code that well. First of all, you probably shouldn't be streaming, probably shouldn't be doing that. You could be making millions doing coding like that. But I got to agree with chat. I think that would be awesome.
Okay. Well, looking at the bracket, unfortunately, that was not possible for Ardan there. And he's going to struggle with the rocket cycle. He's going to be our first person that is knocked out of the tournament. He is no longer going to be able to make it to World Finals, but the dream is still alive for every single one of these players. Next up, one that we've been talking about a lot is Riley versus Gensi Oslon. A lot of people thought Riley would be making the World Finals this year, but he's certainly struggling a bit. I definitely think he's the favorite here versus Gensi Oslon, but I mean, Gensi Oslon is also a World Finalist. Anything is possible, and even if you win in this situation, you have a lot to go through tomorrow through this lower bracket.
Yeah, I want to say, and I could be totally incorrect, but I want to say that Oslon was able to make it through one of these last chance qualifiers back in 2022. This is kind of like the moment where he's going to show up. It's these like online tournaments where you're trying to limit mistakes instead of really do anything too special until you get to those final couple rounds. And Oslon is one of those players that doesn't make a ton of mistakes. I think in the earlier set that we saw today from him, he actually did struggle a little bit more than I would have liked to see. But, you know, he's been in the game. He's been a pro for a long, long time. He knows how to reset. I wouldn't be shocked if he's able to do so. But then on the other side, obviously, Riley, easily one of the most talented players in the world, was able to finish second at the World Finals. Everybody knows his greatness. But this is actually such a cool matchup just because of the popularity of both these players. Oslon, for the Turkey community, everybody wants to just give him 1,000 shout outs. They want to wish him the best. And then Riley, YouTube, great guy. Everybody loves him. So a battle of the popular kids right now.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately for both of them, this is not a popularity contest. This is a contest of who can play Clash Royale better. And I don't know. I think that Riley is maybe a little bit more talented, Oslon might have a little bit more competitive experience. So it's gonna be a big head-to-head. I think it could be anyone's game. Let's see what happens. We're hopping to game 1, and Oslon gonna be bringing the pancake tower. Riley with the piggies.
Aggressive pigs in the middle. This is the second time I've seen pigs in the middle today for the opening play. And do you have any insight why you wouldn't go same lane with all 4 pigs? Or is this like maybe you're not worried about NATO as much, so maybe you don't have to do that? Is that potentially one of the reasons why so many people are going split in the middle or in the beginning of the game?
Yeah, I actually wasn't thinking about the tornado. I was just thinking like, you know, just in case for like Mega Knight or Dark Prince or like a splash damage card, you know, you split it up, make it more difficult. But now that you say the tornado, it's true. Like, not only with the piggies split, but also with like minor first play from players, you know, the people aren't really worried about tornado as much because it's not as much of a threat.
Yeah, it's, you know, it still makes me smile. Still gets me going about how many like random little things within the game, like the metas that evolve within this very specific, like within a tournament, all the nuances to the game that you just don't expect to see. And you know, seeing Royal Hogs in the middle twice now, that's just one of those things that makes me smile. Like these pros are still learning, still trying to pull off things that we've never seen before.
Josh, you gotta wait with words, bro. But you just like, I don't know. Whenever I hear you talk about Clash Royale, it just reignites the passion for this game within me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do.
It's just so true, though. It's just like this game. It's not like chess, where it's like chess, yes, takes lots of skill, but like slowly over time, like AI is literally going to solve chess. Like it's going to solve it, and then it's just, I don't know. It's not. I think that it just loses something, you know, it loses like something there. But Clash Royale, I just don't know if that will ever happen. Like as AI becomes like more and more, you know, prevalent, like maybe. But this game is just constantly changing and developing, and I mean, there's no stop to the ceiling of skill that these players can achieve.
Yeah. And I still love that back in 2018, all those pros thought we were the we were as high as it was gonna get. I feel terrible about thinking so highly of myself, and right now we are almost into OT. 1,114 HP left on the tower for Oslon.
Wow, Baby Drag, it's splashing.
Yeah, Baby Dragon gets another splash on top of the minions. Evo Baby Dragon for defense for Riley. And I mean, it feels like all these pushes are almost going to do something, but then not quite. Mini P.E.K.K.A doesn't make it to the Evo Baby Dragon. Beautiful kite with the skellies and another good defense. Oh my goodness. Yeah, another beautiful defense from Riley.
Wow.
Wow.
True. Okay, Piggy's inbound. Not enough elixir for lightning. Guards Barbell and Furnace. Does a good job. I mean, this is interesting. I mean, we talk about like how good this golem deck is, but this Piggy's deck was built to counter these decks, and Riley's showing how it's possible right here. I mean, this gameplay is really, really perfect so far, but that's the other thing about this golem deck, is that it's never over until it's over. You know, Riley's gonna have to have these perfect defenses for the next 60 seconds of triple elixir time, and that is easier said than done.
Right here, Riley leaking just a little bit of elixir. Piggy's at the bridge, plus the lightning getting the tower down to 302. Oslon shaking his head, knowing that, you know, did he make any big mistakes? The world may never know. Right there, can't get the lightning block because I believe the minions don't have enough HP. And Riley can take game number 1, absolute perfection. And again, Golem struggling today, just like it has the last couple years in one of these monthly finals and one of these random Clash Royale events.
True. Very true. Interesting. Wait, did Oslon not have... Wait. Did he not have Goblin Machine? I feel like...
I don't think he played it.
Man. I feel like that's something that definitely makes that matchup a little bit more manageable, right? Because the Goblin Machine is just something that...
no machine.
It always just seems to get that chip damage. I don't know if he forgot the machine, or maybe he's trying to save it to play Gob Giant later. And fascinating. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Super interesting. Golem's always one of those decks where, like, technically you can sub out a different card. So maybe he was thinking that for my matchup, because honestly, when you take a look at Goblin Machine, I don't know if it really would have helped in the matchup all that much.
True.
The Royal Hog's pressure plus the Baby Dragon, maybe it could have paired well. But again, and you brought it up, where if the Vines deck does not have another big spell, it struggles to break through something. And ever since you said that, it kind of just clicked with me, and I no longer like this Golem deck. I think you just need a little bit extra oomph, because it was so easy for Riley to defend every single time. Cannon, Mighty Miner, and then Kite, so that way you can keep the Baby Dragon alive when you get the Vines down. So I'd like to see something different with this Golem deck.
Interesting. Yeah, and I thought it was going to get a little bit scary maybe in like Triple Elixir, but Riley said, no, Juicy, I actually don't have to defend for the next 60 seconds of Triple Elixir because I have an Evo Baby Dragon Royal Hogs with my Royal Hogs teleporting onto my opponent's tower. And just absolutely slays out with that, just finishing the game immediately.
Yeah, it was a pretty simple victory. It felt like Riley figured it out quickly. Let's see if Riley has figured it all out, or if Oslon has a little something up his sleeve. Game 2 underway. Hog going to come down the lane. Pekka plays just in time to stop the Hog from getting any shots and doesn't allow the E-Spirit to even chain on the tower. So perfect placements from Riley. And already going in with a Bridge Goblin Giant, Riley found a deck that he loved, and he's going to continue to play it.
Peck in the back first play, Gob Giant in the back second play. It doesn't work, doesn't matter, because you got Evos next, guys. And here comes a Hog. Oh, he's kind of low in Elixir, though. Fisherman, I don't know if it can it double duty here?
And beautiful activation of the ability from Oslon. Forces out the Vines. The Vines aren't even going to be enough. It's still going to get another 2, just one shot. So definitely, I mean, you need to place the Vines down. You can't allow the Hog to get another 4 or 5 shots, but a lot of damage right there. And Oslon.
Yeah, he's kind of punishing Riley for the early aggression there. I mean, I feel like, the Pekka Gob Giant first play, like, usually he's not too bad. But, yeah, good on Oslon, just taking advantage of the counter push there with that Golden Knight. Like you said, the activation of the ability, making sure to take on the Fisherman so it can't pull the Hog also. Pretty big.
Yeah, and so Riley, at first you don't succeed, do it again. And that's exactly what's going to happen. The Goblin Giant going to be able to target the Firecracker beautifully. Are we going to see offensive Vines get placed down? Not going to be the case. Pekka going to work, but going to be taken out beautifully. Oslon, another picture-perfect defense.
Yes, very well played. I think the biggest or most important thing in that defense was when Oslon blocked the bridge for the Pekka, allowing the Goblin Giant Evo to go in front. That was very, very impressive play, getting ready to predict that Goblin Giant. And here's the Goblin Machine. I think that in this matchup, for sure, the Goblin Machine is something you got to use more. I actually have seen like matchups like this played a lot where players won't even play the Pekka much. It's just Gob Giant, Goblin Machine with like a leveled up Gob Machine, and it's really difficult to stop actually with the Evo Gob Giant Gob Machine combo.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't be shocked if this matchup was like almost even horrendous for Oslon, but he just had that really early good play because he's down to 2 Elixir. There's a Pekka on the field, there's a Goblin Machine, the Pekka's still alive, gets taken out, but he still has a Goblin Giant plus offensive Vines plus Goblin Machine. 12, 10, under 1,000 HP, and still putting in work. Another, I don't know how it used the ability right there.
Oh,
good
my
game
goodness.
coming out from Oslon. Unbelievable match for Riley.
And this is where we need to bring up the clip from Ardan Towas where he said, "What did I do wrong?"
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what Oslon's thinking after that one.
And I was looking at Oslon's reactions throughout the match, and not once did he ever seem that overjoyed. Even when he got a bunch of damage, he was still like shaking his head pretty shortly after.
Yeah, right.
it kind of made me recognize that the matchup overall just had to be miserable. It felt like Riley, as soon as he, as soon as that first push was done, he recognized, okay, wait, maybe I do need to play the Goblin Machine more. Maybe I do need to cycle the Goblin Giants. I think it's pretty much exactly what you were talking about on how to play it. And it was just too much for Oslon. As we take a look at the decks, Riley was able to go 2-0, a perfect set for Riley. Talk to us about the matchups. Was there anything that you saw that we didn't discuss, or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's... I don't know if it literally could have just been a mistake, but Aslan's Golem deck, it always has Goblin Machine and then minions or guards. But this time he has guards and minions, and he misses the Goblin Machine. And then in game number 2, Riley said, I'm not going to forget to put Goblin Machine in my deck. And then he won.
Yeah. And are we saying the same thing? Is that Zappy's inside this Goblin Giant deck?
Really?
Yeah.
He never played it, right? Maybe he just had it last card, just in case.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what decks the Goblin Giant like really struggles against. Like, why would you ever? I mean, the Zappies are always one of those cards where like, I don't know. We talk about certain cards where it's like, yes, if you place it down on the map, you're always getting X amount of elixir value. When you don't have a response to the flying machine, you always get 4. Zappies is one of the few cards where when you always play it, you always get at least 2, but kind of often you're only getting 2 elixir worth of value. I surprised to see the addition inside that deck.
My guess, my honest guess is that he probably expected some sort of mirror matchup since the God Machine wasn't used in game 1 from Oslon with the Golem. He was probably expecting him to save that God Machine to be able to run Gob Giant God Machine in the second match, which is why he brought Pekka Gob Giant instead of like Gob Giant Witch. And then he brings the Zappies too, which do a great job in a mirror there to like either stun the Pekka or really lock down defense onto an opposing God Machine. Like Zappies actually do a great job of stunning the God Machine, so it can't use the rocket ability.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely. If that was the thought process, I could definitely get behind that. I forgot what match I was watching. I don't know if it was one of my own games or somebody else's game, but it felt like the stun didn't actually work and the machine was still. It was some E-Drag game that I think I saw earlier today, and the Goblin Machine still went through. So I'm not really sure about that interaction. Okay, so like sometimes it'll just still go through.
Yeah, it depends if it's like permanently getting stunned. If it's only getting stunned every once in a while, then it usually go through. Another thing is the first attack speed from the God Machine is very quick. So sometimes it just gets that hit in before the Zappies start like perma-stunning it. And then a lot of the time you pair that God Machine hit with like a Rage or an Arrows, then all of a sudden those Zappies are completely gone as well.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Definitely one of the weirder interactions, but it's making sense. And all of a sudden we are into the next set. Issei going against Katashian. Here we go.
Alrighty. So, two Japanese players. Issei with the bridge spam being his main thing. Katashian, kind of just known to play about anything. He's kind of probably the favorite in this matchup, just being a little bit more of a I don't know. Like once again, I think this is literally Issei's face reveal. Like I think this is the first time he's ever been in CRL. Okay, so both players just leaking elixir, just kind of waiting. It makes sense with Issei since he's got the pancake tower. But I think every single time so far, well, to be fair, it's only happened twice. But every single time so far today, I think that when you league elixir and wait versus pancake tower, we've seen a loss. So we're going to see what Katashian could be using here. Maybe Electro Giant. Honestly, that would make sense. I think that's the only thing that really makes sense. If you have Electro Giant, it's good to wait to double elixir. Even versus the pancake tower, you should be able to log down some defense. So I guess we're going to find out here in about 30 seconds for what these players got. Let me check them on chat. Did Riley lose? No, Riley did win his last best of 3. He will be playing again tomorrow. Same time, same place, guys. Make sure you drop a follow, turn the notice on, subscribe to Esports Royale N on YouTube and also on Twitter to stay updated for tournaments like this. And we're heading to Double Elixir, so we should see the first play from the players now.
And this is one of the few times you will ever see it where you make it to Double Elixir and it's still a staring contest. Definitely a lot of fun with that. And actually, with the Issei, like, he, on his Twitter, I'm pretty sure this was Issei that I saw earlier this morning. I think he streams with his face cam.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
all I know is that it took a lot of effort from the production to get him to send a picture. So
yeah, you gotta wonder what happened with all that.
Okay, so it is. So wait, I'm trying to figure out what Kashan's deck is. I guess it's RD. This is kind of an interesting matchup.
So Fireball plus the activated ability from the Monk gonna get both towers to lock onto themselves. And right there, minions cleaning up the baby dragon, but a good interaction for Dashian overall.
Interesting. Gold Giant Bridge, applying a lot of pressure. Baby Dragon doing decent. So RJ gets a bunch of damage, but I think Issei is in a situation where he can counter push for a lot. See if the Monk is enough to be able to defend this.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of offensive pressure. The Goblins to slow everything down. The Vines on offense. But the Fisherman is going to be able to yank the Goblin Giant, activate the King Tower. He only has 6 Elixir. The Ew is late. I mean, a relatively good cleanup, especially with the Evo Baby Dragon. And then you still have to worry about the Baby Dragon. So Katashian has to feel great about that interaction overall.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're definitely right. Only issue is Issei's up like 5, 6, 7 Elixir, perhaps, and Monk's doing a pretty good job, though. It's one of those situations where you just gotta try to keep holding on for dear life. God Machine is locked onto top for one hit. Does get distracted once here. Bar Barrel perfectly placed to deal with the Evo Furnace, and double E is okay. Now that might have been the best defense of the day.
Yeah, that was magnificent. Every single interaction done perfectly, only to follow it up with the Monk that was slightly too late. So, you know, we got to be careful about giving too much credit. Right there, Evo RG, I mean, Issei struggles with the DPS, but still stops it from getting more than one shot. So, really solid response from him right there. And this is Issei's last and final opportunity.
Man, and it's a big one, too. Monk's on the board, but it gets pulled by the Fisherman. Another Fisherman dropping on defense. Gob Giant is getting some damage, and here comes the Evo Gob Giant. Only 8 seconds left. God Machine is getting permanently stunned by the Electro Wizard, though. I honestly think Electro Wizard was the MVP. It's stopping the Goblin Machine in its tracks, and that is going to be game number 1 for Katashian.
Yeah, he got that early damage with that RG. And I mean, Issei was like, he still was defending it. I think he had the Goblin Machine plus the Fisherman, just not enough DPS, especially with how weak the Pancake Tower is at taking out bigger troops. And I mean, that was really just disaster after that. As good as the pushes that he was compiling were, it just wasn't enough. Just perfection with the E-Wiz, perfection with the Goblins, getting the, I mean, the Monk, I wish we had the replay for it, but I couldn't even tell you when it was, but it got a final shove off and it was able to take out the Goblin Giant. I thought the game was over in that moment, but it went perfectly for Katashian. And talk to us about this graphic and what we've seen before and what we saw today.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, once again, at the top, this is the most recent match, but these are also some recent matches with similar decks throughout the CRL year. Looks like, in general, I mean, maybe it's a little bit 50-50. We do see the Gob Giant had a 3 crown with a soft playing it. And then we did have a win for Sasuke versus Kafe or Hubi. And
which
but
I'm
then
pretty
we did
sure
see
is Bob the Rock.
Is Kafe or Bob the Ross?
Bob the Rock, I believe so.
Bob the Rock. So. Oh, I don't know why I say Bob the Ross. That's crazy. Yeah, so I mean, either way, I mean, great players all around. So Looks like, I mean, I'm trying to look at the differences between these decks. I guess the big difference is that Electrowiz, right? The Electro-Wizard won the matchup for both times that it was in the Royal Giant deck, which is honestly fascinating because when I think about Electro-Wizard, I don't really think about a card that's like gonna be the game-winning, you know, play. You know, I honestly would rather even use Zappies a lot of the time, but Electro-Wizard just stunning the God Machine, preventing those hits a little bit here and there, just kind of keeping that God Machine in check, and it's going to win the game here for Kadashian.
Yeah, this is just such a cool graphic to see, you know, the I mean, the evolution between, you know, this week to next week, and
Sure.
seeing where the slight differences are in the deck composition, the skeletons versus the goblins, the E-Wiz versus the E-Spirit, the witch versus the baby dragon. Definitely want to give props to the team that set this up, because this is really just a brilliant graphic to look at.
All right, hopping to game number 2. Issei in a do or die situation. This is an elimination match. If Issei doesn't win this, he has no more chances to qualify. Kadashian with the Evo Cage, Issei with an Evo Baby Dragon. So, I mean, I would have to assume this is going to be P.E.K.K.A Evo Battle Ram here. You know, going to his main deck.
Yeah, I would definitely have to say the same. Kadashian could be running just the standard Royal Recruits, Zappies Royal Hogs deck that we all love. Just instead of Fireball, probably arrows. And then Issei going to be running his bread and butter. Most likely, P.E.K.K.A and 3 other cards. One of them probably that. Oh, all right. So pulling out something a little bit different.
What is happening here, Josh? I thought I saw an Evo Baby Dragon. I thought it was gonna be P.E.K.K.A. And then I saw the poison. I was like, what? And I saw a log. I was like, whoa. Yeah. And then we got an Ice Golem. I think it's the first time I've seen an Ice Golem in CRL in maybe like 5 years or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, Kadashian also giving me a little bit of a surprise using the Bomber instead of, you know, the Zappies or whatever that would usually be.
Right.
But I mean, Issei, he should have P.E.K.K.A. Why are we seeing Ice Golem?
Okay, I mean, I love this. If he wins with this deck, bro, might be game of the day. We have Ice Golem, Evo Battle Ram, Evo Baby Dragon. That Evo combo is super threatening, but Kadashian does have these Zappies, and he does have Evo Cage. So that's definitely a couple cards that he has to keep that combo in check.
Poison going to come out on defense to make sure that he at least ties the bridge battle, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Zappies plus Evo Baby Dragon. Hogs should get 1, but not a second, and that is exactly what happens. And Issei is going to set up a push, but I don't really... Oh, okay, the Battle Ram does get away from the cage with the help of the Evo Baby Dragon. It does make it to the tower, so excuse me, excuse Juice. Wow. This is a great setup with this Ice Golem plus Battle Ram.
Yeah. Yeah, no, now that I actually think about it, I think there is a deck, or there was a deck for that was kind of meta like this deck. It definitely didn't have Poison Log for spells, but actually I'm liking the Poison Log here. I think it's way better than like an Arrows plus Vines, especially versus this Flying Machine and versus these Zappies.
So Hog going to be taken out real quickly. Ability, I mean, it must have already been used. Otherwise, that would have obviously been a very prime opportunity to use it. And Bomber going to be able to take that out. So a pretty scary counter push, potentially crossing the bridge soon for Kadashian.
Okay. Right. Golden Knight set up for defense, though. I think that Issei's just trying to get the Wombo combo in cycle. So. Whoa, 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 whoa! Golden Knight, chill out! Oh my gosh.
As soon as you said it, I feel like as soon as you said Wombo combo, it was like Golden Knight heard his name. And it's like, all right, yeah, I'm here.
I am the combo. I need no other card.
right there, Evo God.
Oh my gosh, he's doing it again.
Oh!
And Golden Knight doesn't get the tower, though. Yeah, that's actually a good recruits placement to pull it back.
If Kadashian was doing that on purpose. I mean, every once in a while, you'll talk to a pro, and it's like, actually, thank you for recognizing that. That was on purpose. And right there, that's only happened once for me, but it has happened before where one of the players actually did mean to have one of those interesting interactions line up. It was Air Surfer.
No, he would never lie.
He doesn't lie. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT.
Okay, guys, we got to lock in here. There's 35 seconds left of triple elixir overtime. Issei is on an elimination match, and there's a big push coming in for Katashian. Hog Rider does connect. Doesn't get 2. Oh my gosh, it almost gets 2. He is in the lead right now, but there's 2 flying machines. Josh, talk to me about it.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Zappy's going to come down, defend the Evo Baby Dragon, but the problem is it looks like it's probably just going to be too much defense, not enough offense. The Zappies plus the Log going to clean that up very nicely. Not an Evo Bomber. That would have been the only opportunity he could have potentially had. 3 seconds left, and we are headed into a game number 3. Brilliant deck from Issei. I'm sure his opponent, I mean, you take a look at Issei's deck choice for game number 2. The Ice Golem, Battle Ram, Evo Baby Dragon. You know his opponent, Katashian and his coach, were talking about it. Okay, my opponent loves bridge spam. He's going to run P.E.K.K.A, Evo Baby Dragon, blah, blah, blah. And that's why they chose to use this deck in game number 2. Is say one step ahead. I love the deck choice now that we've... Wow. And there's a relatively similar matchup.
That is the deck I was thinking of.
Okay. Okay. And it was flipped, so there is something to talk about with this.
Right. Yeah, so I think the biggest thing here is, like, instead of just having arrows or like a vines in this variation of this deck, like Issei is just like big brain, and he just brought poison log. Like, probably just straight up expecting recruits. He has the poison for the zappies, for the flying machine. The log is like 100 times better than arrows as well here, just because dealing with the recruits, knocking back hog riders, that really just shifted this game completely. And then he still has the combo of Ice Golem, Evo Baby Dragon, Evo Battle Ram. You know, you get the Ice Golem in front as a cheap tank for the Battle Ram, because, I mean, like a normal Battle Ram and Ice Golem in front, it doesn't really make much sense. This is why it's kind of a weird combo. But an Evo Battle Ram with an Ice Golem in front, having the Ice Golem just as a cheap tank that's not really blockable, it just makes it so that Battle Ram has that potential to just go, you know, hit that tower multiple times in a row. And the Evo Baby Dragon increases that speed tenfold as well. So it's definitely a crazy combo you can see. I don't actually think we ever saw it during the game, but the synergy was there, and the Evo Baby Dragon did get the regular Battle Ram to the tower for that massive damage lead, and he just kind of held on to it throughout the match. Yeah,
one like really kind of weird thing to talk about though is that the Ice Golem plus the Battle Ram, it can create situations that shouldn't occur. And so when Katashian was trying to set up the defense, the Ice Golem actually pushed the Battle Ram to the left. It didn't go to the Goblin Cage, and that's how he was able to start his, you know, overwhelming lead that, you know, he wasn't able to climb back into. So Ice Golem is just one of those cards that, like, can switch up an interaction. It's the same thing with the Ice Golem Hog going against NATO, where you can block the Hog from making it to the tower. It's just one of those things to think about.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I mean, that's really what ended up doing really well for him there, is that interaction you're talking about with the push over the Battle Ram. The more I play this game, after that pathing change that they made not too long ago, I think that the more of those interactions kind of happen, especially with the Battle Ram. I don't know if they need to change the Battle Ram sight range, but like the cage was like, in most situations, it should pull. It was played in the opposite lane, but since it's a passive buildings actually have larger hitboxes than active buildings. So the Battle Ram should have gone there, but with the Ice Golem pushover, there was no chance. So, I mean, maybe that pathing needs to be changed, or maybe the players just need to adapt to have better building placements or more safe building placements, especially versus the Battle Ram.
Okay, where did you learn the information for the passive versus like attacking buildings? I never knew that. Like, intuitively, I'm sure I've like kind of registered that, so like I don't think it would have changed anything, but I've never heard it spelled out for me that way.
Yeah, so Orange Juice basically made a video about it, maybe like, I don't know, like 6 or 7 years ago. Like, like when he used to like make those type of videos, basically. Yeah, any building that actually attacks like Cannon, Inferno Tower, they actually have slightly smaller hitboxes than passive buildings like Cage, Elixir Pump, Goblin Hut, any of the spawners basically, which means that those passive buildings can actually be used to pull things. For example, if you play the normal placement of a building, and then what is happening? There's just a...
It's just a P.E.K.K.A on the tower.
Okay.
Issei,
So,
I mean, a beautiful job from Katashian to get the Goblin Giant down just in time. Took the aggro of the Ghost, and then just forced out way too much Elixir in response. Wow. Katashian takes a massive lead in this game 3.
yeah.
In this game 3. Wow.
Yeah, I guess that's why Issei's deck is almost always played with guards nowadays instead of, I think it's usually played instead of Bandit, since you already have the boss Bandit. But just not having anything to deal with that P.E.K.K.A is putting him in a really difficult situation. But Issei, being the bridgeman player that he is, you know, he's starting to get some damage back. I mean, if he can take this right side tower, he could be in a decent spot.
Yeah, he didn't look all that worried when he lost his tower, so I think he understands the matchup overall and recognizes that maybe it shouldn't be that big a problem. With the help of the giant snowball, it is going to allow the Ram Rider to take out the tower, and all of a sudden we have a game again, 21-16 to 21-74. It is anybody's match.
Okay, but once again, the P.E.K.K.A's on the board, and it's level 12, and it's Evo this time. How do you deal with it? Now the guards. Vine spell and offense for Katashian. Wow, the boss man with the Evo X, he does a pretty good job. Now there's a level 11 Goblin Giant left lane, Evo'd up, and another P.E.K.K.A cycle though. Oof.
Yeah, beautiful job with the Ram Rider. Incredibly quick with that, but it doesn't do enough. The Bandit going to be forced out on defense, going to be almost one shot. The XC doing all the work it can do. 676. He has to defend like his life depends on it, because it does. If he loses, he's out.
Wow, and out he is. Katashian with a celebration. Issei, no more camera. And wow, that's gonna be a fantastic set. I mean, I'm really happy with both these players. Their gameplay was really solid. Even this match, I mean, I know it's P.E.K.K.A Gob Giant, but he did a great job of realizing there was no guard in cycle, abusing the P.E.K.K.A to the 10th degree, having one on both sides, and you know, I don't know. Issei tried to defend, but these P.E.K.K.As are absolutely brutal to deal with when you don't have a solid counter.
Yeah, I mean, he did absolutely everything he could, but it was too much. I honestly loved the decks that both of these players ran. I loved pretty much everything about it. So you know what? I'm gonna take over for this one. I'll give you a break, Juice. I'm gonna talk about game number 1. We had the RG Ewiz, and we saw that compared with a lot of other similar type decks. We learned that the Ewiz was actually one of the main factors in it, and it does make sense. You know, you get the slowdown from the Fisherman, the Prince, the Goblin Giant. It does make sense that that could be your MVP, and we saw it in game number 1, game number 2. The Hog didn't get through enough. It was just solid defense time and time again from Issei. The Ice Golem Battle Ram was too much. You get one Battle Ram onto the tower, and it's game over just like that. He was too strong on defense. The Zappies put in so much work, and we head on to game number 3. An early left tower taken for Katashian. Issei was able to battle it out, make it a 2-tower game. He defended the King Tower. I thought that it was going to be cleaned up entirely, and then all of a sudden I saw the Crown Tower was getting taken out by the Pocket, I want to say Goblin Machine, and just like that, Katashian was able to get the 2-1 set victory overall. Really solid gameplay from both players. I think they should both really feel proud about what they accomplished today, but Katashian, he's got to be accomplished tomorrow as well, and I'm sure he's going to be ready for it. I'm sure he's going to prep and get himself ready for day 2, but a beautiful set overall. I think this was probably my favorite set of the day.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A lot of people asking in the chat, guys, when is the banner? The free banner QR code will be given after the 12th match, and I'll go ahead and kind of run you through what's been happening today and show you when and where that 12th match is as well. Next up, we have a Clown versus Bosoto, our 12th match. So after this next match, guys, you will be able to get that banner. This is going to be an interesting one. I think that both of these players are really solid. And then kind of looking at the rest of the potential bracket here. So this is going to be the last match of the day, guys. Tomorrow, same time, same place. It's going to be day 2 to figure out who is going to be crowned the LCQ champion. So yeah, we have Riley and Coco, you know, down there. Okay, we're just hopping straight into it. Okay, I like this. This is perfect.
Yeah, like some of these matches are just catching me by surprise, and I get so giddy about it. It's just like, oh yes, I get to stop talking. Let's watch these pros battle it out. We got Samuel Bosoto, one of the most accomplished, one of the most storied players in the history of Clash Royale. Definitely on my, if a Mount Rushmore was 10 faces, Bosoto would be there. And the Clown on the other side had a great previous set. And, you know, definitely one of the more accomplished players that hasn't done enough. He's ready to make that next step. And beating Bosoto would be a great first step. That would be a leap, definitely. So a lot on the line for both of these players.
Well said, well said. I think this is actually, we saw this matchup played earlier. I don't remember who it was, but I do think the Piggies are going to be actually more difficult than Graveyard, though, especially the Valkyrie. Issei, I mean, he's got, this is an interesting matchup because I feel like both players have really good defenses for each other. Clown does have the Lightning, but I think that the Graveyard is just, it's gotta have a bit of an advantage, especially with the Vines.
Yeah, good bar barrel. Gonna take the aggro of the Baby Dragon. Not even make it to the tower, so good defense right there. Bosoto's still gonna take a little bit of damage. The Berserker putting in work, but you'd like to see just a little bit more DPS from it. Some of the Royal Hogs do make it to the tower.
So I think the big thing here is that Sam has to play same lane, which I think he is obviously doing here. Clown's gonna probably have to think about switching at some point. Here's that high furnace, gonna prevent any lightning value, but a Baby Dragon is gonna be able to snipe, and then Piggy's other lane. There's the lane switch from Clown.
And that's gonna be a ton of damage. Evo Valk maybe gonna put in work. I'm trying to figure out if the Baby Dragon is locked onto the tower as well. It wasn't, so good Evo Valk, but he took a lot of damage. A 7 Elixir push for Graveyard is not the same thing as the 7 Elixir push for any other deck. You need to overwhelm with troops.
Interesting. Yeah, you're right. This is a difficult situation now because if you're Sam, like, do you think you just keep playing towards the left lane? We have a lot more damage, or do you ever just try to switch here? I mean, it looks like he's going to the left, but I just don't know it's the right play.
Yeah, you kind of brought it up in one of the previous sets. It was one of the E-Giant sets, and my point would be I like a potential accidental lane switch where, like, oh, I defended. Wow!
What? Samuel Bosoto, really frustrated after that. I mean, this is insane. I cannot believe that one Larry just started walking to the tower.
Yeah, and I think it's affecting his gameplay overall. We see the Valk get played off to the side, even knowing that the Royal Hogs would go into the middle. I think one play is affecting another. And this Baby Dragon over the middle is just putting in so much work. He has to take it out quickly, needs the Goblin Hut down, gets it down, but the Lightning plus the Log are going to be able to take everything out. Tower all the way down to 612. I mean, something special needs to happen, but with the King Tower activated, I don't see a path for Bosoto to win game number 1.
I know. Vine's going to drop to try and slow the Baby Dragon, but the King's there. Skelly's. The Cannon's even helping out. We're heading to triple Elixir, which is normally good for Graveyard. And it might not seem like much, guys, but if you guys are new, if you have not played, if you've never played a Graveyard deck before, with that King activated, one more card or units, I guess, to help defend the Graveyard Skeletons usually means like no damage.
Yeah, even with the help of the Vines, I mean, yes, you were able to take out some of the Baby Dragon, but it's just not enough. He's going, yeah, he's not even going to try to defend. You know, a lot of the times we kind of get on players' cases where, you know, you still have the opportunity, but it really felt like as soon as that King Tower was activated, the game was over just like that.
Yeah, and it didn't really seem like it was his fault either. It's just one of those unfortunate interactions, right? So we actually do see this graphic. Walk me through it, Josh.
Yeah, so it's fairly similar, but it's also definitely different. The Royal Hogs versus the Hog, the Baby Dragon versus the Firecracker. There is knowledge to be gleaned from this, but at the end of the day, I think a lot of it comes down to King Tower got activated, and that was kind of everything. I think it was a very close game up until that point. And, you know, we could look at this as like maybe it's a mistake from Masoto, but I do want to look back. You know, I have seen some crazy King Tower activations where like there's no way the King Tower gets activated, but then I'll like read comments on a post and it's like, yeah, this is actually just like a real interaction. You place it on this tile. I think maybe it was like Hypno's Twitter post or something, and it was
I think I saw that.
Yeah, the princess on the graveyard, and the skellies will go to the princess and then go to the King Tower. So I do want to take another look at it. It could be like, wow, that is one of the greatest plays, and both of us missed it. But either way, Clown, as soon as that happened, just controlled the tempo, controlled the pace, and got the victory for game number 1.
Yeah, very interesting. I think another big difference here between the Hog and the Pigs is like the Evo Valk versus Piggies comparatively is definitely like a lot stronger. I think this matchup is more even or even more in Samuel's favor than what we're looking at in the previous similar decks, if that makes sense. But man, I don't know. Every
but no
time,
Ice Wiz, so
true. I mean, here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to get to, I guess, is the more that I bet against this Piggy's Baby Drag deck, the more I realize how insane the combo is to speed those Piggies to the tower. Because we've seen 2 or 3 times now that this Piggy's Graveyard deck is just beating these Valkyrie decks because the Piggies are moving so fast. The Valkyrie doesn't even have time to swing to prevent them from like making it to the tower.
Yeah, I mean, it is insane how strong the Evo Baby Dragon just, like, it's like not real combos that get played where, like, there's no synergy between these 3 cards, and then all of a sudden you have an Evo Baby Dragon speeding everything up, and it's like, wow, that is one of the best pushes I've seen all day. So definitely a super interesting, I don't know, it could easily be my favorite Evo, and right here, Basoto lost to the deck in game number 1. He said, hey, you know, I can do this too. And Clown on the other side going to be running Minor, Little Prince. I don't know if there was Little Prince played in the first 4 matches, but I do not see Little Prince played very often in these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, so Little Prince, Evo Valk Rocket Cycle versus Sam with the reverse Uno card with the Piggies here now. We do see a Tesla. See, this is another situation. It's like, there's no way Clown doesn't win this, right? He has Valkyrie Rocket with really good defense, but once again, you cannot ever count this Evo Baby Drag Piggies deck out. Like, just look already how much damage he just got. He's got over 500 damage for seemingly, like, no reason.
And right there, I do want to point out the log timing. So the log timing not only allowed the Evo Baby Dragon to get another splash on top of the tower, but it also pushed the Valk back far enough where the Evo slowdown was in range of the Crown Tower, where it got slowed down and allowed the Baby Dragon to get value. Just a tiny, simple little interaction right there just changed, you know, probably got 400 HP worth of damage on top of the tower.
Okay, Little Prince on the board, doing a pretty good job of cleaning everything up on left line for only 3 elixir, which is solid. And there's the Rocket Cycle. Evo Valk here will do the job, which is always good, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like now, yeah, he just drops Evo Baby Drag and maybe just cycles back to Piggies, out cycles, and just has a crazy push here. Yeah, he's just already setting it up.
Stops the Evo Valk in its tracks. Gonna go with the Royal Hogs as well. And a non-Evo Valk putting in a ton of work, cleans up everything super nicely.
Okay, minor rocket. Maybe no, just minor ice spirit. A good log and skeletons from Sam. Sam's really got these defenses on lock with the e-spirit plus skeletons. Pretty impressive, but I don't know. Once again, you can't stop the rocket. You have to try to out damage the rocket, which with the lightning, it's definitely not impossible. But Clown just gonna continue to set up these Valkyries, and I wouldn't be surprised if we even see some rockets played on defense too.
And right there, Clown activating the ability, getting the Guardian in front of the Little Prince. Evo Baby Dragon to take out the Tesla if it can. E-Spirit Chain as well. Using your Evo Baby Dragon in that manner, I don't know how I feel about it. It kind of feels like a mistake to just allow it to get taken off the field by a pre-placed Tesla.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. Wait, do the guards lock here? One guard hit. Man, this game's close, but I'm pretty impressed with Sam's gameplay. Like, I don't know. I think in Triple Elixir, it's going to be tough for him to out-damage the rocket, but if anyone can do it, it's him. Another nice Evo Tesla there.
Right there, Miner plus Rocket. Rocket to get a little bit of value, taking out the cannon as well, forces out the E-Spirit. Good E-Spirit from Basoda, though. Lightning should come down shortly, and that is a beautiful lightning, but no value. A better defense, even though it was great offense.
Evo Valk once again with a perfect Ice Spirit. Lightning's going to drop down to try and stun it like we've seen before, but the piggy's already gone. Miner plus Rocket. Okay.
Wow.
But he catches the Miner? 15 seconds, Josh?
Yeah, tanks that, gets the Mighty Miner on top of the Valk. That was a great interaction right there. None of the Royal Hawks are going to make it to the tower, so 1166 needs the Rocket. The Rocket gets enough damage. 4 seconds left.
3-card cycle, he might be back to Lightning.
Lightning's getting 674 to... Oh my goodness, Basoda gets it.
Oh my gosh. And that is the power of 3-card cycle, ladies and gentlemen. With literally less than 10 seconds on the clock, Mighty Miner on the board. He goes to the Lightning, the piggies, he plays Ice Spirit Skeletons, he's back to Lightning immediately. And he just clinches the game with just seconds on the clock. Wow.
And right there, he placed the Mighty Miner, allowing it to get hit by the Rocket. He was okay that the Miner was getting swings on top of the Mighty Miner and the Rocket as well, because it was going to stay alive. Activated the ability in time to be able to take out the Valk before it started swinging and brought the Royal Hogs back into its presence. I mean, everything went right for him, Basoda. I mean, when it comes to Basoda, if his confidence is high, if the meta is right, he is a top 3 player in the world. There's just no doubt, no question about it.
Yeah, well said. All right, we're getting another one of these graphics where we have kind of similar decks here. I mean, Mighty Miner Piggies, Evo Baby Drag, with some Hog EQ. I mean, these decks honestly are not that similar. But I'm just looking. I'm just like, what is going on here? But I do think the most similar matchup we see here is the Betfoss and Firkin. It's another Miner Rocket Evo Valk versus a Hog Quake instead of Hog Lightning. And it looks like the Hog Quake does win, actually. So I guess the piggies or like the Hog or whatever it may be, it's just a lot of pressure. It's difficult to defend. And I think that's true, actually. Like, I think about Miner Rocket as something that cannot be stopped. But if you are pressuring enough, you're applying enough pressure, and you're continually getting Hog Riders, Piggies, Earthquakes, or Lightnings, or whatever it may be, on the board and forcing defense. And, you know, sometimes the best way to defend against the Rock is to attack enough so they can't play that Rocket at all.
Yeah. I mean, when I take a look at the overall matchup, I mean, intuitively, I'm assuming Miner has like an 80-20 matchup, because the Bar Barrel plus the Valk plus the Tesla. And I don't really think Clown made any mistakes. He was getting offensive pressure early on. Then he kind of waited and allowed Sam to kind of claw his way back into the game. But then he continued to get aggressive in triple. I felt like Clown played a perfect game. I don't know. I feel like I'm not really sure what we just witnessed right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure from Sam. You're right about Clown's defense being pretty solid. Without the log on the knockback and the piggies, there's probably a few piggies hits coming throughout the match. And then finally, I think that I would have liked to see, like, a very common idea in a situation like that is in triple elixir, go Little Prince in the back, Rocket on offense, and then Rocket on defense using 3-card cycle. But the other thing is that he's got guards instead of a cycle card, right? So the cycle is just way quicker for Sam in that last game. But let's focus on what matters now, Josh. We have game 3, an elimination match, our last elimination match of the day between Sam and Clown.
Gets the ability down and takes almost everything out. Goblin Giant plus the Golden Knight going to come down the lane. Monk going to do its absolute best. Needs to utilize the vines as well. And wow, that takes everything out incredibly. I thought Basoto's push was going to be really solid and just not going to be the case.
Yeah, that's the power of the vines. And honestly, synergizing really well with the Monk too. Just kind of giving the Monk even more time to get more of those power shots off. Now Roll Giant Bridge trying to take advantage of that last good defense and convert it to some damage, and he's going to do just that.
Yeah, I believe that's 5 shots on top of the tower, getting it down all the way to 1386. And, you know, you talked about it a little bit earlier today where, you know, sometimes the difference is just this tower has more health than the other ones. And really, 5 shots on the tower, getting it all the way down to 1386 is a pretty crazy interaction to witness.
Yeah, and you said it earlier today also about the Pancake Tower really struggling versus the beefier win conditions. I think specifically the RG might just be a really good card to play if you're going against a Pancake Tower.
Yeah, it definitely appears to be the case so far. Basoto electing to go same lane, not going to try and get aggressive with a bridge, you know, with any sort of bridge push. Instead, trying to overwhelm. But you do have to worry about these vines. Vines get played, and activated ability of the Golden Knight keeps everything alive to take out any sort of counter push.
I really like Clown's decision to use Wizard in this final match with Lightning and Poison being out for Sam. And the Wizard, I mean, look, the RG's popping off, but the Wizard on defense is just, it's preventing anything from happening.
Yeah, Basoto looking for an opening, 20 seconds left. Golden Knight gets played. Should be able to, not going to use the ability. And right there, Fisherman over the middle. Fisherman and Monk out of the way. That's going to go.
Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah.
This is some damage. Berserker doing a great job, though, and so is the Wizard. I mean, Josh, like, what does Sam have to do here at this point? This seems like a really tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, he has to tank all this damage, basically. Gotta hope that your opponent makes a mistake, goes in with a RG when you have the perfect timing with the mini P.E.K.K.A. I love what Basoto's doing right there. You can tank however much damage you want. It doesn't actually matter, but you have to worry about this Wizard with the vines. I don't think you can make that push when Wizard and vines are both in cycle.
Yeah, and he goes for the last-ditch effort, mini P.E.K.K.A. Rage to try and make something happen. But at this point, I think it's just over. He's kind of just resigned. And Clown just going to be taking the last best of 3 of the day, shutting Sam's goal of making it to World Finals completely down.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a brutal matchup in game number 3, an absolute perfection from Clown's side.
True.
I mean, he never really gave Basoto an opportunity. The Fishermans were always there. Even when he didn't get the proper Fisherman timing, he was still getting the vines down where other troops were able to clean up everything nicely. Never got too aggressive. You know, that's one of those matchups where, you know, I'm up 3 elixir, I can go RG at the bridge, and then all of a sudden your opponent's just kind of gathering elixir to go all out on the other side, and oh wait, this is a 2-tower game, it's anybody's game now. I thought start to finish, Clown played a perfect game number 3.
Yeah, I honestly want to see this man at World Finals because, I mean, that gameplay was amazing. The deck picks were great as well. The Eva Wizard Vines combo, not even something I'd really registered as something that could be great in this game, but yeah, like the Wizard, like those pushes were menacing, but the Wizard Evo with the Vines to slow down and just allow the Wizard to splash absolutely everything down. It was really well played, and this is where we're at, guys. This is where we're at for a game or for day one. What kind of matchups are you looking forward to on tomorrow's stream, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, going on to Clown Katashian. And I mean, it feels like kind of a cop-out, but I cannot wait for this upper bracket semifinals to start. The fact that you have two countrymen going against each other in both semifinals matches is just script writing is genius. Vitor, Wallace, Hugo vibe. This is just absolute practice partners going against each other. So just I just have to be really excited about that.
All right. So next up, we are going to be having the we are going to be giving away the thing that you guys have been waiting for. I know you guys are waiting for these rewards. Yeah, we should have a banner for you guys very soon. As for my match, I'm excited for tomorrow. I know I just want to keep watching Riley play. If Riley can pull up Moonlight and make this lower back and run, that would be amazing. Yeah, we should be able to have that banner up for you guys soon. Are you guys excited about this banner? You guys ready? Oh, here we go. I gotta get it on my main account, man. I always try and get all the good stuff on my main account. All right, there's the QR code. Take a screenshot if you're watching on mobile. If you got the stream up on your TV, you know, go and just whip out the phone, you know, scan that. And then I don't know, I asked this earlier, guys, but I have to ask it again. Do you guys think, like, they've been teasing this orange dragon? Like, baby dragon is green, okay? This is not a baby dragon. They've been teasing this orange dragon so much lately. It's on the arena. It's in the graphics. And now we have a banner. We have the orange egg here. Are they going to add an orange dragon to the game? Yes or no? Drop it in the chat. What do you think? You guys like this banner? Rate it 1 through 10, this banner. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, guys, that is, once again, going to be doing it for the Last Chance Qualifier day number 1. Game number 2 is tomorrow. We're going to be giving even more rewards tomorrow as well. So make sure you guys show up tomorrow also for some more lucky drops, perhaps. And more than anything, make sure you guys show up tomorrow to see who is going to be getting that last golden ticket. World finalists are completely sewn up except for this tournament. One more golden ticket, one more chance to qualify for World Finals is finishing out tomorrow.
Yeah, should be an incredible 2 overall. Just excited for all of this.
All right. Last thoughts, Josh. Anything today? Like, what was your favorite part of the day, or favorite match, or favorite moment? Give me some.
I don't know. Practice partners both doing well. Viper and Hugo. That's gonna be brilliant. Overall, I loved seeing what I saw. You know, I thought the gameplay was incredible, and
yeah,
you know, really excited to see that. Sometimes with these major tournaments at the very end, we see the nerves start to hit. As soon as we got to the semifinal, or the you know, the second round, we saw a lot of perfection from a lot of these players.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be it, guys. Make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you follow Esports Royale N on Twitter or X. And make sure you guys stay tuned for tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. You can convert to your own time zone. And we'll see you guys here same time, same place tomorrow. This was Joshua AC Sharon and Jackson Juicy J Wall signing out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.